said, nigga, you must be sick. All you talk about is just get rich. Choke my neck, nigga, and ice my bitch. Beat the system with chains and whips.
This is culturally inappropriate.
You run from the spirit of repossession. Too much enamel covers your necklace. I buy bitches, you buy them sections. You buy watches, I buy collections. Misery's fueling your aggression. Jealousy's turned into obsession. Reality TV is mud wrestling. Some sign checks I know better than. Beware of my name that there's delicate. You know I know where you're delicate. Crush you to pieces, I hum a breath of it. I will close your heaven for the hell of it. You think it'd be valor amongst veterans? I'm watching your fame escape relevance. We all in a room, but here's the elephant. You chasing a feature out of your element. And those lab diamonds under inspection. The question marks block your blessings. It's no tombstones in the desert. I know by now you get the message. Uncle said, nigga, you must be sick. All you talk about is just get rich. Choke my neck, nigga, and ice my bitch. Beat the system with chains and whips.
It don't take much to put two and two. Your lucky streak is now losing you. Money's dried up like a cuticle. You're gasping for air now, it's beautiful. John 10:10, that's my usual. Mamas is falling out in funerals. And bombing blue, they now viewing you. They never find a gun, but the sewers do. Bubbles was sick, he need medicine. Brought him back to life, now we dead again. Richard don't make watches for presidents. Just a million trapped between skeletons. This the darkest that I ever been. The diamonds make you taste peppermint. You ain't driving the snow like it's the Revenant. And send orders back down to keep shoveling.
Uncle said, nigga, you must be sick. All you talk about is just get rich. Choke my neck, nigga, and ice my bitch. Beat the system with chains and... Uncle said, nigga, you must be sick. All you talk about is just get rich. Choke my neck, nigga, and ice my bitch. Beat the system with chains and... Uncle said, nigga, you must be sick. All you talk about is just get rich. Choke my neck, nigga, and ice my bitch. Beat the system with chains and... Uncle said, nigga, you must be sick. All you talk about is just get rich. Choke my neck, nigga, and ice my bitch. Beat the system with chains and whips.
You know, I'm again calling a little side to side, like what did they say? And I hate the Lord's verse, and then you realize that the devil is talking to you.
I'm not the candidate to vibe with. I don't fuck with the kumbaya shit. All that talent must be God sent. I send your ass back to the cosmics. The things I seen under my eyelids. Kaleidoscope dreams, murder and sirens. Let's be clear, hip-hop died again. Half of my profits may go to Rakim. How many Judases done let me down? But fuck it, the West Minds be right now. Therapy showed me how to open up. It also showed me I don't give a fuck. The two-time Gemini with the genocide. I'm generous, however you want it. I'll be the gentle kind. Gentlemen engage, disconnect. The agenda of mine. Move niggas up out of here. This shit get gentrified. Heavy jeans like Genovese. I drop your Pentagon to show up at your gender reveal. And tell them, give me mine. I son niggas, I am the general. Where my gin and juice? Every song is the book of Genesis. Let the sonics boom. Niggas want the tea on me? Well, here's the ginger root. I generate residuals, bitch. Get off my genitals. They say I couldn't reach Gen Z. You fucking dickheads, you must be full of that ginseng. Here comes the jinx, yeah. They genetics been synthetic. Screaming they genius. A finger wave, they all fall. Niggas is Jenga. God gave me light. A good year full of free will. Truck car, tell me not to spare your life.
You know, I'm again calling a little side to side, like what did they say? And I hate the Lord's verse, and then you realize that the devil is talking to you.
This guy said, I don't know anything about a Nick hit piece, but all I have to say is Nick is hot. Okay. That's a take. What's up? Alright, cool. Coolio. Oh, man. I think I have to do a very quick complaint before we start. Very quick complaint. Dude, it's looking more and more like the casting decisions been set in stone. Deadpool, Hugh Jackman Wolverine, Tobey Maguire Spider-Man, all expected to appear in the Super Bowl trailer. So, like, if the dynamic, what I was talking about, is true, or I don't even hate Deadpool as a character. I just think, like, it's just gonna break my immersion of the fucking film, man. It's gonna be too immersion breaking for this specific film. And it's like, I didn't want this, man. I didn't want this. I don't want it. Maybe Russos will do something. The Russos will do something where, like, they tone him down a little bit, where they don't make it too obvious, like a little bit more subtlety with him. But I don't like it. I don't like these two. Just I don't like them being in the mix. Maybe with Secret Wars, it's like you get the pass, whatever. It's still, not with this film. I'm very annoyed with this. I just have to say. I hope this is still just like a bullshit rumor or some shit like that, but whatever, man. Whatever. I'll be okay. I'd let Nick eat Oreos out my ass any day. Hit me up, Nick. Wow. Well, that's a comment. That's certainly a comment. We're going to look at that hit piece. We are going to look at that hit piece. It's pretty good. I've seen it before, but yeah. I think it's basically just basically like all the things I've been saying, but like put properly in a video essay and given like a little bit more detail and more specific examples, I think, at times that, yeah, so it's basically just like, well, yeah, Emery, you were right the entire time. It's like, of course I was. But yeah, it's good. We'll get to that soon. I love anything Tobey Maguire's in. I'm so hyped for Doomsday. Yeah, I'm okay with Tobey Maguire and Hugh Jackman. I'm not okay with Ryan Reynolds, Deadpool, and it's primarily because I think just the character in of itself. It's like if you put She-Hulk in this film, it'd just be like you're just breaking my immersion. It'd be worse with She-Hulk, obviously, because She-Hulk's not nearly as funny. Personally, for me, just personal taste. But I mean, Deadpool's cool at least in terms of like combat, but like it's just too immersion breaking. It's just gonna annoy the fuck out of me. That's all it's gonna do. So for Secret Wars, I can accept that, especially if it's like a tiny bit more of a minor role. Like he could play somewhat of a major role. But not with this film. I just don't. Maybe they can nail this. Maybe this will probably be the only thing I like. No matter what, I'm probably not gonna like. I'm not gonna like how they insert Deadpool in Doomsday. I don't see it working for me personally. I don't see it working. I think it's probably always gonna bug me, but maybe they'll do it in a way where it's not obnoxious. But who knows? We'll see. I don't care for it or whatever, Diorio. Don't sit for Nick, but I just want to say he's hot, but I do think he's attractive. Okay? What's... Okay, what a weird meme today, guys. What's up, Farflight? Honestly, for the memes, I'm so hyped, probably won't watch it. It's either going to be total dog shit or, like, Infinity War level. Like, there's no in between. There's no in between. I don't think there's any in between. It either has to really land or it's going to suck. Anyway. Anywho. I got in, like, a very quick Twitter spat with Harley Morenstein. He's that, like, what was that? What was the eating channel guy? I forget what it's called. What was Epic Mealtime? He's that Epic Mealtime guy. Yeah, you know, so he's, like, super upset about, like, Hassan or whatever. So I just had a quick exchange with him. I thought I'd, you know, comment on it and, you know, poke a little bit of fun. Hasanabi tweets here. This is in response. We'll just read the whole thing. The moment Asmongold talks to anyone who's read a single book, and the moment he'll look like he'll look like an absolute buffoon. This is why he'll keep farming drama rather than to talk to a single person who disagrees with him. This is in response to streamer Asmongold reveals what he'll do if Twitch ever bans him. Claims he only accepts suspensions he agrees with. Warns he'll go public over unfair moderation. Says he's not backing down from ongoing creator drama. I don't want Hassan to stop covering me. If he does, then I lose content. I don't want that. I like these clips. I think these clips are great. If he keeps saying dumb shit like this, then I'm not going to stop covering him. It's just... But you'll never, like, address him face to face. Like, he's like a total fucking pussy coward. Pretty openly, pretty shamelessly. So, pretty funny. Because he's already been embarrassed once before by Hassan. Pretty funny things. And then, like, Harley responds, Asmongold this, Israel that, talk about Iran. Which, it's not that, like, it's like a center-focused talking point, like, to constantly go on and on about. Because, like, generally speaking, in the West and in America, we already understand, or most people, some people like iDubbbz and Anissa apparently do not understand how bad it is in Iran. But generally speaking, like, most people already understand that Iran is, like, authoritarian. Like, that's, like, really not up for dispute. It's not really that controversial. Like, you know, in the West to speak about that. So it's just like, it's just a really gay, obsessive tweet here. We're just like, you know, it's the Hassan derangement syndrome kind of response here. And I respond with, Hassan this, Iran that, talk about Israel. And every time he has talked about, like, Israel, Palestine, or whatever, it's basically just doing, like, genocide denial, minimizing, like, the war crimes, you know, feeding into the, like, narrative that Palestinians are, you know, like, more prone to be terrorists and shit like that. And so he, like, responds to me saying, let's talk about Palestine. Can you see why this is a fascinating stance? And the stance is basically appreciating the position of the People's Republic of China, supporting the Palestinian people and championing its just cause and supporting its legitimate rights to freedom. It's basically just like it's renewing. The state of Palestine renews its affirmation of its full commitment to the one China policy followed by the People's Republic of China in preserving the unity of its territories and rejecting interference in China's internal affairs, affirming that the unity of friendly China and its wise policies on the international level have contributed to supporting and stabilizing the region. So it's basically just like, it's like in support of, like, what China's doing to, like, Taiwan or whatever, which is, like, a similar situation to what's actually happening to Palestine as is. So obviously, like, if you were to ask, ask me, it's like, yeah, it's a hypocritical stance. The state of Palestine is actually, you know, accepting of China doing this to, like, yeah, the same exact kind of thing, but just to Taiwan or whatever, right? But it's like, yeah, okay, and so it's just like it's basically just like like, well, these people are like regressive and shit like that. It's like, yeah, the government is pretty regressive. It's a pretty regressive place. It hasn't even had the chance to even go through any progression. They're too busy getting bombed. You know? They're kind of like the best way to put it is like a third world kind of state of affairs here, you know? It's not much growth, not much improvement, yeah? All the mindsets are going to be like fully, you know, progressive at all times, you know? But that's the other thing is too, there's like a diversity of opinion. This isn't like a monolith for all Palestinians as a whole. It doesn't give you an excuse to like eradicate an entire group of people because, you know, like, I mean, like they're supporting like China and doing the same kind of thing. So like, can't you see it's interesting that you would advocate that you want to stop a genocide happening in Palestine? It's like, yeah, because genocide on principle is just bad. Yes. Even in the stance where like, you know, the people aren't as progressive as you would like. And if there's a large portion, like I wouldn't support like an American genocide, like China doing an American genocide, say like they invaded or whatever. I wouldn't support like any invaders coming in and genociding, you know, Americans or whatever, just because a lot of us are like deplorable, regressive pieces of shit. You know what I mean? That's not how it works. That's not how it works. You know what I mean? So my response to that was, sorry, I was just distracted by the fact that your investment into Hassan's anti-Semitism is this large when you're actively ignoring your alleged child predator Nazi friend, Sam Hyde, and Asmongold's clear advocacy for the Palestinians' eradication, which, like, it's very clear. Asmongold has stated very clearly is, like, pretty clear advocacy, pretty big indifference, apathy to the Palestinian plight, like the suffering. Because like he just treats them as a monolith, and they're like, yeah, like their culture, like their whole Sharia law or blah blah blah, like the typical like Islamophobic like you know talking points where it's just like they're all terrorists, they're all like horrible, regressive, misogynistic, transphobic, you know, homophobic pieces of shit. It's like, yeah, so over a lot of Americans, yeah, again, this doesn't give you, like, the right to colonize their land. I would say no. So, I think it's important to point these things out. And he won't really address it meaningfully. So then Harley just responds saying, he hasn't spoken about it, so you don't have an opinion on it. You just want to talk about other people. You really have nothing. Not sure why I waste my time with people like you. And so, like, I respond with him. I respond to this saying, you really didn't want to address your associations with actual anti-Semites here, did you, buddy? I tell you what, when you strongly condemn these figures properly and sincerely, then maybe people will treat you as worthy of sincere discourse with. But until then, you know, I don't know what you want. Why would you expect anyone to engage with you in a serious manner at all? When you engage like this, I mean, like, it's Twitter. Obviously, everyone's gonna like, but it's like, it's not serious, bro. Like, why would I actually like? You're like actively like holding a double standard on a constant basis. Like, I'm not gonna address you with any level of sincerity or you know, seriousness in terms of what you're talking about. Because it's so transparent. It's so transparent that you actually do not give a fuck about anti-Semitism in the very least bit. This guy keeps posting this under like any comments that I've made or whatever. But I mean, this is true, but he kept posting this. It's like, it's kind of obsessive posting, but like, I mean, this is true. Does Harley think Hassan hasn't spoke about Iran, China, or Palestine? I'm not sure what Harley does think. I'm not sure what Harley really does think. I don't think he does think, is what I'm saying. Plane allegedly heading to Epstein Island leaked footage, and he is laughing at an anti-Semitic joke, basically suggesting the connection to Jewish people inherently are going to Epstein's Island and stuff like that. So I mean, the guy likes his anti-Semites a certain way. You know, he likes certain levels of anti-Semitism. But you dare criticize the state of Israel? You dare oppose them doing a genocide against the Palestinian people? Fuck you. You're an anti-Semite. You're like the worst piece of shit on planet Earth. You know. Harley Morenstein, Harley plays. Sam High invoked your name and your friendship to claim he's not hateful as he promoted the Nazi policy of barring Jews from academia and government in America. If you can't denounce this, then never breathe another word about anti-Semitism. Allow us anti-Zionists who are willing to confront real Nazis and real anti-Semites to do our work in peace.
Was that it was anti-Semitic? Because this is what I heard about you. That's the only thing I heard was that this guy's anti-Semitic. So are you or are you not?
I am, yeah.
Oh, you're anti-Jew?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so this is a bold statement?
Not
you're
anti-Zionist? Not in a way where I see a Jewish person. I'm friends with Harley, but I'm not anti every Jewish person that I meet, but they're definitely in positions of power where they're exercising their power in a way that is definitely unfair and unjust. Yeah.
They work their way up to that position.
The problem with this statement is that it's the way the structure works. It's the capitalist structure and the way it works. It's the positions of power in the first place. It's not merely, there's Jewish people in power. There's plenty of people in power of a variety, different religions and backgrounds and stuff like that. It's races and sexes and, it's just like a ridiculous assessment to be Jewish people in particular, holding power, do it in a very particular way that's detrimental. It's no. Actually, no.
Position though. These guys, invented Hollywood, right? They're clever.
The Jews invented Hollywood. He likes his anti-Semites shaken, not stirred. Emery, tell us a story with ninjas and dragons. Once upon a time, there was this guy who was dragging his nuts on a ninja's head. And then Squirrel Girl came over and said, "Hey, I like nuts." And then the guy said, "Oh yeah, you're nuts for nuts? Why? Because you have your little squirrel pals you feed the nuts to?" And she said, "Nope, no, I'm just nuts for nuts." And then it turned into a porno. Okay, that's the story. That's the story that I just made up on the spot with little to no work at all. There you go. End of story. End of story. Horrible story. Bad story. Let's continue on. Nazis. Anyway, Nazis.
Clever and
they didn't.
I think Jewish people are smart.
They're clever. They have.
That's no reason to hate them. That's like player hating.
No, it's not. I'm not saying I hate them because they're good at Hollywood.
No, but what do you hate them for then?
Well, they're sort of at the upper echelon. Is it echelon or echelon? Echelon. They're at the upper.
So are white people. What are you fucking talking about? Or plenty Christians up in the upper echelon. It really is just we can't have you in this. We can't have you in these spots. We can't have you in these spots. Because you're Jewish. You particularly rub us in a very specific way or whatever. It's I'm pretty sure you just have a problem with the way power in general, the way people abuse power in general. Actually, no, I don't think Sam Hyde actually cares about that. I think he just cares who has the power is the problem. Yeah. I think that's the actual, that's the actual thing that Sam Hyde does care about is who has the power or whatever.
Echelon of academia, finance, politics in this country.
So shouldn't white people earn that the way they did?
I mean, if you want to live in La La Land, sure, but if
no, but it's
they
like
should
a meritocracy.
they should be at the top. They should be at the top of this industries in Israel.
But you believe in meritocracy, I assume, right?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay. So then, like, but you think you're a comedian, so if you'd be funnier than everyone else, they'll book you everywhere else.
I am funnier than everyone else, and they don't book me anywhere, and I don't care because I don't believe in meritocracy.
Oh, hilarious.
That's not funny. I believe in power.
So you don't.
He said, I am funnier than everyone else, and they don't book me anywhere. It's because of your, like, anti-Semitism, like, your blatant anti-Semitism. Like, you put yourself in this position. Ultimately. You decided to go this path, bro. No one forced you. No one forced you to, like, spurg out about fucking Jewish people. No one spurged you. No one forced you to spurg out about Jewish people at all. Zoo asked about ninjas, and you randomly included nuts. I included nuts because I was making the joke that the dragging my nuts on a ninja's forehead. Yeah, dragging my nuts. Get it? I did include dragon.
Don't mind saying that you're anti-Semitic.
It doesn't make me feel good. I don't want to be. I'm not a hateful person. Like I don't want to see anybody suffer, and I'm not like a, but I'm not whatever. But look at what they're doing, bro. What do you think about it, man?
About which part? About
they're actually, dude. How much money do you make?
I make a good amount of money.
This is like what every like racist or like anti-Semite will say though. Is like I don't hate anyone, guys. I don't hate anyone. We don't hate anyone. I promise you guys, we don't hate anyone. It's like at a certain point though, like the funniest part is that like your conduct speaks for itself at a certain point. Like what your goals are speaks for itself, and it's like I don't know. It feels so strange where it's just like it feels so strange where it's just like I would respect it more if you're just like, yeah, like I do hate people. I do hate them intrinsically. It's like I would respect that more than this Weasley shit where it's just like you want to say you hate them, but you also don't want to say you hate them. Like you want to find them. It's like it's so cowardly. Just like you already look like an anti-Semite. Why not just say it at this point? It's just so cowardly. I don't get it.
You make a ton of money in tax.
Oh, you see the sweet house we're
you
at?
make like $10 million a year, more than that?
I mean, I don't really share it. But
Okay, so
man,
imagine.
this
So you're
guy-
paying. You're paying what, like $5 million in taxes?
I pay a lot of money
So
in
do you know
taxes.
that money is going to fucking pay for genocide?
Is that tax deductible?
Yeah, this is true. But like the greater problem is like the Western exceptionalism is that America benefits off of that. America wants that to happen. It's not so much that, I mean, there are certain people who are blackmailed, of course, like Trump, but it's not so much that like that it's just like the Jews have full control or whatever. Like it's like no, it's like a particular ethno-state, a particular foreign state that is built up for Jewish people, like has that power. Russia has that power. They have all that blackmail, to utilize. All of these, like the way we like kind of treat any foreign issues or whatever like that, like the way we like do imperialism as is, it's just like it's to our benefit or the benefit of our dictator allies or whatever, like our authoritarian allies. It's basically as straightforward as that. Like it's not anything in particular with Jewish people necessarily speaking. It's like all the criticisms, like you can even say, let's say hypothetically, every literal like conspiracy about like what Israel has done, like say Israel did 9/11, say Israel did this, Israel killed JFK, Israel did that, blah 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 blah. Say every single one of those is true. It's not because there's an intrinsic issue with Jewish people as a whole. It's because there's an intrinsic issue with our relationship with Israel and what Israel's willing to do to keep us, on their side or whatever. It's like the things that they're willing to do to push those lines or whatever to keep us glued to each other. To remind us, I suppose, It's a like a mutually beneficial thing, but like in different ways. Like we don't benefit necessarily too much off of Israel in the ways that are meaningful to the actual civilians, the actual people of America. Or it's just like Israel's mostly just beneficial to like the upper class, like the actual government or whatever for their agendas. Everybody knows me well. Dragon Nuts is one of my favorite wordplays. Awesome, cool. America is exceptional, exceptionally gay. True, we are exceptionally gay over here. Very gay.
Is what tax deductible?
Tax deductible. I mean, it is if you're Boeing or Lockheed Martin or something. But like you and I are both paying for people to be genocided.
Yeah, it's
that is true. And like here's the other things. Hold on, I had this in notes. Like the other benefits they get off of us, I'm pretty sure. I don't know if you guys could read this at all, but I'll just read it out. Just put these down, or I'll just read it as is. They get what, $3.8 billion in funding. They get universal health care. There's caps on out-of-pocket medical costs. Annual out-of-pocket expenses are capped based on income and age. There's monthly child allowance. Israeli families receive a monthly payment per child. There's paid paternal leave, paid maternity leave on average 15 weeks, paid sick leave, subsidize public transportation for youth, IDF soldiers ride for free, strong price controls on essential medicines, universal access to mental health services, stuff like that. That's just like bare minimum. It's just like bare minimum. This is just like what I like jotted down or whatever on my free time or whatever. It's like I think like there's a lot more stuff that they like benefit off of in terms of like our finances or whatever. And obviously like funding the, weapons manufacturing and stuff like that. Let's control and scroll to zoom. Control and scroll to zoom. That doesn't do anything for me. Whatever. Oh, never mind. It apparently does. I'm so sorry. I was wrong. I was wrong, bro. There we go. It's good tip, actually. Sorry. I doubted you. For the briefest of seconds. These are just like some like quick like little bullet points or something. Like they benefit off of us in like tons of different ways. So it's like a problem with our relationships with with Israel in terms of like what we get like jack shit out of it. We don't get almost anything. And like I think there is a fair like thing that comes out of that where it's just like there is a healthy resentment. Because that's bullshit. They basically get treated way better with our fucking taxpayer money. Yeah. And if like and if you let it, with all this kind of information, that is actually true. Like all this information, and you're building up like an unhealthy like mindset of being more willing to be like, I don't know, racist or anti-Semitic in general. Like when we have like these things in mind or whatever, then like you're building up like a blowback that's actually going to be like incredibly unhealthy for America overall, and the Nazi variety, It's crazy. Over the course of our exchange, I gave this guy so many opportunities to criticize Sam Hyde's openly and proudly anti-Semitic rhetoric, but he simply couldn't do it. To be honest, this reminds me of a lot of how Ethan Klein is afraid to criticize Asmongold, how the ADL is afraid to criticize Elon Musk. They try to portray leftists and leftist anti-Zionists as scary anti-Semites. Like part of the reason this doesn't happen is because the general goal for Israel is just like, yeah, we want anti-Semitism to kind of increase because we want people to feel incentivized to go over to Israel in of itself, as because we benefit off of this. They try to portray leftist anti-Zionists as scary anti-Semites, but the truth is they don't actually fear us. They fear that our ideas could threaten the Zionist project, but they don't fear us personally. In fact, they feel the existing prejudice of the established order will lend them the capacity to overpower us. The people they truly fear are the Nazis. On the one hand, they feel that Zionists can be part of the in-group, with Israel maintaining right-wing support because it's an extension of the West and an opponent of Islam. But if they attack the right and then make enemies of the Nazis, they deeply are fearful of what happens when they're expelled from the in-group and become part of the out-group. Like, so for example, like Ben Shapiro right now is not having a good time. He's a little bit concerned. He's a little bit concerned where things are going. He's a little bit concerned. He's a little bit incentivized himself, right? And, rightfully so, to be like, we can't tolerate this Nick Fuentes guy. This Nick Fuentes guy, like, he's right on a lot of different things, but like when he brings the Jewish people into it, then he's going out of line here. He's out of line. He's stepping out of line. It's so funny too. Because it's so gaslighty. It's so fucking gaslighty that he's just like, when he's calling out Nick Fuentes, part of his like a big stack of criticisms is he's like, oh, did you know that like Nick Fuentes is actually sexist? Did you actually know that this guy is actually racist? He actually hates black people? Whereas like Ben Shapiro is always been sanitizing people like that in the first place. He's always kind of made excuses for people like that in the first place. Did you know Nick Fuentes is actually homophobic? Wow, Ben. Like you? But then you'll notice he leaves out anything to do with, he did bring out the Indian hatred, but I don't think he mentioned the transphobia, and I don't think he mentioned because it's not super duper often, but I think it does happen where obviously Nick will take swipes at like Arab people. So, I'm trying to think of how often Nick Fuentes actually cares about like taking swipes at I know like he views Arabs as subhuman too. Obviously, but I can't think of like how often he actually genuinely. Maybe because it's not like a priority. It's not like a priority for like Fuentes at the moment. Is probably why. It's like we'll get to you later kind of mindset, I think. It's the only thing I could think of in terms of how he operates. Harley knows that the criticism he gets from leftists and pro-Palestinians is nothing in comparison to what Sam Hyde fans will subject him to. It'll be an onslaught of psychotic, sadistic, racist, obsessive hatred, harassment, with the singular goal of destroying his life. And he links this. Harley saying, love that my purity test revolves around an entirely different person who is a comedian and provocateur. It's like, Sam Hyde is saying these things earnestly. It's like pretending like a comedian can never be earnest and sincere ever. It's like, you never know when he's being like memey and jokey. Like, I think you actually kind of do understand when like Sam Hyde is being memey and jokey. Let's be honest. Let's be real. I think 9 times out of 10 you can kind of like get the gist of when he's being memey and jokey. And at 1 time out of 10 that he's like that it's kind of hard to discern for sure is I'm trying to think of an example. I know there's examples out there, but I'm pretty sure I think the wrestling thing could be like one of those things where it's like when he was making those death threats to Hassan, where it's just like it could be like a mix, like it's the post irony or whatever. But anyway, the point is like what's the joke? What's the joke in Sam Hyde's spurging about Jewish people? What's the actual joke? Like that seemed pretty sincere and honest. His words there. I didn't see the joke there. Didn't seem like there was an actual joke there. Is Dorkbringer's spurging out. Yeah, but we'll get to that later. Really shows how badly you guys have to reach since you can't address any of my points, so you assassinate my character. It's like, your character is what's at question. A disinformation tracker responds saying, my neo-Nazi friend who beat and raped a child is simply a comedian provocateur. Now, again, these are allegations. I don't want to definitively say that this is true, but like from everything I remember saying, like it's not looking good. It's not looking good, but like, yeah. Sam Piker, on the other hand, is an anti-Zionist, which is far worse. Sam Hyde also hates Israel, except he's open about the fact that he hates it because he hates Jews. Yeah, so, I mean... But it's like, it dwindles down to like Western exceptionalism and Jewish exceptionalism. That's basically like what it boils down to. And then it'll be like, oh, like you sound anti-Semitic when you say it like Jewish exceptionalism, but like that is what it is. Like if you're giving like passes to like to make ethno states to Jewish people or whatever, like you and then like doing all the work in the in the world to downplay like their massive colonization project and apartheid and genocide of another group of people, right? Like, what am I supposed to think here? It's like, yes, you could call out white supremacy, yes, you could call out Jewish exceptionalism when it's happening, yes, and then in other cases you could probably call out like for China exceptionalism or something like that, if like for what they're doing to Taiwan or whatever, when people give them. Or like you can use this kind of like for like almost anything, like where the double standard is so obvious, Hold on 1 second. So anyway, like, he like spurgs out a little bit about this. I held Hassan's content to a different standard than that of a comedian. But it's like very straightforward. It's very straightforward here. He's not joking. Not to mention he gets put on a pedestal and blasted to youth. Sam Hyde also gets put on a pedestal and blasted to youth. You all obsess over Ethan Asmongold, Sam, but you don't actually have an open dialogue about anything. It's entirely bad faith. Dude, this guy talking about bad faith is so insane too, because some of the exchanges he has with other people and myself is like he doesn't even like meaningfully engage. He just like pivots to other things entirely. Who cares if he's a comedian? When he says Jews run Hollywood and academia, he's not saying it as a joke. He's being genuine. It's bad faith to say, this guy says he cares about anti-Semitism, but is friends with an actual Nazi. Wait, I think the guy's... Oh, yeah, he's saying it's bad faith to say, the guy says he cares about anti-Semitism, but is friends with an actual Nazi? Yeah, like it's... Yeah. And then Harley says, regardless of your reasoning, the fact is I held Hassan's content to a different standard than a comedian's remains true. It's incredible that you don't think Jews run the media and academia is anti-Semitic, but from the river to the sea is. Says everything about how genuine your concerns is. And then he posts this again. He's like, how crazy is this? And then this is after he started ignoring me or whatever. And I was just like, bro's having a meltdown. Because, like, he just really is crashing out. Apparently, like, I guess he just does this a lot or whatever. So it's just like, bro's having a meltdown. Harley says, for real, as someone who wants Palestinians to be free and to thrive, this blatant hypocrisy is a slap across the face. If you weren't an insect and actually had thoughts of your own, we could have a discussion about it, but you're not allowed. And then, like, I invited him. I was like, this is a 1 in a million shot. I'm shooting for the moon here. Listen, you got to take your shot when you can, okay? Always take your shot. You never fucking know. Unfortunately, we did not get what we wanted. I did not get what I wanted, but we tried, and that's all you can do. So I said to him, I'm free anytime to talk with you about this in an actual real one-on-one setting instead of Twitter. You're always free to engage with me in that way for my full thoughts and feelings. Damn, I was hoping he would take the bait. I was hoping for the 1 in a million shot. I was hoping for the 1 in a million shot, bro. I really was, but it's okay. It's okay. So Harley responds, "We are one-on-one now. How fucking ridiculous is free Palestine and Palestine being like, no free Taiwan? How crazy is being anti-genocide and then Palestine completely ignoring a genocide? Palestine, how can you ignore a genocide while you're being genocided? How can you support a genocide while you're being genocided right now, Palestine?" Are we okay, dude? Are we okay? So I respond, how crazy is it being anti-genocide and then you're denying and minimizing an actual genocide? Do you find all Palestinians to share the same perspective fully? Are they a monolith to you? Did you ask the starving children in Palestine about their thoughts on other genocides? So you agree, the people running Palestine are doing a major disservice to Palestinians. They absolutely deserve better. And I just responded, I would be far more concerned with the terrorist state actively bombing, starving, colonizing land further, actually. I think you should be as well. It's just, then Sadame posted a W here. The bird is right. Shouldn't you be eating a giant pizza or something? That's a huge win. Huge win. But this guy is a fucking buffoon. Actual buffoon sped. Actually embarrassing. You should be embarrassed to like interact like this. Unfortunately, it's all too common. This is unfortunately how most people interact. And it's like, why do we do this? Why do you do this? Why are you why? Why are you how? How are you why? I wanted to bug him again, see if I get a response, but he stopped engaging. So I just I quote tweeted I was like, come back to me as soon as the Palestinians are on an equal footing as the Taiwanese, or the Palestinians are on an equal footing as the Uyghur Muslims. Until then, fuck off. Which this is not to minimize the actual we'll get to do some research more on that too. Actually, a friend linked us some great stuff to learn more about the Uyghur experience, the struggles, all that good stuff, the camps and stuff like that. We will learn more. We have a lot of research to go into that. We'll do a segment on that today as well. This probably would naturally flow in better to go into a segment now, but we're gonna save that for a little bit later. So, we're going to do our Ukraine research and our Taiwan Uyghur research, all that good stuff. The stuff linked, there's a decent portion of stuff, and I'm very thankful for Sulfur for giving me that information. Thank you. Why are you a bird now? I was given a free bird. Why not take the bird? Why not be a bird for now? It's internet brain rot influencing behavior. All that good stuff. You know what I meant by that, buddy. You know what I meant. People hopefully would be cordial in person than on the internet. Will they be cordial in person? Some of these people are actually cordial when you get a fucking voice call with them. Can tell me how many times people are aggressive and I'm aggressive back, and then they'll just be cordial in the actual call. Some cases it's actually just aggressive, but most times, more than not, I'll be cordial. Which I don't mind being cordial, but It's just funny. It's the how it works usually. So yeah, very embarrassing behavior. Truly embarrassing. Gotta say, feel bad for the guy. What is he, like 40? 45? 52? And he's acting like that? That's crazy, bro. Oh, he's literally 40. Dog, I just threw out the number 40. Text kind of has that effect, doesn't it? It's sometimes hard reading tone. Oh, yeah. Tone carries with intent, yeah. Yeah, it can be like that, but yeah. I think it can be confusing. I feel like most times on Twitter it's pretty clear. I think most times it's pretty clear. But it's not always okay. So some things can be like misread, and then it can be, turned into something bigger than it's supposed to be. Very quickly, guys, we're going into the next segment. It'll be doxbringer and food shops. The food shops, covered our fun conversation, our fun little conversation, and we'll lead into that. But give me a second. Let me use the restroom really quick, okay? 1 second. Okay, cool. Very awesome. Falling asleep? No sleep time. Is food stamps jealous? I don't know what food stamps is. I don't even know anymore. I don't even know. Anyway. The lead in before we get into the actual, meat of, what's going on with the, doxbringer food shop stuff. Let's a funny little meme thing. It's just like a Hutch today seemingly dismissed people with credible allegations of food shops being a self-described pedophile as wild claims by anti-fans. He dismisses this as just claims by Destiny anti-fans. If Hutch If Hutch spent a fraction of the effort he did looking into Kayagate, he would have easily found all the very public evidence. Like, it's not hard. It's actually pretty easy, especially if people are willing to give it to you. Like, you need to be careful about getting wrapped up in your own bubble. Like, I understand that, like, some people, like, view it as team sports, and so there's going to be a lot more bias. But sometimes, like, when somebody links you something that somebody said, it's actually not taken out of context. It's actually very clear to understand what they're saying in that moment. It's very clear that you probably shouldn't associate with this person. Or, I mean, if you're going to associate, just know who they are. Okay? That's all I'm saying. If you are going to associate, you know? Just be aware of these things. Because you just look like a fucking jackass otherwise.
For however long you want.
Okay, all right, I'll try to...
It was just so random because, like, I was getting... It was... I don't remember what night this was. This was, like, 7 or 8 months ago or something like that. I'm, like, laying down to go to bed, and oftentimes what I'll do is I'll pull out YouTube and I'll just kind of see what the algorithm pushes to me, and I'll line up... Sometimes I'll line up content for the next day. I'll look for, like, juicy videos that I think would be interesting to react to. And I opened up YouTube app, and I did the thing, and I went to the homepage, and boom, like, right on my front page was a food shop stream, and my name was in the title, and I don't remember what the context was about. I think it was like a live and learn fight. I don't know what it was.
I'm willing to believe him on this. I am willing to believe him on this. That being said, if you go in blind and then you come and associate with the person, right? Obviously, no one can just be like, wow, like you're endorsing this huge pedophile or whatever. Like, immediately, out the gate. No one can just say that, like, immediately out the gate, right? I think that would probably be unfair. Especially you just met the person. That being said, when you're linked up the information, maybe look at the information, despite it coming from maybe somebody who's an anti-fan. Maybe look, just for your own understanding of what anti-fans are even, like, making claims of, you should maybe look a little bit more closely. So you save yourself the embarrassment. I don't know why this is like a difficult thing suddenly.
A lot of fights back then. And I just decided, you know what? Fuck it. Let me like go over to my PC and like I typed in their chat. I was like, hey, what's up? And then we had a conversation for like 30 minutes. You know, it was just like totally random. And then I started seeing food shops like.
He's just like, welcome to the coalition. Welcome to welcome. Yeah, it's nice to have you as an ally. Not realizing who he's speaking to at all. It's just like, okay, like it's funny, right? Because you just don't know at that moment, right? It's not condemnable. But then, like, it just gets to be like, at this point, you're just like willfully ignorant.
Talking to like a bunch of people, like were they having those kinds of conversations before? Yeah, I was probably looking for drama slap. But yeah, that's how that whole thing popped up. And then I had like fucking dozens or hundreds of people in my replies that I think were like Destiny anti-fans that were making all kinds of wild claims about this person. I was like, wait, what is happening? Why is this happening?
You don't even have to be a Destiny anti-fan, necessarily speaking, to make these claims. That's the most annoying part, is that especially if like you were to link them to like the most recent quotes, the most recent spurg outs, the most recent bad behaviors, you know, this right here is pretty like condemnable, like on its own, within the sphere of DGG in of itself. So, like, J-Stock reviews, food slops hoping and wishing for Dan and his family to be harassed, doxxed, and even swatted amid their ongoing feud. That's totally insane to say, but I will say totally on brand. Why would you do this?
Nice.
I don't want to say food shop.
Like you can now just say officially, food shops is a danger to children, and like your assessment isn't wrong because it's like this person's making active calls for swatting, for potential violence on someone's kids. So it's not just a meme. Are people pressing him on the information because foodshops is a hardcore beta orbiter? Is Dan a Destiny anti-fan? No, I'm saying like it becomes problematic because Dan is within the sphere. He's like second in charge basically of DDG. So I'm saying like even at this point, it's like it becomes a little bit embarrassing if somebody sends you something like this. Maybe you should look at it because even it's not just an anti-fan thing. Like, even DGGers are like, yeah, this person's a fucking freak. For legitimate reasons.
It's wrong.
About what?
Well, they're a pedophile, so that's kind of expected.
Oh, shit!
And that's why I criticize his parenting, okay?
Oh, I thought you weren't supposed to do that. I thought it was really unhinged to criticize other people's kids and their parenting.
That's why I think it's a reasonable escalation, okay? That's why I think it's a reasonable escalation, okay? I hope that your wife gets harassed more at work, okay? Holy shit. Okay.
Oh, and now she's like totally psyched that people are doxing Dan's family. That's crazy. Apparently, she just immediately, Dan called her a pedophile, and she's just like, yep, this guy deserves to be doxed and harassed, and his family deserves to be doxed and harassed. Immediately. Bro, seriously? What?
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, I think this might be the one line. This may be the one line that Destiny might go, oh, actually, you gotta go. I'm not joking. That's crazy. Harassed at work, eh?
I wonder if Destiny's ever seen this. I would imagine Dan brought it to his attention, and Destiny is just like, I'll just start ignoring her. I'll just not really interact with her. I'll just like distance myself from her or something like that. This is just my speculation because it's just like how Destiny functions. It would just be like a slight ghosting or whatever. Just that's how I think it'll end. I already knows Destiny has voiced similar stuff on his streams in the past. There's a total bunch of cognitive dissonance happening here. Yeah. Like it's the same reason you should be upset with foodshops about this. You should even especially be upset at Destiny for this exact same behavior, but you're not. And you're not pinpointing it, and you're not meaningfully criticizing it, and you're just actually actively sanitizing the person because it benefits you to do so. Like, you want to remain ignorant. Like, I think this is a choice at this point. It's a willful choice. This is what Destiny has to do because food shops is a liability, literally a human hand grenade, yeah. But I think Destiny would disconnect the bridge for these statements because, you know, these statements are about Dan Saltman, not necessarily just for the, you know, just for the avocation in and of itself. If it was somebody he hated, he wouldn't care, obviously. It just wouldn't matter to him.
Well, what can you do? Haters gonna hate. Okay? They hate us because they ain't us. True. Holy shit, Jones. Bro, he called me a pedo. Yeah, of course I don't feel bad for him anymore. Yeah, or for his wife, or for his kids. What the fuck? Of course not. I hope they get harassed more.
Is this... Dude, is this... That's totally insane to say, okay? Obviously that's insane to say. It's totally fucking nuts. But, I will say, totally on brand. Totally on brand. This is kind of, Jesus Christ. Why would you do this?
Yeah, I hope he gets doxxed. I hope he gets swatted. Yeah, I don't care anymore.
Oh, okay. I keep pausing and going, oh, that's really crazy to say. And why would you ever... Okay.
And never ceases to amaze, basically. So there's that. Foodshops ostracized from the DGG inner circle after confronting Dan and Mooten about them calling her a pedophile, only for Dan to remind her that she went on stream to endorse the harassment and swatting of his family.
That the motivation in bringing that lawsuit, that is a predominating structural concern.
Zip told me that you guys were talking shit, calling me a pedo. What's going on here?
Yes, let's go. You have clips out of there saying that you're a pedophile. What are we supposed to think? I asked you in DGG chat once.
Yeah, that's a joke.
I asked you in DGG chat. I said, "Are you a pedophile?" And you typed ... and that was it. So why not just fucking answer it? Okay, why not just answer the question then? I don't know who you are. So I'm obviously trying to learn if you're a fucking pedophile or not. I've asked this a few times and you never fucking answer. Are you a pedophile? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, triple as. I won't call you a pedo anymore. How hard is that?
I mean, you can continue to call me pedo if you want. Like, I don't... like, what do you want? Wait, where is this even coming from? Wait, who's talking? Is it Mutant or is it Dan? You guys sound similar.
Oh, Mr. Mutant, you could call me a pedophile if you want, if that makes you feel better, Mr. Mutant. I want to be on your good side, Mr. Mutant.
Okay, we don't sound similar. And also, I don't think you get to say that when I've said it one time, and then you immediately go to a stream saying someone should swat my kids and harass my wife and kids more.
Okay, that's why I think it's a reasonable escalation, okay? I hope that your wife gets harassed more at work, okay? Holy shit. Holy shit, Foodshops. Bro, he called me a pedo. Yeah, of course I won't feel bad for him anymore. Yeah, or for his wife, or for his kids. What the fuck? Of course not. I hope they get harassed more. Yeah, I hope he gets doxxed. I hope he gets swatted.
Okay, I feel like that's redundant there. No, it's fitting for that, like, but we already saw that, yeah. Foodshops can't seem to keep Dan's family out of her mouth. She also claims Dan may join the anti-fan soon, that he's beneath her, and that the only reason Dan has a career now is because Destiny allowed it.
It's there.
I made him forget about Hassan? I guess so.
Okay. My mic is quiet? No, my mic is fine.
It's not a good thing to be the target here, Foodshops.
Oh, also, by the way, I can't tell whether or not you're more angry at me or you're more angry at Hassan at this point, okay? Like, if you're questioning who is more moral, Hassan or me, I think at this point, I think you probably should just log off and, I don't know, take care of your family, you know what I mean? I'm an adult, okay? I don't have time for this, okay? I need to cover
I think we all know who's more moral. By comparison.
Cover the actual anti-fans, although you may join them soon, okay? I need to cover a bunch of other shit, okay? I don't have time for you because you're insignificant to me, all right? So let's be very clear where you stand on the totem pole, all right? You're nothing to me. The only reason you have a career right now, and you know what, this applies to me too, but it applies even more so to you, okay? Which is why you're obsessed with controlling DGG. The only reason why you have a career is because Destiny allowed it. People were already coming to me before I even talked to Destiny on voice chat. You were nobody before Destiny. So let's be clear on where you stand, okay?
It's so funny, it's just like pure projection here. He had his own business and everything. I think he was basically retired by that point. Like, he had enough money to retire. He was good. He was Gucci. You're gonna talk about, like, you know, in terms of popularity or whatever on internet politics or whatever, or just internet drama space or whatever. Yeah, sure, but it's not like it was like a necessary thing to be involved in any of this stuff in terms of living that good life, living off, you know, financially well off.
You're pathetic, and you should probably log off and take care of your family, okay? It's a dick move to not take care of your family like this, okay?
Meanwhile, this is her entire life. There's also, it's gonna be like a comment. She makes a comment later about how, like, it's like what these people do, like me included. What these people do, they're just like obsessive the entire time. They're like snarking, but they're like snarking for free. Like I do snarking, but like I get paid for it. It's like you get paid for it because like Destiny allows it. You get paid as much as you do because Destiny allows it. You're nothing without him. Not really. Your whole entire existence is just a skinwalk. Like a worse version skinwalk of Destiny. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. It's pretty straightforward, you know? Anyway. Let's see your coverage of my conversation. We'll see how far we go. But, yeah. I watched like a tiny bit here or there. But I mostly wanted like some of this first. So like for context here, doxbringer decided to go like in Foodshops chat and just like bring this. I don't know why, but bring this up. I guess because it was related to like another conversation she was watching with Destiny or whatever. I think it was the Clinda stuff. So the like doxbringer needs like allies. And despite, you know, being upset about like, you know, the Epstein sanitization jokes or whatever, you know, Queeman or Perry being allegedly, you know, allowing grooming servers to exist, sweeping those under the rug, being concerned about sexism, you know, sexual predation, stuff like that. Despite all of these grievances, doxbringer decides to go over and, you know, collaborate with Foodshops, give Foodshops the link to this video, which, you know, It's pretty pathetic. It's pretty pathetic. It's pretty sad. It's actually pretty sad. It's actually pretty sad to reduce yourself to this. I think if I really wanted to be as bad faith as humanly possible, I think I could like make this like argument that doxbringer here decided to show this to food shops because she's well aware of how DGG's reputation is. She's well aware of food shops' reputation as a Destiny propagandist. She's well aware of all this information. She's not clueless. She knows all this stuff. She knows that they've been on doxing campaigns. And I'm just guessing. I'm just going to take a guess here. This is my bad faith lens. But it might not even be that bad faith. It might not actually be that bad faith, but this is my bad faith, like the most uncharitable lens of what her actions here are. I think she wanted to drive some attention towards me in a very specific way. I think she was hoping and is hoping that a very specific thing might happen. This is just a guess. This is just a hunch. Like, it wouldn't surprise me. Just to clarify on what actually happened in the server, because I'm happy to take accountability for what happened. The server was created on November 2024 and was originally designed for archiving music. Minors started to join the server, and that was originally fine because there was no weird degenerates. When the server started becoming more of a risk to children, I set up a role to stop children from being able to type. Minors could be seen in the member tab, making them a risk to bad actors, and they could also access the VC channel. This, however, was a mistake. From what I know of, no minor has ever seen anything pornographic in that server. This is just from AAAA's perspective here. I'm glad my poor moderation got called out. That server no longer has channels to talk in and is pretty much exclusively an archive of music I found over the years. So, if AAA has more details and wants to elaborate on that, they're welcome to type that in chat or come into VC and talk about that more in depth. That's just up to them. But, you know, this is AAA's perspective on everything about this server's existence involving minors. I'm just reading the words. For all I know, it could be a lie. For all I know, it could be the truth. All I do know is that doxbringer has been untrustworthy. So, I'm reading the words. This is the AAA's side. And thank you for typing that all out. Appreciate that. Doxbringer gets pulled towards a doxing community. Another doxbringer crash out in chat. No, I don't think this is. I'm pretty sure AAA is not doxbringer. This doesn't seem like doxbringer. I'm pretty sure this is AAA. I don't think doxbringer is portraying as someone else. Okay. Anywho. Oh, wait. I almost kind of want to... It might be a side thing. We'll do it as a side thing. I wanted to kind of start with it, but I also kind of don't. We'll just do it as a side thing. We'll let most of the coverage go first. Okay, let's speed.
Okay. Just take the other. What? Okay. Damn, Savant's full shit. What? I don't. It's like doesn't have as much arc. Focus to say B5. Oh, like it's not like a consolidated plot. It's like more scattered, I guess. Okay. All right.
They have doxed. Are you talking about doxbringer? Like, Rael's sensitive PII information was in a VC, not publicly on a stream, but in a VC, exposed in specific ways, brought attention to in specific ways, as a talking point, as insults. It's like soft doxing, basically. It's like it's everything you can do to like be like, you know, if anyone was curious enough, they would probably put 2 and 2 together. Is how I would put it. And yeah, in this call, I had to cut out like 24 minutes. Raya was in this call the first 24 minutes, and it got pretty heated, and the PII was pretty sensitive material. It got pretty explicit at some points, especially, I think. So we had to cut it in completely, those first 24 minutes. So, yeah. But in terms of food shops, if food shops doxes, Destiny's community doxes, Destiny himself doxes, I don't know if food shops has ever directly doxed herself, like doxed anyone, but food shops has endorsed doxing and swatting. So, yeah. She also threatened to dox Aiko in the past. Yeah. True.
Foundation was pretty interesting.
Okay, are we gonna start it or not? Come on, buddy. Let's go.
Completely betrayed the books. We'll watch it like you watch Trek. But then they canceled it, and I'm sad.
Cool.
I thought it was the best fucking shit I've ever seen. Like, I was like, oh my god.
Oh man, if we could get Vegeta in here, is Vegeta online? That'd be cool. I'll see if I can. Yeah. I'll see if I can pull a miracle. I don't think he's online though.
Constantly on the edge of my seat and watching V. What the fuck is V? Also, I tried to get into like carbon steel or some shit like that before. I was like, nah, this isn't for me. Star Trek sucks. Okay, dude. Okay, that's how I know. Okay, never mind. Your opinion is just incorrect. TNG is my favorite show of all time. TNG is my favorite show of all time. You need, okay, Fantasy Keeps, you need to suggest a show that, do you like anything? Do you like anything? Like, you basically just, like, yeah, I don't know, right? Are you one of these, like, you know, it's so cool. Okay, well, House MD? No, I don't care about House.
Oh my god.
No. I'd rather watch Animal Planet. Post live debate? No, I can't do it. I just...
Wait, what happened? Food shops dox someone and remove the stream?
No, I can't.
I mean, this wouldn't surprise me. I'm not saying that's definitively true. You're just a chatter. I have to take that with a grain of salt, Mr. Chatter. But it wouldn't surprise me.
I can't do it. I just... I can't do it. Okay, I just can't do it. What? Jesus. I just want Jordan Peele to make more movies. Nope was the last one, and that was like, what, years ago, I think? Jesus Christ. If we're actually doing this? No, there's
Wait,
no
when
movie
was
thing.
Nope?
Boring.
I know Jordan Peele's supposed to... There's like a rumor he's supposed to... I don't think this is actually true, but there's a rumor he's supposed to do like a Marvel Studios movie. If there was ever like a good, experimental, interesting Marvel Studios movie to be made, it would be made by Jordan Peele. But when was Nope? Nope was like 2022? Holy shit, that was 4 years ago? Really? God, time fucking flies. He's a bit overrated. Get Out is great. Get Out is great. And then the other two are like pretty good. They're pretty good. They're like not exceptional. Some people think they're exceptional, like Get Out, or better than Get Out, and it's like, no, you're capping.
oh, Breaking Bad. Maybe I'll just watch Breaking Bad. Like, you can't. It just makes no sense. You know.
Go, come on. He wanted to do weapons. He probably would have done a good job with weapons. I've never seen it, but I'm sure he would have done a good job. I've heard good things about it. By the way, I saw Marty Supreme. That movie fucking rocks. That movie rocks. I like it a lot. I didn't know a Safdie brother actually directed it. It actually makes sense now. So, I mean, like, yeah. It's kind of like, it gives me the entire feelings of, like, Uncut Gems, but with a, like, I don't want to spoil it too much. I think it's based on a true story anyway, so I don't think it matters that much. But, like, it gives you, like, a happier ending. Dude, there were some moments, though, oh my god. Like, I'm just sensitive with animal abuse. I am sensitive to animal abuse stuff. Like, there was one particular moment where I'm like, oh my god, dude. Like, I just felt so fucking bad. All I could think about is like, how's the dog? How is the dog? Is the dog okay? Is the dog okay? Please. And like, dude, it made me hate the character for quite a while because like, it was like, there was like a serious accident and like the character is just like so super focused on, you know, not taking, you know, accountability for anything, trying to get to the next place, trying to do the next thing, just solely focus on his goals or whatever. Dude, that tub scene dude, I just felt so bad. I thought the dog was crushed almost like it was gonna bleed out or something. I felt so bad. Thank God. Holy shit. Like I think unironically, I'm so sensitive to animal abuse scenes that aside from the exception of like John Wick, because it kind of like is like the starting process, and even that was kind of hard to do the first time. I'm just like, dude, I just especially if it's like from the main character, I'm just like, yeah, I'm fucking out, bro. I thought about it, I was like, it depends on how this dog's doing, because like, I don't know. I felt really bad. I was just imagining if that was a real life scenario that actually happened, and I just felt so bad for the dog. I felt bad for the guy too, but the guy ended up being a piece of shit. So like, you know, to the degree that you can feel bad for somebody being in an accident, but like the guy was like a massive piece of shit anyway. But Tyler, the Creator, was in it too, and he needs to do more acting. Not that he was like super exceptional, but he was solid in it. Timothy Chalamet did an excellent job. Gwen Paltrow is amazing in it. I don't know the girlfriend's name. I swear to God, I don't know her name. I feel bad, but like she was great in it. Everyone was solid. The music was great. I really liked the soundtrack to it. Oh, that soundtrack fucking rocked. There's a like an energy to the movie the entire time that was just, it kept moving and it kept you invested. Yeah, just really solid. I think I like Uncut Gems more as a movie, but I think I like the ending more than Uncut Gems. I think the ending works for this like film so well, and it's just like there's stuff to leave up to interpretation where it's like there's a growth, but then like you have to like think about like the last scene is like, okay, you can interpret that as like there's a growth moment of taking accountability and like raising, you know, the kid, but is he doing this primarily because he has no other options? Like his dream is dead, or is it, and he's crying about his dream being dead, and this is like basically his forced to, even if there is a sincere love, or is it like just like I've moved past this, I don't need this? And I think you can interpret both and into the character. Have I seen Good Time? Good Time's crazy good. It's a crazy good time. God, that was corny. No, it's yeah, that movie rocks. That movie, Good Time is awesome. Barbara Pattinson in that is incredible. But yeah, Timothy Chalamet, that guy, That guy's a good actor. That guy's a really good actor. Anyway.
In PO shorts, maybe. 80,000 is not okay. First. What? Oh. 4 seasons? That's not too long. I know it doesn't sound too long. But like but
go.
First cape is excellent. Okay. I think I'm good. Okay. There was this person who called Duck. Right. Okay. All right.
There it is. There we go.
I think the other day, there was this person who called Duckbringer, and immediately right off the bat, like it's pretty obvious that Duckbringer was a Destiny anti-fan. Okay, she describes herself as a snarker. She describes herself as a Hassan fan. And whatever, right?
It's so funny because to be charitable to Duckbringer, it's like it's very clear that like in terms of like level of charitability and level of like whether or not you like the content creator and enjoy the content creator's actual content in of itself. Duckbringer is clearly not an appreciator like I am or like a lot of other people in this like community is by comparison. So like even this is just like being critical of Destiny at all, and then like having a little bit more charitability, even if you don't even like Hassan, to the extent where you actually feel like he's like what Duckbringer, by Duckbringer's perspective, is that he's as harmful as Ethan, as harmful, stuff like that, right? Then it's like even then it's like, oh, I mean, like you're just a Hassan fan. It's just like the most one-dimensional gay fucking way of viewing any of this. It's just like so boring. It's so bland.
So I received...
It's so thoughtless.
So Duckbringer contacted me last night, okay? And she told me that she was leaving the anti-fan space. The reason for that is because they are immensely sexist. Wow, that's amazing. You don't say.
It's so crazy of you to fucking say this. Let's go with the space, and let's talk about the space in general. Just very briefly, just touch on the like sexism, racism, transphobia of the space, and I'll be the one to say it. Like, and I said it in this call too. A lot of these fucking spaces, even some of the more leftist spaces, engage in some form or another of all of these things. It's like a societal thing. And, especially if you're engaging in jokes and you have an edgy bit of sense of humor, you're going to play with like some things, you're going to play with some ideas, and like at its heart, some of those things inherently, the joke is carved into the racism, the sexism, the homophobia, the transphobia, or even like, shitting on the upper class, or white people as a societal construct and stuff like that, like just cracker behavior. Like everything is on the table, necessarily speaking. There are lines, obviously, and there are people who are genuinely transphobic, but like, oh wait, you mean to tell me like this place here, this like snarker space, can be sexist? Of course it can. But like you have to understand the level of degrees and scale of harm, and what behavior is going on. What behavior are you allowing to go on? Are you allowing a rapist cult leader, a constant violator of somebody's consent, gaslight you and take control of your entire life and lead you into becoming a food shops zip like figure? Or are you, engaging in a space that, while highly critical of these same kind of people, will be a lot more apathetic probably? And it's all dependent on the person here too. It's all dependent on the individual too. Like, and in this space, there are various political opinions too. There are various different political opinions for the most part. Some less respected than others, but generally speaking, there's like a shared mutual interest of shitting on, specific content creators for specific behaviors, And like for me personally, like the level of behavior that is actually harmful is being enacted by conservatives on a wider spectrum of like on a wider societal harm. So Nazis, you know, the Trump administration, all that, like, I'm willing to criticize all that on a political level, especially, and then criticize and snark the people like Tactical Templar or Asmongold, yes. And then you have the liberals, the liberal Zionists, right? And their contributions, their level of harms. And then their actual personal life, what level of behavior that they're doing that is actually harmful. So like some things are going to take priority. Duh. Level of harm is going to take priority. If somebody's past a threshold of a level of like low cal, horror cal behavior, they're going to get picked on the most. They're going to be criticized the most. Especially if they have power. Especially if they have power. I don't think people are bothered so much about the trans thing as much as the PDF thing. I don't know what you mean by that. I'm not going to be real. I don't know what exactly you mean by that. Anyway. Oh, I think I know what you mean. When people are criticizing food shops. I mean, there are those people that like put those two and two. Like they say like, oh, food shops is trans. Of course she was going to be like a pedophile freak. Like so, like you know, the old people that genuinely just connect the two, which is obviously transphobic.
And she, as a woman, obviously she didn't feel welcome in that space, and she told me that, yeah, here is the debate between me and Queeman over Destiny and over other shit, apparently. And apparently Duckbringer spurred out and started calling Queeman a PDF. Based, I guess.
Wait. Tell me how much you don't pay attention to just somebody giving you a descriptor of what video you're about to watch. Did she think this was a conversation between her and Queeman?
And apparently Duckbringer spurred out and started calling Queeman a PDF. Based, I guess. To somebody who calls everybody else PDFs, he kind of deserves it, okay? So, you know what? Duckbringer is just a viewer. Duckbringer is just a person in this space, so fair enough, okay? But I do hold Queeman to higher standards, alright? With that being said, okay? He is like one of the core anti-fans.
He deserves being called a pedophile because he calls other people pedophiles. I mean, like, sure, like there'll be people who are less like sympathetic. Yeah, Queeman's a big boy. He'll be fine. He'll be like, this is what I also said in the video. He'll be fine. Like, he's got thick skin. He's cool. It's chill. Like I'm standing firm on the principle though that if you're making an allegation suggesting like there's if you make an actual accusation suggesting that he's intentionally sweeping up for like a grooming server with minors and stuff like that, that's an actual harm. That's an actual thing that's happening that you're suggesting is happening. It's not merely that, oh, Queeman's a pedophile because, he's more nuanced on the topic of what actually is pedophilia, and the level of harm, what is the level of harm of lolicon material in the first place. These are distinctly different things, when somebody calls you a pedophile for, bringing up these talking points or arguing about that, then it's like, sure, like that's going to happen. That's not going to be taken as seriously. But like Duckbringer brings up like an actual accusation, like an actual like intentional behavior that would suggest that he is okay with like minors being harmed in some way, shape, or form, being groomed in some way, shape, or form in a sexual manner. Like these aren't like casual accusations. That being said, no one's going to take it serious because it's doxbringer, But, that is what is happening.
So, yeah, this is apparently the confrontation between Duckbringer, former anti-fan now, And well, she's still an anti-fan. She's still technically a Destiny anti-fan, but she doesn't want to be in this community. And she basically told me, yeah, everything you have said about them was correct. Yeah. So you know what?
It's so sad. The behavior is so sad. Like, you know what's funny too is like I'm willing to also like, what was it? The anti-fans are sexist? You're telling me people like Ryle Kittenhouse arrested for holy shit. They're just, Jesus Christ, holy fuck. They're just outright saying shit. What the fuck, man? We're not reading that chat, okay? What the fuck, bro? Chill. What the fuck? That chat is an unhinged chat. I really should have expected it, but god damn, man. But like, listen. I think if you were to ask Ryle or Kathy or any person, there is a level of accountability that they need to, have when talking about how they deal with women in the space or talk about women. I don't think I do think like when it comes down to it, like, there are those levels of behavior. Along with transphobia, along with homophobia. So it's like, oh, you're telling me I went into this community that was snarking Destiny or whatever, and it's not squeaky clean, it's not super level. Yeah, no, it's not. It's not. It never pretended to be. It never was. That, is like that the things being called out are actually like there's okay. Say for example, you got the average sexist kind of man, right? Who isn't like strong in their sexism. Like there's like sexist like ideas that they have of women, obviously. But it's not to the effect where like if they see a woman getting like abused right in front of them or some shit, that they're just gonna like let that like happen without like trying to help out the person. Because it's like the level of sexism where it's like it's like, men and women are different, and there's some like negative qualities, about women that I particularly don't like. But I don't want to see women being like forcefully raped. I don't want to see women being physically abused. Or I don't want women to not have voting rights. Stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like there's like a general yeah, we're meaningfully different, and there's some negative attributes that I really hate about women. But it's not to the tier where it's like I want this to happen to you. And don't get me wrong. Do not mishear me here. A disgusting amount of men, unfortunately, are that sexist. Do not misunderstand. This is absolutely true. But yeah, in terms of like a scale, if I were to describe, if I were to describe like the people that like I've interacted with in the space, it's closer to something like that when there's like some pretty sexist attributes.
I'm glad, okay? I know I'm correct, okay? Trust me, I've seen enough. But you know what? That's a long list of confirmations, okay? But, alright, let's see, okay? So this is somebody escaping the cult.
I'm not letting Windy Fox in. He can go burn.
As someone who comes from a totally different space,
also, it's a cult? Wait, who's the cult leader? Wait, technically a cult doesn't need a cult leader, does it? I don't think it does. But like, I guess that's true. Do cults need cult leaders? Like, is there always like a figurehead? Probably not all the time. I'm pretty sure like there are. I think most cases in cults there's like a figurehead. There's like a leader that it's like, all right, here's the ideology. Here's all the talking points. Here are all the things. Most of the way the space operates is like through like individuals deciding on their own accord to gather like logging information about other people. I think that's how it usually functions, and it's just all like on their own like accord of like, you know, comparing notes and stuff like that, you know. But I don't think there's necessarily this like a strict rule set. I think the closest you can say if there was like a cult like aspect to it is that there's certain figureheads obviously that are like the, you know, ones giving out primary talking points or whatever, but you know, for the most part, like, it's pretty disorganized. It's not like all revolving around one figure.
Yeah, there's doxbringer.
And for it being a cult, by the way, if we want to call it a cult, for it being a cult, there's a lot of diversity of fucking opinion. I don't know. There's like this, you know, there's you know, there's a lot of conflict with certain individuals. People have different conflicts with each other one by one. There's just only a shared mutual interest in terms of like who's the primary like person we want to like snark the most or whatever. Might be an FBI informant. Be careful. Read Order of the Nine. Okay, dude. You can have cults decentralized, centered around splinter cells and groups. I suppose so. It feels like what happens, like, especially with these kind of like communities, is like, it's like, how do you not be a cult? How do you not be a cult? I think one of the things that you can do to not be a cult is basically just be like, I don't know. Wait, I don't even know how that would work, because like you want to like structure your community in a specific way. You don't want it to be just no rules, no nothing. But you also don't want to like, you don't want to like set it too strictly to where it's like you have to follow my every single, you know, command. You have to think exactly like me or whatever. Like that's definitely not how I want to operate. It's just like what's the most responsible way to where like you're not even inadvertently running a cult, you know? So yeah, something to think about, you know? Something to think about.
I don't know. Oh, I know this sodomy person is apparently insane. I don't know. Fucking know. Oh yeah, I've also been told that Ryle Kittenhouse is the one who sent Duckbringer to me, to troll me, maybe to honey trap me. I don't know what it is to do, but
wait, Ryle Kittenhouse sent Duckbringer. Oh yeah, Ryle. Yeah, Ryle. Yeah, Ryle sent Duckbringer as a troll. Yeah. It is funny. It's a funny little troll. Funny little troll moment.
It's just such a weirdo. Like this Ryle person was like I was told that Ryle was trying to get Duckbringer to confront me, maybe? I don't know. Something fucking weird. But yeah, Ryle Kittenhouse. That would be J Stuck's editor, yeah. Who is the confirmed domestic abuser, alright, convicted.
Oh, great. Cool. Oh my god, dude! What do we do with this? Should I have expected this? Should I have expected this? Jesus Christ, man. Do we want to just try to... What the fuck, bro? I can't live, bro. I can't live. Kiwi Farms is a cult? Yeah, kinda. Oh yeah, no. It's closer and closer to a cult, actually. There is a figurehead. There's like a primary guy in charge, I would say, that they probably all generally respect to a certain degree. Obviously not all of them, but... Jeez, man. Holy fuck. I think it's pretty fine to call. I think it's pretty fine that if you actually believe they're bad actors, if you actually, I think Perry's more of a troll, obviously. So obviously, I think.
I mean, we have a lot of discussions about it. He's a troll and kind of doing like an avant-garde art satire.
I think he's okay with abusing people and engaging in like destructive content.
But you engage in that. You participate in the spaces yourself.
Stop interrupting me. So when somebody engages in destructive content and their community incentivizes them with money for that, I find them to be a reckless actor, even if they don't have real intent originally to engage more in that abusive behavior. They're incentivized by their community to engage more in it. I see a lot of that when it comes to the Perry gaming space.
I wonder who this represents. Like, it represents food shops. You're incentivized to be like a dishonest like hack. Like, your entire structure of making money is incentivized to be a dishonest hack. Even with your honest feelings of like being the victim, when you self-victimize yourself, you justify like the worst kind of things. You justify like going above and beyond and lying about other people because you're like, oh, it's happened to me. It's okay to do that. Except for like there might be things that like I'm not aware of that people lie on food shop's name about. I'm sure that happens. I think it happens to everyone. But like the core aspects of like, oh, like, you know, food shops, I think you're a pedophile. It's like, you're just lying about me. You're just calling me a pedophile. It's like as if it came out of nowhere. It's just like, it's grifting. It's grifting. It's just... GriftTube.
I just don't feel like I have any.
I came from 4chan. I came from 4chan.
I came from 4chan.
From like I did voice threads on 4chan where I voice acted like roleplay stuff. I did like a lot of shit for people's like stream intros and whatever.
So similar in that it has sardonic humor, but different in intent or like rules. Like I was in 4chan when I was young and part of Project Clambake, where we did all of the attacks on the Church of Scientology by using low orbiting ion cannon to DDoS their websites and then send endless faxes of blank all black pages to empty their ink at nighttime.
We love this. We love this reaction. Something bounced in my head, and I'll never actually do this because on principle, I think that pragmatically. Like, it's principle first, then it's pragmatic second. On principle, it's just like, don't, if somebody does like a poor, reaction stream to like your content, and they make money off of your content, it's like, that's annoying. But like, I think I'd prefer everyone be able to watch my content anyway. I'd prefer that. I'm cool with that. Even if they abuse it. Because, like, I could just make fun of the transformation of the content being so dog shit anyway. I could just do that. You're just giving me content to work with there. But it is a little annoying having the whole, like, this Hassan guy, he does like chair reacts. He does chair reacts, and it's like the loner boxes or the food shops or the Destinies and all that. Like, you do like the same dog shit fucking reactions. Where like there's like very little input, and the input is usually dog shit, and then are off track. They miss the entire points because they're playing their fucking video game or some shit like that. I used to think it was kind of a cool backdrop, and somewhat I think it is kind of neat of having like a video game playing and the backdrop while you're watching a video. But then like the more I think about it, it like actually pisses me off more, and I'm like, actually this kind of fucking sucks, because like then you kind of realize like why they fucking don't understand or misinterpret so much, because they're like half paying attention, like a fucking idiot. They're doing like half-ass content. Like, this is actually kind of fucking annoying. So, I don't know. that's on principle, it's just like, I would never DMCA anyone doing like poor reaction streams to my stuff personally. Pragmatically, if I DMCA'd, even if it was justifiable, I don't want to. It would be not worth it in the long run. It just wouldn't, because then it just like incentivizes like the same kind of response back towards whoever I do it to. If like they actually did unfairly, and then like say I react to their content, but I actually transform it pretty fairly, they'll just feel incentivized to do the same in return to me or some shit. So, it is what it is. DMCA the fuck out of people. I did. Well, I didn't DMCA, but I did do something. I did do something while she was streaming. We'll get to that. We'll get to that when we can.
I was never technologically literate enough to do anything like that.
Yeah, but that would not be tolerated in this, community. It's a different thing. So like I'm having to learn as I listen, just because I don't listen to NPR as much anymore because it's so bleak. So I just have to listen to people that are in the community because it's very different.
The
I guess my issue is like, for example, making a casual joke about Rails fail docs. In a private space that I know, which I think when I originally made it was in Snarky Chat, I suspect it's not going to be recorded.
Actually, let's do a timer right now. Let's start it now. Let's see how long it takes to respond with something substantive. Let's do that. I didn't do this very often, but I've done this before in the past. Let's see how long it takes for a meaningful. Let's do a timer right now. Set in now. Stopwatch. And go.
People probably recorded it because they're stupid fucks, right? If I'm making a joke in a private space about that, between somebody that I have a long list of DMs with, I almost consider that a safer environment than if I was just blatantly projecting.
We're 12 seconds, eating.
So I probably have a problem with understanding the space in terms of.
Arc Raiders, yeah.
Yeah, somebody has a failed doc to claim it's not them, and I make a joke about it in private versus 23
seconds.
Somebody in public
what we got to
a lot
say?
of my information.
What do we got to say?
That did damage me actively.
What we got to do?
Damage my character.
What are we doing?
And has damaged
what
my
are we
character.
doing, food
Nobody
shops?
cares about that.
33, 35 seconds, 35 seconds.
Rile. Now I can't.
What do we got to say? What do we got to do?
Failed docs that I wasn't dating Resi.
What are we gonna say? What are we gonna input?
Those are things that are.
What's our original commentary?
Own up.
Let's go. Let's go. 47 seconds. 47 seconds.
Resi is Brezavir.
I'm joking about that.
Oh, substantive. Very substantive. Not substantive enough though. However, 55 seconds.
It's me, but I can't. At all.
I'll give you a little bit of leniency. 56 seconds.
It feels a little hypocritical. I understand how it comes off as edgy, but ultimately I think that if his position is that it's a fail docs, he needs to learn to kind of roll with it just the same way that if somebody
1 minute 10, 1 minute 10, 1 minute 10.
Personally identifying to try
Let's go.
To
Let's see if we can get anything substantive.
Forward, I need to not respond to it.
Let's get some substance.
Because that's going to reveal more about my character.
Substance. 123. 124. Oh,
this was how they spent New Year's, by the way.
Oh, awesome. What did you do for New Year's? Did you stream? Did you stream? Did you stream on New Year's? What did she do for New Year's? What was her New Year's? So it was 2 years. Okay, fair enough. Maybe she had plans. Cool. Despite that, not substantive enough commentary. Despite that, like, who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Who asked? I'm pretty sure I'm allowed to spend my New Year's however the fuck I want. I'm pretty sure this is like fun to me. I'm pretty sure. What's meaningfully different? What's meaningfully different? Oh, I go outside, I touch grass, I go get drunk at a fucking bar. Oh, I have some sex? Cool. Awesome, I guess. Yeah. That's cool. That's always cool. Yeah, that's always on the table. That's always cool. It is good to do that. But who cares? What was the point? What is your lifestyle? What is your lifestyle? Look at your lifestyle, you fucking loser. What makes you meaningfully different? Freak? You fucking freak? Anyway, continuing. Okay, we're gonna be generous. We're taking. Right now it says 153, but we're taking 10 seconds off the top. Take 10 seconds. We're going to treat it as if it's 10 seconds. 143. We're going to treat it as 143 right now. Still not substantive.
Let's go to the hospital.
Okay. The stream that she's watching is paused. What is she going to say?
Go to that metro.
This is how they spent New Year's.
Oh.
No hoes. Nope.
Awesome. Cool. Who are your hoes? Who are your bitches? Who are your hoes? Who are your bitches? Who are your hoes? Who are your bitches? Food shops. Who are your hoes? Not food shops. Who are your hoes? Who are your bitches? Wait, isn't she like, these are your hoes and your bitches. This is your hoes and bitches. This is your hoes and bitches. Art. Things you will never have in real life. A real relationship. Something you will never have in your real life. And God forbid you actually do have that. I pray on their soul. I pray on their fucking soul that they will be able to recover from whatever fucking disease you give them. Whatever mind rot you give them. It's crazy, dude. Yeah, she said that like she's a socialite. Listen, not to be that guy, because I don't pretend like I'm like the most social guy or I've ever been the most social guy in my entire life. But, you know, for a long period of time, for a very decent chunk of time, I was pretty damn social with a lot of people. I went to enough parties. I've socialized with enough people. I've had my drinking parties. I've had my smoking weed parties, chill sessions. I've had all those things. That stuff is fun. That stuff is cool. I would like to do that sometime in the future. Sometimes that stuff got out of hand. That's not all there is to life. It doesn't make you as cool as you think it does. None of this stuff makes you as cool as you think it does. Having reliable friends, loyal friends, decent people with decent morals around you, decent people who give a fuck about you, good friends, good family, that's more important at the end of the day. So, you know, I think I'm content. I think I'm good. Thanks for the life advice, I guess, Food Shops. Appreciate it. I got to see a pretty good crash out and had dinner with my family. Thanks, Emery. Yeah, no problem. No problem. No problem. No problem with that. Also, I feel like New Year's is one of those days where it's like, yeah, you can spend it with like friends and shit like that, but like, dog. Not ever. I really gotta do that. Like most times, like holidays, I'm spending with like family and friends during Christmas. I saw some movies with my friend when he was visiting. He was in Austin, came over, did that shit, spent time with my family on Christmas. Don't you know, Emery? That's what Food Shops is about. Hanging out with the bitches on New Year's Eve. Also, aren't you like the antisocial fucking loser who's getting kicked out of your place because you're not a good friend? You're not good at socializing. You're getting kicked out because you're a fucking spurg. Have I had sex with a stranger in a porta potty? Thank God, no. That sounds disgusting. I think the most risque it got is in a theater. Like, that's about it. That, like, I'll just say, that's about the most risque. Listen, man. Listen. Now I turned your no substance into substance. You see how a react happens? You see how, like, you know, working with the content happens? This is how it functions.
Partners, alone forever.
I'll mute.
It's so funny, too, because it's, like, literally just it's just projection. It's literally just projection. I got head in the movies before. It was great. That's always amazing. Yeah.
Marie.
No love.
Sorry for meeting you for so long, Emery. I had a diatribe.
They're all
Also, I'm
old.
gonna ban many fucks.
Probably fat.
Burn in hell.
Where were we at? I don't even remember what I was gonna say.
I think that's Emery's voice.
Oh, I thought
just-
Wendy was
I have
bothering me
a-
about like why you are running or some shit. I don't know. And then I was like,
Yeah, I
Thomas
got
Mendes? Hey,
he's a troll. I don't give a fuck about him. If you're somebody who's going to antagonize somebody over fucking war crimes that you know that they're personally impacted by,
You know what? At least treat yourself, you know? At least take a break from the internet a little bit, right? But
and that's not a problem. But apparently, me joking about somebody's failed docs is a problem. I don't want to be a part of that community. So if you're a part of that community and that's weird,
it's such a strange thing. At least treat yourself, bro. You're on this shit like 24/7, dog. What are we talking about? Also, here's the other thing. I think I literally do this. I get like preoccupied with my actual real life, where like I'll have like chaotic. It's like work and shit like that, and other shit going on, where like I'll have times where like I can't stream for like multiple days in a row. So I mean, it's just strange, but okay.
do you?
that's a
you're
hard
not
taco.
probably gonna get along here. I'm gonna keep streaming. I'm not gonna really interact with Starkey.
I actually
interacted with tonight because I had something to say and people made a big deal about it.
I just
Apparently
genuinely,
it's not very big deal.
I don't know how you think you're any more different from any of the other people you've been criticizing here after today.
I don't abuse women and I don't platform
Friendly.
people to make fun of them.
Been actively,
I don't
actively
try to,
alluding to people's doxes.
I don't try to I've never tried to monetize that. I've only done that in private. I've said worse things in private. What do you mean?
Also, here's the other
It's okay
thing.
to do
this to people in private, dude. If I'm like such a fucking loser, if most of these people are such fucking losers, why are you scared? Why are you running? If our ideas are so stupid, if our ideas are so chaotic and crazy and like out of this world insane, why not use that as content? Why not do that? Have you ever thought about that? Like, I don't know, man. I don't even think you have to be like that good of a debater to be like, if like the ideas are like just solid enough, you can just argue the ideas. Make it transparent. Make it clean. Yeah, she openly admits to being too afraid to debate. Yeah. Sad. Very sad. And public VCs or anything like that?
If it's a failed doc, yeah, it's the same way that people feel comfortable saying shit about me that's not true.
It's still
I don't get it. What's dude? Listen. This is your primary income, right? Listen. Stop playing your fucking stupid game and actually listen and engage. Dog. Dude, it's very fortunate. It's very fortunate for you that I am not one of those people that would do some fucking Ethan Klein shit. I swear to God, dude. It's very fortunate. Very fortunate. Holy fuck, man.
Just, I again would say that having studied a lot of like private militias and
Oh, wait. Okay, this is what I think is happening, okay? I think what's happening is they've been doing anti-fan shit to Duckbringers because I think they've been making content out of Duckbringers because she's like a fortune weirdo, I guess.
Oh? Wait, dude, I was like, oh my God. Like, there's like a true aspect to like, oh, I made content off Duckbringer. Yes. Duckmas Eve. But like, I didn't just decide one day, and neither did Kathy or Ryle, by the way. None of us just decided one day to just like crash out and just make content and just like farm her. It was a reaction to like her hostility towards us and her ineptitude. It's like a meaningful reaction. Like we just didn't decide openly out of nowhere to be like, you know what I want to do today? You know what I want to do today? I just want to bully Duckbrainer. That's what I want to do today. For this call specifically, I will admit this part. There was a boredom in the air. It was a silent night. And you know, we did want to provoke a little bit. We want to provoke there for our own enjoyment. But there was also some things that, like, she kept ducking me on. Play on words not intended. Like, she actively dodged me on that she never addressed with me, my own grievances. So it wasn't just boredom for me. It was basically like, oh no, like, you're running from me. I want you to address these things. I want to address these things with you. So while, like, for Ryle or Kathy or anyone else, it's like, it's more so like poking and prodding. It's like, I have legitimate grievances. Like, I have legitimate issues. Like, more legitimate, you know? It's more personal.
And I think what's going on is that as a revenge, because she's like, why should I hold myself to standards, right? Because, again, I'm a part of this community, okay? You guys are doing the same thing to me. So therefore, she's saying, well, then I am going to allude to...
No one doxed Duckbringer. No one did that. And we are all not responsible for... Say, let's go with the idea that Perry is responsible for Duckbringer's, the stalker stuff and, like, the harassment or whatever, anything like that. I'm not responsible for that. I'm not responsible for that. Ryle's not responsible for that. Kathy's not responsible for that. None of us are responsible for that. Like, it's the group mindset. It's the hive mindset. Foodshops is just so attached to. We're a collective. We're a collective. Whatever Destiny does, whatever Destiny says goes. I'm on board. I endorse this comment. Like, we're independents. We have our own opinions. Did Duckbringer get doxxed? No one doxxed Duckbringer. There was an issue with, like, somebody, like, stalking her. Bare minimum harassment. I'm not responsible for doxing anyone either. Your title, you literally, I had to cut it out. And these fucking assholes are bringing it up, by the way. I had to skip a couple things. You literally did that. Why do you think Ryle got so upset? Explain why Ryle got so upset. Or explain why Ryle was not in the call. Explain yourself. If you had issues, it didn't need to be a VC. You could make it into content. Why would I trust you with a private call? Why would I trust you with a private call? You're a constant liar. You know what he did and what I referenced. Let's go to that, Perry. Let's go to that stuff, by the way. The same behavior that you accuse that other person of doing to you, the harassment, is the same behavior you're doing to Smug. Smugbug. So you have to deal with the fact that you're acting just like this person. What are the constant messages? Ignore. They're out like, dude, what is this? And they very clearly tell you a lot of times that, like, you're like we don't want to interact with you. We don't want to be like friends with you. We don't want to endorse you. We don't want you in our space. You have your own space. You have full control over. Use that instead. Similarly, Sport shouldn't be posting clips of you here. I'm going to assume in good faith you don't understand it. It's weird to promote your stream in the server when you pushed us into distancing. How did you push them? You constantly annoyed the fuck out of them by your own standards. And you refuse to elaborate on, like, any more specifics in sharing that, which is a choice. But, like, if you expect me to just, like, oh, I'm just gonna assume you're right. I'm just gonna assume you're, like, telling the truth fully. And then you've got, also the reputation of being kicked out of multiple communities over and over and over again. Because of these, like, blowouts, like these schizomanic meltdowns or whatever. Whatever you want to call it. Like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that. Also, have content slandering people and wonder why people are not treating you seriously. Dude, you went over to fucking food shops. This is also against your own morals and principles. You're sanitizing food shops. You're interacting with food shops. Someone who is advocated for doxing and swatting. Actively advocated for it. So, good job, doxbringer. Good job. Good job. Notice he won't read these chat messages. I called him a... Yes, the things that you were saying there were alluding. You still don't understand. You still don't understand. And you were saying more than that. You were saying more than that. But just in case you don't say more than that, well, you fuck off. Fuck off.
To people's doxes, okay?
Also, yeah, I know you're still listening. What was it? What was the intention? What was the intention? Why you want to put the spotlight on me for? What's the goal there? What's the goal? What do you? What's up with that? What's up with that? Well, I'm just gonna send this to food shops who's advocated for doxing and swatting before. Yeah, man. Thanks. Appreciate that. Not that food shops wasn't aware of my presence as is, but it seems kind of intentional. It seems like a choice. Seems like a choice here. Let me repair my doxing, like the image that I'm a doxer by going over to a doxing community and hanging out with doxers. People will endorse it. Okay. What a choice. What a choice there.
If you will not respect me as a person, and if you'll do the same snark shit to me, then I'm gonna snark you guys as well. I think that's what's going on, but I'm not entirely sure. Doxbringer can come out and tell me, but yeah.
The way that like lone wolf terrorism works and things like that.
It's like the back and forth is fine. Where it gets to the point where you're like actually like revealing sensitive information, or you're like actively lying. Like it's one thing where it's just like I feel like you lie on my name or whatever, but like that can be like, like I also feel that way about what Aiko did, the other day, but like you don't see me going in all back and forth with Aiko constantly because Aiko doesn't escalate to such a degree to where it's like, yeah, to this point, like you don't see Aiko spazzing out about it.
It's a low, infinitesimally low risk. The risk of, like, again, I was actively committing, crimes when I was 14 that are now out of the statute of limitations against the Church of Scientology, computer crimes. So I think that antagonizing...
about like other bigger streamers or like smaller streamers in the space too, about them allowing grooming in their space too. You don't understand?
I think people to be in some level of danger, not necessarily physical danger.
It doesn't even matter if you're saying...
You have to understand that a lot of these people are not even like... They probably got bullied in high school, but then they just want a chance to bully others now. So this is why they will eat each other, right?
Dude, it's such projection. This is like the most bullied person on planet fucking Earth. So it's such a projection here. I think I've been bullied more on the internet than I've been bullied in my real life. And like the bullying on the internet is basically, it just comes with the territory of like being on the internet as much as like as you are or whatever, and then you do some antisocial things or whatever. Like, I think in my real life, especially in not high school, it was like junior high. I think there was like one person it was more so like, it wasn't even like physical bullying. It was more so like just like those kind of like you know, diminishing comments and stuff like that. But like, you know, I've never really had an issue with bullying personally. There's an issue sometimes of like, you know, not reading the room all the time and stuff like that. That's like a more of a like social thing. But like generally speaking, like I've never had an issue. In fact, like weirdly enough, I think the time I was the most liked ever in my life was in high school, which isn't like saying like, oh, I was the popular kid, but like I got along with people, but plenty, you know. So I think I'm chill. I'm good. I don't know what you're projecting about. I'm sorry life was so rough for you, Food Shops. It's clearly still rough for you. But I think I'm good. I think I'm chill.
Because I think that if you're put into this kind of environment where it's easy to make fun of one another, I think things can get nasty really quick as well. So
I mean, I don't necessarily disagree with this.
This is dynamic because again, these are like the most mentally unhinged people like on planet Earth, like straight up, right? Like for example, these are the kinds of people who are living in white trash trailers, like in a trailer park, and they are.
Listen, I'm not giving away like specific information, but it's definitely not a white trash trailer. I'll just say that. This is not me saying, "Oh, I'm super successful and super rich" or anything, but I'm not. I'm not in a pretty diminished state. I would have to say.
Shooting themselves up with heroin and meth, and they have access to the internet. I think that's what's going on. Yeah.
I do meth now. I do drugs now. Okay. It's just like projection. Like the Vyvanse taking, you probably do like meth on the side or some other crazy stuff like Adderall or something like that. Like it feels like all of this is projection. This all kind of feels like projection. Yeah, a little bit, kind of just kind of feels like that. Relationships ebb and flow, so does popularity. Oh,
DMCA you if you keep watching this. Thanks. What? You told me that I would have permission to watch this.
Oh yeah, this was epic. This was Kathy. Dude, fuck you, Kathy. Dude, he got me, I think it was last stream. He's like, you keep using that fucking duck. I'm a DMCA you. It's like, what the fuck? Fuck you. Dude, this motherfucker, he's good. He's a wild card. You watch your chat closely. Pay a little bit more closer attention to the names. Maybe think about if like a random person comes into your chat and they're like a quote unquote big name. Maybe think if that's actually the real person or not, or like a notable name. Let's say just to say notable. Maybe reevaluate because they're tricky. They're tricky motherfuckers. It's fucking Kathy, and Ryle, I would say. Foodshops is just projecting onto you to feel better about herself and character assassinate you. That's chill. All chill. If you did heroin and meth, you wouldn't have a computer, let alone a stream. Yeah, I think I'd be in a really rough spot. Listen, I have some addictions, man. We all got our addictions. But I'm not gonna sit here and pretend my willpower is fucking dog shit. If I had like a fucking drug addiction, holy shit, I'm cooked. I'm actually cooked. I'm actually done. Like, it's already bad enough as is, but add that with like a major crazy addiction that most people can just never escape. Dude, I'm cooked. I'm super cooked.
Did you change your mind for some reason? That's what you said, no? You can DMCA me, I'm just saying, okay? Also, not only that, you realize this is already...
Like, did she not think this through, also with the DMCA threat, it's like, did you not think this through? It's like, how would doxbringer DMCA? Like, I uploaded the video. doxbringer is in my DM saying, it's definitely not doxing to joke about, and a private VC. It's not a private VC. I don't think you know what a private VC is. A private VC would be closer to like one-on-one, or like a group thing. That's closer to a private VC. Like you're in a server, and a public server, and there are people in there, and you say these things, and you don't know who knows what. You don't know who would do with what. It's very simple. It's a social media site. Discord is a social media site. You're in a public VC. It's a private server, but to the extent of public, you're in a server where there are other public figures that can go in and be privy to information that they possibly shouldn't be if you expose it. I think that's pretty straightforward. A private VC is in public words have meanings. It's a private a private VC would be like closer to like if I called somebody directly. Or if I had a group called, like, but if you're in a server, if I were to go to Queeman's server and just hop in the chat thing, and then other people happen to hop in, and I say something about a dox to people, even people I recognize or people that are in there that I don't know, it's public. It's public at that point. It's pretty simple. Dude, I am so sorry. Let me use the restroom real quick. The restroom. I know this is out of nowhere, but let me use the restroom. 1 second. Sorry about that. Cool. We're all chill.
I changed my mind, just triggering me now? What? I'm not specifically directing it at you, okay? Also, not only that, how could you say that if I'm already in the middle of watching this? How could you say that when I'm already in the middle of watching this? Like, what the fuck? Yeah, because now that showed at least a little bit, like, it would be, like, cucked as fuck if I, like, stopped watching. Right? And now people are gonna watch it anyway. Because, yeah, they have every reason to watch it. Because doesn't anybody want to
also, there's something
engage in
that she never brings up, and God, I wish it was recorded, because it's the most annoying thing that I can't just show that. But she approved of us recording it in advance. There are witnesses. This was approved. She gave explicit approval of recording. So it's very annoying. It's very annoying when she's like, it was a private VC that I didn't want it to get out. You knew it was going to be recorded. I'm pretty sure you had a pretty good idea that it was going to get out. Let's be real.
This type of content and then see what was being missed? I don't know, man. You're the one that gave me explicit permission. You're the one that gave me explicit permission to watch this, okay? You told me in DMs, and I said,
dude, we did some good trolling. We trolled again. This was the first troll. We did another troll strike. You know, it was some fun memes. It was some fun memes, I have to say. It was some fun memes.
And you said, yes, you can screenshot these. So I even have, like, the records and receipts to prove it. So it's like, yeah, don't be weird, okay? If you want me to chill on making fun of you, then I won't do that, all right? I can keep that part in mind, all right? But
I won't make fun of you. I won't make fun of you. If you're getting offended, I won't make fun of you. I'll be dishonest. I'll be a shill. I just want to be on your good side, Duckbringer.
Would I take it back? Duckbringer? I'm sorry. I promise to be fair, but I'm going to continue, okay? If you want to have this against me, that's fine, all right? But I'm going to tell you right now, if you have an issue, contact Emery, okay? For having this up in the first place, all right? Have an issue with Emery, anyway.
She interacted with me and
you know what you're doing here when you're doing this.
said that I was a pedophile.
Who said you're a pedophile?
Well, it's your God-given right to call anyone a pedophile on the internet.
Oh, there's a meaningful difference between somebody.
When people calling, Queen said that what I said on
you're making specific allegations. You're making specific allegations. That's
what I'm saying is that if I'm saying that Queen,
I didn't even know Queenman. I didn't even know Queenman did that. I didn't even know Queenman reacted to Duckbringer's calling. But okay.
Queenman made excuses for pedophilia. That's exactly.
Promise to be fair,
if Queenman was in the chat, he would agree with me.
Exactly. Like legally.
This is what's crazy. If Queenman was actually here, he would be agreeing with me. Queenman made jokes about me being a pedophile. I made jokes, and he didn't say I'm joking. By the way, when he called me a pedophile, so I didn't say I'm joking when I say I'm calling him a pedophile.
There's a meaningful difference between. It's like, you know, when Queenman's calling somebody like a pedophile or something, it's like, there's instances where you can like take it as like he actually thinks somebody's a pedophile, or you could just be like, it's like a pretty clear goof or whatever, where he doesn't actually meaningfully, like, it's like another way of calling you a freak or something like that, you know? It's like, at worst, it's like, oh, like, I suspect you might have pedophilic predilections, but, you know, I'm not making like a strong stance on this. It's basically just like you come off as a pedophile. It's not that deep. It's really not that deep. Like, I think, me personally, I would probably save it for like specific people like are in the sphere in particular, because I mean, me and Vegeta meme and joke about like Erudite being like a pedophile or whatever, right? If you were to ask me, it's like, is Erudite actually a pedophile? I'd just be like, no, I don't think so. I personally don't think so. But like, you know, the circumstances of like doing the constant sweeping for like somebody who comes off as like a pedophilic sex obsessed freak, yeah, you know. I think it's fun. I think it's fun to make those jokes. Making those kind of jokes and an actual accusation. You said you had an actual accusation. Allegations.
For this fair use? Again, the person hosting the content is more at fault than me. Okay, that makes no sense. This person is the person hosting the they have it set on public, okay?
That
makes no sense.
Emery, yes, I'm gonna send you. I have to actually go look through a JSTOP VOD.
Can you describe it a little more? Because, like, for instance,
it was a conversation around the Spinal BJ drama. It was a conversation around the Spinal BJ drama.
In a research
yeah, it was an Aiden. I said it was an Aiden stream that a lot of people joined. Queen was in it, I believe. And now I might be wrong about this. I might be misremembering. However, I know the conversation occurred and it was streamed. I know that I have.
Was this the stream with Aiden, Aiko, and Queen?
Probably, yes.
I remember that. I watched it twice.
Oh, sorry. This cheddar person is Kosher Kathy, by the way. Okay, I've just been told this. This is Kosher Kathy, Duckbringer, Romeo, don't know, Portobello, anti-fan, no anti-fan, Sadame, no anti-fan. This is Emery. Yeah.
I don't know, but I'm gonna look up the stream because I know what happened.
I don't remember anything about pedophilia.
Queen was talking about the EPI server and he said it's not a big deal. Do you remember that? The server.
Oh no, I remember.
Yeah, this is why I have an issue with like Dan. By the way, okay, Dan was not joking. Okay, when he called me PDF, I truly believe that Dan did it out of spite. Like
Still salty about Dan. Get mogged by Dan, dude. Like Dan owns you. Dan owns you, and he lives in your head rent free. It's crazy.
Joshing around. Okay, if you're not like if it's somebody you know, okay, and you know they wouldn't be bothered by it, I think it's fine. I don't think it's a big deal. All right.
He's not saying that just out of nowhere. He's not just saying that just to insult you. He's saying that because of like your comments. It's literally your comments. It's your behavior. Wait, let's show it again. Hold on. I don't think I showed it this stream. Wait, no, not YouTube. Sorry. I should have just kept this up. It's a substance tweet. It's the one where Hutch right here. It's very clear.
I'm only into the most feminine of the most feminine. I'm only into the most feminine of the most feminine.
That's what I'm saying.
I need to have a little girl to wrap myself around.
Oh, like you're like big spoon is what you're saying? Oh, I get you.
I need to have like a 12-year-old.
Like sincerely, like okay. Best case for this one is like kind of an edgy joke, maybe. Okay.
What?
Maybe, right?
Is like do you mean like the aesthetic or just like the kids?
Probably it's definitely the power difference. It is more of the power difference more than anything else.
This is like a sincere conversation about your predilections, what your preferences and stuff like that on lolicons, yeah.
Like it's probably only the power difference. Teacher-student power differential.
And the power difference structure. Yeah.
That is the absolute.
That's like your top is teacher-student things?
Right. So if it's like teacher-student lolicon, right? If it's teacher-student lolicon, then it's like that's super duper. Yeah.
It doesn't make it better, but that's just.
You're not attracted to children, right?
Long pause, even on 1.6. This is on 1.6, by the way. 1.6 pause. This is 1.6.
I'm trying to think.
Like, come on. And then you're like talking about the POCD thing. You're just like, I was afraid to, you know, if I even get an ear kid or whatever. Dude, like, all of this is so reasonable. It's so gaslighty. You're so gaslighty. Holy shit. It's so gaslighty. It's the most annoying fucking thing. You're just gaslighting Dan. It's gaslighting anyone who talks about it. It is more than reasonable to look at that stuff and be like, yeah, that person's probably, yeah, seems like a pedophile. It's a yes or no question, too.
To make PDF jokes, if it's like an in-group and it's like a private group chat or something, like you can make any jokes you want, Holocaust jokes, whatever, you name it, okay? It doesn't matter how edgy it can be, right? But I think the moment you take it to public domain, for people who are not inside of the in-group, they are people who may or may not be affected by any public mentioning, even as a joke, all right? And considering how we're talking about the generation that grew up on watching Chris Hansen, so everybody is like super sensitive to this like PDF shit, right? Again, the same generation that grew up watching Chris Hansen, all right? And glorifying tracking, hunting PDFs, right? It makes sense why people don't want that to be joked about them, right? Because it goes beyond the joke.
He's not joking. He's not joking. You don't understand what a joke is. We gotta get the line. We gotta get the line. What's the line? Oh. Yeah, it's right here.
Okay, I'm waiting for the punchline.
There's no punchline. It's not a joke.
You're serious, aren't you? You're telling us that Foodshops is a pedophile. And why should we believe you?
And why should we believe you?
I got nothing left to lose. Nothing can hurt me anymore. My life is nothing but a comedy.
Let me get this straight. You think that you think that Foodshops being called a pedophile? You think that's funny? You think that's funny? You think that's funny?
I do. And I'm tired of pretending it's not. Comedy is subjective, Murray. Isn't that what they say? All of you, the system that knows so much, you decide what's right or wrong the same way that you decide what's funny or not.
Listen. I don't care what anyone says about how they feel about Joker as an overall film. You cannot tell me that this entire scene was not fucking cinema. This entire scene is just pure cinema. It's pure. I will not hear anything else. This scene was cinema. All of this is cinema.
Well, okay.
I think I might understand that you called Foodshops a pedophile to start an uprising, a DGG civil war, to become a symbol. Come on, Dan.
Come on, Murray.
Wait, no. I'm sorry. Wait. Fuck, I fucked it up. Oh wait, no. Oh, come on. DGGers.
Hey, do I look like the kind of clown that could start a movement? I killed those guys.
I called her a pedophile because she was awful. She's awful these days. It's enough to make anyone crazy.
Because they were awful. Everybody is...
Okay, I'm done. Oh my god. What do you mean food stamps? People are super sensitive because of Chris Hansen. Dude, I don't. She's like making shit up out of thin air where it's basically just like, Chris Hansen kind of started the whole hating pedophiles thing. Like, we didn't used to hate pedophiles like that. I know that's not exactly what she's saying, but she's saying like things like escalated when like it started becoming more like entertainment fodder to like do the catching a predator thing. And so people abuse those systems or whatever, and so there's actually like when you're revealed as a pedophile, there's like a real risk to harm and shit like that, which is true. Generally, it can be true. So, I mean, like, it's not entirely, like, out of nowhere what she's talking about. If, like, if your name is smeared as a pedophile and you're not a pedophile, like, and people are, like, say you're, like, they're doxing your name and address or something like that, like, then, like, that could lead to actual legitimate harm, which, again, I disavow anything like that happening to even to someone like Foodshops. I'm not interested in that. Preferably, I would rather this fucking loser end up in a fucking psych ward. That's my preference. That's just me, though. Is life ending? Yeah. The scene was so legendary watching theaters. Attention to air was palpable. Yeah, it's the closest thing it comes to the like level of quality of something like The Dark Knight. Like unironically, I think like that was like the scene that made me think that there could be an argument to be made of like how well his Joker was by comparison to Heath Ledger. Like that could have been a competition. You just didn't get like a ton of like Joker screen time, you know, but
you joke about it, right? So it makes sense why any normal person would crash out over even jokingly being called a PDF, right? And it's not their fault for crashing out, right? It's not their fault for crashing out. It's the person who made the joke's fault.
I'd rather food shops become a better person. That's all everyone should do. She's not incentivized to be a better person. She's incentivized financially, emotionally to do what she's doing right now. But yes, I would agree, to become a better person, you have to sacrifice things that, like, you know, that either you've been accustomed to or feel like you absolutely need. But ultimately, it's more harmful to you in the long run.
Making that joke in the first place, right? I think everybody who I implied to be the PDF has done it to me first, right? Like, for example, I say that Connor probably thinks about his own kids, but only because I think that he deserved it, right? Same with Dan, yeah. So I basically only do it defensively, or tit for tat, basically. Yeah, tit for tat. But normally, no, I would not be saying shit like this at all. I wouldn't be doing it.
So, like, you're just gonna have to call a lot of people pedophiles, food shops. You're just gonna have to call a lot of people pedophiles. You're just gonna have to tit for tat. There's gonna be a lot of pedophiles. You know, you're just gonna have to be like, you're a pedophile. You're a pedophile. You're a pedophile. You're a pedophile. Me, I'm not a pedophile. I know I have a history of saying pedophilic things, but like, I'm not a pedophile.
Dr. Disrespect? I wouldn't even say Dr. Disrespect is a pedo. I would say he's an opportunist if it comes to a 17-year-old or whatever, right? If you're attracted to a 17-year-old, you're not PDF. I'm sorry. You're not PDF. Unless that 17-year-old literally still looks like a little kid. You know?
Like the meaning, the clinical definition, yeah, sure. Like, not a pedophile, but like on a colloquial, social, dynamic view perspective of like Dr. Disrespect's behavior, like the meaningful difference isn't enough for anyone to be like, well, actually, he's an ephebophile. Actually, he's this. Actually, he's that. It's like, yeah, sure. Like, if you want to get technical and clinical about some of the definitions, like, oh, yeah, he's like an ephebophile. Sure. Based on what you know. This is just based on what you know about this. Yeah, he's an opportunist. The point is he took advantage of someone super young. Like, compared to like either in some states barely legal or not legal. Like, it's pretty straightforward, you know? It's pretty straightforward. Honestly, the PDF thing wouldn't be a big deal in the first place if food shops just apologize for saying that stuff in the past and disavow it. It's not even necessarily. It's just like, just own it, is what I'm saying. Just own it. Stop denying it. It's just like, I'm just gonna hit the threshold of saying like, I indulge in this lolicon material, but then like when somebody calls you like a pedophile, you're like, wait, where did you get that from? It's like, well, you just said you engage in lolicon material. You just said you like the power dynamics between like a student and a teacher. Like, what else am I supposed to gauge? How did you get pedophile from that? Like, your own words. Your own words. What do you mean?
This conversation. There wasn't. He was saying that there was not. So what happened was, who's that dog? I was thinking, and I'm going to give you the actual information for class. But wait a minute, I do remember this.
Owning it would be better. It's like if you were to ask Mr. Girl, he does this kind of thing too, but it's because he actually gets antsy about the clinical definition. It's like it can be obnoxious to the average person, but like Mr. Girl will get like antsy about the clinical definition of like, no, I don't feel like I experienced like pedophilic attractions, like actual pedophiles, actually like clinical pedophiles. Like Mr. Girl will tell you, oh, I think this happens a lot more in society, and I'm just one of many normal people out there that experiences an attraction to people that can be underage. And I think most people, if they were honest, would admit that to some degree that those attractions still linger. And like, it's a deeper rooted conversation about the societal aspects of how we fetishize youth and stuff like that. And he would gladly fucking admit to you and say to you that like some of the material that he's engaged in, so to speak, is Yeah. You know what I mean? But so like you're never like really confused. You're not actually confused on whether or not like Mr. Girl you know has those attractions. You're not confused about that. What Food Shops is trying to do is obfuscate and confuse the situation where it's like, actually, like, I've never been attracted to real children at all. Actually, like, it's just like animated children and like there's a meaningful difference. It's like, no. It's cool. Just don't harm children. Stop fucking lying. Just own it. Get some help. Figure your shit out. Don't normalize raping people. Don't normalize, caping for people that are sexual predators, that are sending people's, nudes unconsensually to other people for it to fall into the wrong hands and be put out to the whole world, Well, 12-year-olds fall more into the PDF definition, but you ask the average normie though, they're just gonna say like, if they're below 18 and you have an attraction, even some people will say if you have an attraction to like 18-year-old or whatever, like the barely legals, it's like, well, that's pedophilic. That's how like colloquially like everyone will see it. They won't care about the distinction of the clinical thing. They don't care about that. That's not important to them. Which is absolutely fair. Now, if you were to ask me, it's like, I think it would be good to really hammer in the specific details and normalize that a little bit more colloquially, the ephebophile thing. But like then again, it just always comes off as downplaying. It always just comes off as downplaying, and I don't know if you can naturally do that in a way where like it's never like gonna come off as anything else but downplaying. What was it, the Megyn Kelly quote where it's like Jeffrey Epstein was technically technically as far as I'm aware, Jeffrey Epstein he was more into like the 14-year-olds, which is not a good thing, but you come off as like a downplaying fucking freak. Which, by the way, that comment isn't even true. What she just said wasn't even true, but it doesn't matter. You're always gonna come off as a fucking freak. Rightfully so, understandably so.
I just have commentary on in the background instead of BBC, but I remember this now. This was March Baby. So March Baby came on to talk.
It wasn't March Baby. It wasn't March Baby. It wasn't.
See, doxbringer, I'm being fair, okay? I'm defending you. All right, chill.
It wasn't the podcast. No. That was the problem. That was haters. This is the conversation I'm talking about. That was the hater situation with March Baby, with Marcus, because Marcus had hater in his server, and then QQ was mad, and they got rid of him, and that was like in the interim. That was when Starbase messaged hater, and that was that drama. I'm talking about a separate drama where Spinal DJ had a mod who had a server that had minors in it, and Spinal claimed that the minors didn't have access to the NSFW channels of the server. However, when it was investigated by Aiden, it was found that the minors had access to VCs that were broadcasting porn for several days.
Okay,
this was all recorded on the stream. I know it's somewhere. I'm gonna message Aiden about it.
Why is this
anymore because I know that he remembers it. Hopefully he gets back to me. You guys should all ask him about it as well, because obviously my reputation is tainted. People aren't gonna give me information if I ask about it. This is definitely something that happened, and yeah, I don't know what to say.
Did Aiden ever? I don't remember if Aiden ever watched this. Did he watch this? I think he did. Did he or did he not? He watched one of. I think he watched. Did he watch this one or did he watch another conversation that I had with doxbringer on this thing? So I don't think he's ever gonna. I don't know if he's gonna address it. If he ever watches this, if he's gonna address that.
Aside from that, I'm not making up a whole fucking saga with Spinal DJ, and I'm sure that Spinal DJ has it on his stream somewhere because he doesn't.
Why don't you just speak with Spinal DJ? Like I really.
But again, if it was like, here's the other thing: is like you would have to say that Aiden was sweeping too, because if Aiden discovered all this stuff to the specifics of what you're saying, and Aiden really didn't hold Perry accountable or Queeman accountable for sweeping or whatever, then Aiden would be sweeping then by that standard. So, I mean...
I
was a chatter in his community. Yeah, space.
There's a fake doxbringer in chat. Wait, really?
Listen, I would call her stupid for this. I would call her stupid for falling for this. And in a way, she is kind of stupid for falling for this, because it's like that kind of comment where it's like, oh, this is obviously a troll. Because it's like, why would doxbringer come in and say, I'm going to DMCA you? So it is kind of stupid. It is kind of stupid To be fair, though. To be fair. I fell for it a little bit. Yeah. Right. That and Duckbringer's kind of all over the place. You never really know what Duckbringer.
Good one. Good one. That's not the real Duckbringer. Oh my god. That wasn't the real Duckbringer. There's a Duckbring E or 3R. It's Kosher Kathy. Oh, that makes so much more sense now. Good one.
Kathy
good
won.
Okay, I thought,
Kathy won. Kathy won.
Oh, never mind. Okay, I was like, what the fuck? You reversed? You didn't want me to watch it anymore, Alva 7? Good one. Yeah. Good names. I wasn't even here. I should have watched out. I should have looked at the thing more. It's a good thing, it's a good thing now that so there's something you don't want me to see in this conversation, right?
I've spoken to Spinal. I've spoken to a lot of these people.
I'll keep watching them.
I do not
like. I liked how the presumption is because Kosher Kathy trolled here. It's like the presumption is, oh, you trolled me for because you don't want me to watch the video. You don't want me to see something. You're trying to hide something. It's a public video. It's a public video. I wouldn't post this public if like in my brain at all, if I ever came up with something where I'm like, I don't want people to see this, I wouldn't have published the fucking video. I wouldn't have published the video myself.
I think that these people are, like the only negative interactions I've had are just QQ is harsh, but he's smart and I listen.
I don't think
Duckbringer
actually believes any of this because she wouldn't hang out in snarky chat. She would feel grotesque if there were,
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
Okay, everybody protect the real Duckbringer, okay? The real Duckbringer, all right.
I hung out in places with a pedophile so I could count it.
What she's saying, I think, might be interpreted differently as if she's coming from.
No, she's saying directly. I don't care about hanging around in spaces where they allow grooming.
Emery,
but the thing is, we're all coming from spaces where minors were sleeping with adults. When I was in the music industry,
I mean, to be fair,
I would see groupies that were like of questionable age, going back behind other buses and stuff, and I was talking to other people who were doing
you shouldn't tolerate being in spaces.
But I didn't tolerate it. I didn't want to be.
Bro, how could you not be in high school, right? High school is filled with like these fucking other fucking classmates who are like sleeping with adults. Like I don't know what to tell you, or even middle.
This is like a dumb talking point because what I'm saying here is very clear. I'm saying you shouldn't tolerate, if you are aware of something happening, you shouldn't just let things move on without trying to help the victim at all. You shouldn't just allow this kind of culture to thrive. If you're aware of something, you should at least try. You shouldn't stay in the environment, participate in the environment as if nothing wrong is happening. You either need to leave the environment entirely if you feel like you cannot assist in a meaningful way, or you stay in the environment to help to whatever degree you can, whatever realistic degree you can. I think my point is not that hard to figure out based on the context. So it's just like, what do you mean? Like, there's high school. There was grooming in high school. Like, that's not the point, you fucking retard.
School sometimes. Dude, you have no idea. Like some of the bad kids at school, like they do shit like that. The bad kids at school constantly do shit like that. They will go around sleeping with adults. That's what they'll do. Like what, escape environment of high school? Escape your high school? No longer get an education? I'm sorry.
Like actually, like, it surprises me how dumb this person is. It still surprises me. Like I just casually know that this person's dumb, but like some of the takes like that this person makes generally, that Foodshops makes, is just like, it actually surpasses my level of expectation for how stupid it is. And I'm like, how does this person function in the real world? Like, it's just strange. I don't. Pretty crazy to me, man. Don't you know, Emery, you were supposed to cartoonishly announce your villainy, like they say, just like Foodshops does? Yeah. Yep. Because that's how it all works. And also, like, the thing I'm saying also applies to, like, the Discord servers in particular. If you are aware of stuff happening you shouldn't just like ignore it, is what I'm also saying. It's like you shouldn't just ignore it. You should try to help if you can, but if you feel like you genuinely cannot help, then do not engage. Leave. Do not normalize that. Do not participate as if nothing is happening. I don't think Foodshops is totally dumb, but she's clearly mentally or emotionally stunted. Definitely socially stunted. In some aspects, I don't like take away all the memes. In some aspects, yeah, there's like a certain level of intelligence. Obviously, I'm being like hyperbolic when I when I get insultive. But I think even so though, the critical thinking skills are not that high. And yeah, the emotionally stunted part is very clear. That part is extremely clear to me. It feels like an exceptional case, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I guess, but
like I think you have to be like kind of a unique socially stunted freak to just like say the things Fusha says. Like who admits the things that Foodshops admits to, and then who also says the things like actively just like it's like self-destructive behaviors. Like let me just say like I fully endorse doxing and swatting Dan's kids. Like, dude, like I mean you gotta say that's pretty out there, man. I get what you're saying. I try to be careful with my criticism because I try to apply the criticism to myself. Foodshops reminds me of when I was like a young kid. Yeah. I mean... Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah, I mean... Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
awful these days. It's enough to make anyone crazy.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah. I mean, like, yeah, you know? Like...
Yeah, I mean... Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah. I mean, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah. That's very, very true.
Internet filled with no, again, these are people who grew up with Chris Hansen, okay? Chris Hansen basically changed an entire like 2 to 3 generations of people, okay? The PDF hunting shit became so big after Chris Hansen, okay? But yeah.
I think there might be something to that. That being said, like, I don't know. I think there's always been like for a good while before Chris Hansen, there's always been like a general distaste, obviously, for pedophilic actions.
I care about actually helping children, so...
Not helping children. Back then people were creepy as shit, dude. Back then, like, people in their 80s and 90s, yeah, they were, like, fucking around with minors all the time and making weird comments about their daughters, okay?
This is true also. Yeah, this is true.
But now it's only, yeah. But I think that Chris Hansen, the age of Chris Hansen changed a lot. Yeah. For the bad as well, okay? Like, it also changed for the bad, but yeah.
You look like
for the good and bad.
You look like a spurg and you're not taken seriously.
So do you. You're in the same communities. What do you say? You're trying to attack me for the fact that I exist in the same communities that you exist in?
You fucking loser. What are you talking about?
No, I exist in these communities.
You exist in you go into... Hold on.
Because I care about the space, because I care about Destiny hate.
How many minors have you saved here?
You care about Destiny 8 is wild. I'm sorry.
actually not privy to answer that conversation.
Okay, this is bullshit. You're fucking full of shit.
That's the actual answer, Emery, is that if I had actually interacted with minors inside this environment, I would never fucking tell you.
Sorry.
I was forced to do it once and it was horrible.
Yeah, I banned people.
This is kind of like how you know, like, Duckbringer did not do really good in the conversation. Is that, like, Foodshops is incentivized to, like, try to, like, shit on, you know, me in particular, but any other person, possibly not Space Station, but any other particular person that might say, like, there was other people. But, like, me in particular, you're more incentivized to, like, kind of critique me and try to hit at what I'm saying as stupid. But, like, you'll notice so far, it seems like most of the stuff hit on is mostly at Duckbringer's expense. Emery hasn't heard of the recent Blue Archive controversy. No, I have not.
I've interacted. I've had a public-facing community that had, Discord invites where we'd have people join. Sometimes they would interact for a while. Then they would say they were minors, and then they would say that people acted inappropriate, with them. And that's holy fuck! Why were you in my community in the first place? It's a horrible situation to have to deal with. I've dealt with it before. It's fucked.
This is the most
that's why I did care about the haters.
most unemployed.
Personally, I'm probably one of the people that Starbase has talked to the most.
Okay, if you had that prior experience, why the fuck are you operating in this right now with this? If you're trying to save minors here. This is like the worst way to go about
this
it.
community,
This is
and I care.
absolutely the
So,
worst way.
Emery, you realize
and you're associated and you're normalizing these people by your own methods. You're doing worse things than I am, honestly. You're actively sanitizing.
Emery, why am I a streamer? Why do I have my own community that you're currently in and chatting?
Duckbringers is a streamer?
Why do you? I don't know. I don't know your fucking motivations. I don't care.
Because you're asking me why I'm.
Well, I mean, she is streaming this, right?
GQ is somebody
No,
who said
she's
before,
not.
you can't change these communities from the inside. You can't change them from the outside.
Oh, Queen Bee?
How do you change these communities? The only way that you do, the only way you defeat Destiny, by the way, is making a parallel platform that is just as
There's
effective.
no need to defeat Destiny.
Exactly. It's
He's not a significant Destiny song. None of these people are significant.
Dude, you are. If anything, foodshops should be more upset about Duckbringer. Duckbringer has an actual specific goal of taking down Destiny. Like, taking down Destiny. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, I want to make a huge platform and take on Destiny. Like, me, I'm realistic. I'm just, coming in and I'm, making my criticisms known. I'm making my voice known. But, I don't, pretend to be, I'm going to be the game changer. I'm going to be the game changer. I'm going to be the guy who takes down Destiny. I'll tell you this. I know my place is what I'm saying. I know my place. I know where I'm supposed to be. I know what I'm supposed to do. I was not ingrained in the DGG community enough. I was not popular enough. I didn't participate enough like that. I wasn't an orbiter, so I wasn't making content on anti-Destiny content, especially beforehand. All these people are placed in these predicaments for a very, specific reason. They've got to this specific point. I am basically in the position that I am, just as a glorified chatter turned very micro streamer, just sitting here, making my thoughts heard. That's about it. Duckbringer's like, I'm gonna take down Destiny. I'm gonna dismantle the entire system, layer brick by brick. Dude, we're gonna This is Duckbringer right now. Dude, this is Duckbringer right now.
I will restore the working man to his rightful glory. I will
Okay, that's kind of base.
dismantle this oppressive establishment board by board. I will saw the tables of tyranny in half. Gnaw at the ankles of big business. Squidward will be so proud.
As Duckbringer's whole motivation, the motto is here's how I'm gonna take this motherfucker down, but we have to do it by building a opposite platform. We have to infiltrate the Snort community. We have to infiltrate the DGG community. 90s 27 /7 news cycle, heightened stranger danger panic, followed by internet putting more mixed age groups in contact with each other. Then came along Hansen. Yeah. Well, it's a natural, because there's such an aversion at a certain point, There was a normalized aspect of sexualizing, there was Britney Spears, being sexualized as a teen or some shit like that. There's a normalized perspective, but obviously as society develops, we grow and we find out we're doing immense amounts of harm, and we change legal stuff. We've changed societal ways of approaching all of these issues, and stuff like that comes into effect. So yeah, I wouldn't put it I wouldn't solely place it as Hansen as the core thing that really changed how we view pedophiles. I think this is a bit silly, but to be fair, I guess to the take is that, yeah, you know, there's definitely a bit of an increase, and there's definitely people trying to replicate the content. Doxbringer did this to herself. Oh, there was a take that was really good too, where it was like there was like people that make content off of like catching pedophiles. There was like one streamer who caught like it was like they baited in two pedophiles, and they're like, oh, you guys you fight each other, like you both try to go for a 14-year-old, like here's your consequence. One of you gets to go off scot-free if like you win the fight. And it's like, this is disgusting. Like, you don't actually care about victims. You don't care about the actual, it doesn't seem like you actually meaningfully care about that. Like, you're just using this as content. You're like disgusting freaks in of itself. You're like, oh, well, we don't actually care. We'll catch one of you. We'll let the other one go if the other one like wins the fight. Like, you guys are disgusting freaks. Like, you're like disgusting loser for fucking freaks who deserve to die. If I'm being quite frank, that's just me though. I don't know. That's just me though. Yeah, the whole cottage industry of online vigilante. Yeah, like it's like at least with Hansen, they fucked up some cases for sure. I know there was like one case they immensely fucked up. But like at least with Hansen's show, it's like it's done with the police in cooperation, I think, for the most part. And I think usually it's done pretty responsibly. But like you're like playing around with fire again and using it as like entertainment. Doxbringer doesn't give a fuck about Destiny, just takes an anti-position when speaking to people she thinks will appeal to. Yeah. Doxbringer sucks, say it ain't so. Doxbringer took the Psychic War meme seriously. It's amazing that someone annoyed Smugbug. Yeah. It's kind of impressive. Hassan was just a big name. Wait, sorry. I don't know why I read that. Hansen was a big name in sensationalizing it for entertainment purposes. Yeah. Yeah, true. Doxbringer's idea that if people were just nicer to women in political commentary, that more women would participate is flawed. Even if more women participate, eventually they'll come up against some who won't play nice, like basically every other... yeah, here's the other thing is like women perpetuate like misogyny as well. Like, again, it's like a societal thing. It's like it's a deeper root of... Like, it's important to pinpoint and talk about, obviously. But, you know, again, when I'm talking to her about this and she's trying to do the whole, like, you guys are no different from DGG. You guys are no different. It's like, yeah, we are actually different though. We don't actively make propaganda for sexual predator, for a sexual, like, we don't do that. We don't encourage doxing and swatting. Yeah, there is some standards actually. There is some standards, and I'll be the first one to say it. When I see some pivotal figures or someone like that doing some shit that it's like, oh, okay, like you're like clearly you've clearly lost the plot. Like I'll be the very first one to pinpoint that specific behavior and talk shit about that very specific behavior. You and I do not have that power.
Not now, but neither did Destiny when he started
No,
streaming.
of course, that makes sense.
Be like,
that makes sense.
No, what I'm saying, Emery,
you wouldn't have the power to be able to.
These spaces focusing so much on Destiny hate, I believe inhibits you, which is why I'm happy that I'm leaving this place and I'm moving on to my own shit. Why I have my own stream is because I want to create a parallel community. When I first called into Queemans and I said what I said and I started bitching about him afterwards, immediately I was hit with the correction of, yeah, you can't really do that because he has a bigger community with you. All you're gonna do is.
And honestly, like, do we even have an issue with people doing the same thing that Destiny does? Do we even have an issue with that? We don't, right?
Are you very
busy? We actually want more people who are like Destiny.
Covering something, yeah. What's up?
Very quickly, I'm in the middle of the work, so I'll hop off. I just don't want to save you from being climp chimped. Can you elaborate the thing you said literally right now? Women perpetuating misogyny. It kind of sounds like without like elaboration a bit like black people are perpetuating racism. No blacks, no racism, something like that. So it's kind of odd to say such stuff.
Oh
without
yeah, how like black conservatives perpetuate white supremacy, right?
Yeah, but you can generalize women as a like gender or sex basically on this level.
Yeah.
That's the point.
No, yeah. What I'm saying, I'm not saying all women. I'm saying women also help the system. I'm not saying. I'm not saying all women are intending to help the system. I'm saying they all work within the system. So say like Brenty Venti is talking about upholding certain structures of like what a woman should do, or like Lauren De Laguna or. No, Lauren.
But that's not relevant to where if Brittany Venti were a male or female, the gender or sex is like irrelevant because there are a lot of
everyone
black,
participates.
White supremacists.
I'm saying everyone participates in some form or another of perpetuating, the patriarchy or misogyny or misandry or any form. I'm saying everyone's a participant in some way, shape, or form. It just varies. We can have those conversations on how specifically, but like that's what I'm saying is I'm not saying all women do this, all intend to do this, but like in one way, shape, or form, you're probably going to do that, even if it's like subconscious. It's like again, it's dependent on scale. Like if you were to ask me, like who's the worst perpetrator of misogyny compared to one person over the other, like the food shops over like I don't know
Nick Fuentes.
It's like I think Nick Fuentes is a safe bet of being like the more misogynistic by comparison, but it's not that food shops doesn't participate in upholding misogynistic patriarchic ideals either in other various ways. It's just it's all dependent. It's all
yeah, makes sense. Agreed. And the last thing before I leave, just like I'm not sure if you get to it, but I want like not to talk about this, but you point me out, so I research on my own because I want to log this shit and archive like for myself, like not you, but what you mentioned.
Okay.
Is Ukrainian and Gaza genocide denialists? Because I haven't seen any like
just from like the big massive fuck up there where. It seemed like she was really quick to be like, you guys are using photos of actually what happened in Ukraine or whatever, when it was like, I don't remember the specifics, it was something like that. She was
but
fucking
it's
up
not
that
denying
story.
the genocide. It's not denying genocide.
Well,
so
it's like it's like minimizing and downplaying the stuff like that. And then
it's
also
not
like
minimizing.
the
okay, but whatever. Okay.
They add that with the like I think she's made several other comments. I've been asking for those comments too. I swear I've seen different comments, but the association with Destiny and his liberal Zionism and his Hollywood narratives and stuff like that. I feel like I put those comments in my mind with the associations, and I'm like, oh, it seems like there's a more liberal Zionist kind of mentality of
okay, no problem. So I mean, if it's only like AI slope, not AI slope, or like the conversation about wrong photo location, because all I have right now in my archive is that AI slope comments about Gaza and Trump comments about Gaza, and this latest post about like, oh, it's actually not Ukraine, then oh, it's actually Ukraine, oh no, it's actually Gaza. That's all I have so far right now. So I mean, because
I think I remember like a conversation she had with Destiny 2 where it seemed like she was taking all of his perspectives on the conflict, and there was a very clear hand wavy like it was like that typical thing where it's just like, oh, pro-Palestinian voices are unhinged or are crazy or whatever, and it seemed like a very dismissive.
On Twitter, they are very unhinged and subhuman. Very. I think that I am better pro-Palestinian than 90% of Twitter, because I'm very pro-Palestinian, but not like shit posting on Twitter. That's the problem. Because I mean, last thing before I leave, do you know Mehdi Hassan? Like, who is Mehdi Hassan?
Wait, don't tell me you think you're a better pro-Palestinian advocate than Mehdi Hassan. Don't do that.
No, I think that he is genocide denying in Ukraine overall and ethnic cleansing.
Okay,
and he's downplaying
I haven't seen his takes on that. Maybe that's true.
I can bet $1,000 right now.
Oh, no, I'm saying I haven't seen his takes. Maybe that's true. Okay.
So no, I can point. I love his takes. I mean, I admire him as a journalist very much. Like, I mean, I watch his content all the time. and his Zetio media, whatever it's called, something like that. But the point is that he is downplaying severely the stuff in Ukraine, and I'm not saying that he's like denying or something. He's doing literally what Ukrainian Anna does to some degree, and he's not being shitted for it. Like, huge difference, because
you give me, wait, hold on. Just like with Hassan, you give me those comments, you give me those things, and I look into all that information, I will directly shit on him for that. I have no problem with that. Ukrainian Anna, downplaying all that, I have a problem with that. Yeah, I think it's
she's not downplaying. It's just, I can debate, but I'm busy with work. But
no,
I can
it's fine, it's cool, it's chill.
That she's not downplaying. She's agreeing on the, not every person who plays Ukrainian flag is pro-Ukrainian. A shit ton of like weirdos with the Israeli flag and Ukrainian flag, and they are pretty much anti-Ukrainian, but they think in their mind that they are very pro-Ukrainian.
Yeah.
So,
well, I mean, like, there's like there's ways people like participate where like they might actually sincerely believe they're being pro-Palestinian, but they'll have like this socially conditioned perspective that really just places more blame on the Palestinians and Hamas, when realistically it's like it's clearly a bigger terrorist state with more power and control over the whole thing. In more positions like that you need to place more emphasis and blame on than just the Palestinians in and of itself. This is not to say like you can't criticize Hamas. This is not to say that like Hamas or any other like Palestinian activist group or ally like Houthi pirates have not done horrible atrocities themselves. I'm just saying you have to be realistic about like what the conflict actually is, and like who is the major ones in power that like need to be held the most accountable for the amount of crime that they're doing. And they have like basically the on and off switch for basically everything. Like Israel escalates everything is what I'm saying. So
yeah, I've sent you this short tweet, and you can just figure out what's wrong like right now with two sentences there.
Read this. Mehdi Hassan says, when Putin bombs an apartment building in Ukraine, Western political and media elites go crazy. When Israel does it in Gaza at 10 or 100 times the scale, silence from those same elites. The racism is raw and brazen. Now, is the downplaying of like what's happening in Ukraine here is you're saying this doesn't happen, right? Like nobody, the Western political media don't go as crazy as you think?
No offense, it's a part of joke, but I think you need to call more in Parker. I think Parker has better overall knowledge. No offense, like he grinned it probably more. But what to say?
No, I know Parker has more knowledge.
Slowly.
I know Parker has more knowledge than me.
When Putin bombs, when Israel bombs, is Putin a country? First question.
Oh yeah, okay. So like,
you can
the distinction of like holding Netanyahu responsible instead of Israel responsible.
Yeah, I mean, both work. You can call when Putin bombs and when Netanyahu. When Russia, you should be either both Russia, Israel, or Putin, Netanyahu. You can play this fucking weirdo shit. Like, it's illiterate. And the second thing, like, racism, not racism. Like, I mean, Ukrainians are the blacks of the Europe. Literally, Slavs are blacks of the Europe, and I can double down on this take because what is the oppression of the black people in the U.S. Why the oppression happened? Because of slavery, and you know what is slavery root word? Like from which word it originated? From what?
What slavery originated from?
Yeah.
Actually,
it's debatable.
I don't remember.
One of the suggested words, it's debated topic. It's not 100%, but one of it's Slavic because first slaves were taken by the Mongolian Slavs. So I am OG. I am OG here. Like guys, you've been enslaved when I was enslaved. Like not me, but like my far relatives. And this like stuff about racism. It kind of works in the opposite, actually.
If I were to ask you, if you frame this tweet as when Russia bombs an apartment building in Ukraine, Western political and media elites goes crazy. If you put it as Russia, would you still have a problem with this tweet?
If it was Russia, I would have less problem. I think it's not mostly about the.
Would it be fair if I were to ask you, regardless of how shit, because America is definitely handling Ukraine like shit. Would it be fair to suggest that they're handling Ukraine at least by comparison, better than Palestine.
No. I will bring a second part. So that was first how he navigates rhetorically, and he's a famous journalist, well-known, skilled, high skilled. I love his interviews, and he's like all his speeches and how he operates as a journalist.
Yeah.
But I think it's intentional. I think it's malicious. It's not slip.
Oh, you think this is this is more intentional?
He's malicious and it's evil. When someone does something stupid because he's stupid or she, it's one thing. When it's specifically done like this by a person who can fuck that up, that's one thing. Second thing, there were people during World War II, rebels, who fought for Ukrainian independence, and they tried to pull the thing. They were fighting communists. They go to Nazi Germany and said, like, we can help you fight the communists, the Red Army. Ukraine is shitted because of that, a lot shitted because of that. But they ended up fighting both because Nazis. The request from the rebellion Ukrainian army was, give us independence in return. We'll help you fight communists like USSR. But in return, we want Ukraine independent states. Nazis said hell no, so they ended up being in the fucking sandwich and fighting in both directions partially. And ended up in. But Ukrainians are shitted for that because there were like ethnical cleansing with Poles in both directions, Poles against Ukrainians, Ukrainians against Poles, and it was like civilian, like cleansing level stuff, like terrorist attack level, like not only military. Ukrainians are getting shit on this, and it's partially justified overall to some degree, like from outsiders. The thing is with the Hamas, I think why the reception of the people who don't dig into it, like who don't research much, was October 7th overall. So like I think if there was no attack on civilian and Israel just felt way too comfortable and went inside with this one, overall media would be more like covering it as a like genocide overall. But media still covers genocide. The problem is the establishment media, which is paid by oligarchy in all the countries, not only Ukraine, like Bezos owning the stuff, others owning the stuff. And secondly, like overall, the narrative of Mehdi Hassan it's only one in the ocean tweet. Ukraine this, but what about? And honestly, media covers, nobody gives a damn shit. Like Americans, first of all, ordinary, fat, smart American.
Yeah.
So read it as the opposite, slim and
it comes with
dumb.
The question of scale too. How often is this pattern of behavior from Mehdi Hassan?
Often, last 2 years. He's
whatever you find, whatever you want to link to me,
yeah.
And I can parsec all that out and. Like,
I still consume all of his content.
Shit like that when I see it. Yeah, it's fine with me.
Yeah. So my last sentence. So 90% of Gaza mentioning of Anna, from what I see, at least from her Twitter logging, is 90%, is responding to commie Palestinian flag, commie symbol, USSR symbol, basically, because commie sickle, hammer and sickle is literally like communism, not communism, it's literally originated symbol. And all the people with hammer and sickle kind of praise the early stages.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is when I talk about pro-Palestinian voices, I'm talking about the core issue of Gaza. When it comes down to the brass tacks of like what's happening in Gaza, how wrong it is or whatever, like I'm speaking strictly in terms of like the facts of the matter. I don't care about their like fucking stupid communist fucking views and shit like that. Like I'm speaking
but she doesn't
engage.
She doesn't
and like the actual facts of the matter of the actual.
She doesn't diminish the fact that people are getting killed. She even brings when the people her points were like literally like when Trump. You remember when he got elected, he presented this fucking AI slope Trump Palestine Gaza plan with AI. How will Gaza look with Trump Tower, gold, etc., etc. She's pretty much on Palestinian side in that context. So it's fucking grim that like how the Palestinians would see this video by any chance, like and see like what Trump plans to do with them. So basically, she doesn't engage. She only fights against crazy people who go like, look what's happening in Gaza. It's much worse than in Ukraine. So it's basically like Olympics. It's basically diminishing the importance of genocidal Olympics as a competition. Look, we are more. Like, look, there are 500 kids killed, and here it's only 50. Like, I mean, all her from my experience. But I need to dig. I'll watch Destiny.
Sure, I mean,
don't
like,
want
yeah.
to watch Destiny VODs. I hate Destiny
I'll,
VODs. I haven't watched.
I'll take some
But yeah,
time.
if anyone
I'll try
has
to
a
find
link,
those
if anyone
comments
has a
that, like,
link
has-
with
I
those
feel
comments,
like-
yeah, it would be handy.
I feel like the comments that I was saying that I saw that I remember at that time, I felt like there was an alignment of like a liberal Zionist position. I don't think I'm even that far off. But I have to look into the very specifics, and then we can talk about the specifics, and then I'll either detract.
No problem. No problem.
Detract my entire position on her, or just
No, I mean, I'm more
stay
interested
true
not
to
like what you think. I'm just for my personal archive. I keep
Oh,
the
yeah,
stuff
no, you're
like
cool, it's
together
cool.
just to have on different people,
Oh,
so I have like
yeah,
knowledge base. It's more about this. So yeah, if
the
you
other
have,
thing
if
is like
anyone
if I were to
sends
ask you, the other thing is if I were to ask you, is Megyn Kelly when she's sweeping for like Jeffrey Epstein? Do you think that's upholding patriarchy? Right?
Can you tell me who is Megyn Kelly?
She's a conservative. She used to work for Fox News.
I don't know who is she. I probably seen her. Sorry.
Okay.
I'll need to check.
Like,
I'll check. Megyn
you don't even have to
Kelly.
know who she is, but like she's sweeping for Jeffrey Epstein. She's basically minimizing
What the
like,
fuck?
oh, he's out actually amphibophilia, stuff like that. Like, that whole thing. Like you can like kind of understand how like that in of itself would be like a woman upholding the patriarchate system, not holding men accountable for their predator behavior.
Yeah, but she's still a product of the patriarchy, even being a woman.
Yeah,
So
you could be a
technically
product,
she's-
but you could be a product, but still be upholding it, like being a participant in it.
Yeah, but still, the root we need, like, metaphorically, not kill bad metaphorically, like deplatform, not kill, like directly, not killing. Kill the idea produced by patriarchy, not the it's like Hydra with like many heads. Like it's point to go to the roots of the problem. So basically, and it still ends up with the patriarchy, male-produced thing. Whatever the women,
I mean, the
some
first
small
step
percent.
is holding people accountable when they're fucking.
I think we need to kill all men and let Amazonians be.
say.
I praise women. I love women. Sorry, I'm not bi, but I mean, wait, maybe I'm bi actually. Now I'm thinking more about this.
Listen.
You're gaslighting me. Okay, I'm going off.
Later.
Bye.
Have a good one. Did this Darrell just come out of nowhere? Yeah, he just hopped in and he asked me about, well, technically he was on topic. He was talking about my comment on patriarchy and misogyny. Then he asked about Ukraine, or my thoughts on Mehdi Hassan's comments on Ukraine, which I think this is fair. I think I did, like, and this is part of like what's not going to stand out to me immediately is like I have to get adjusted to seeing the same kind of things, and if there's a listen, if this was the only thing on by itself, if this was the only thing by itself that's actually like problematic, then it's like, ooh, I mean, yeah, that's a bit yikesy. There needs to be a bit of a correction here, I would say, right? But ultimately, it's like if there's a pattern that he wants to show me or whatever, if there's like enough of a pattern of behavior or whatever, or I see it myself, then yeah, like I'll call it out when I see it. But I don't even think this is necessarily wrong. I don't think anyone necessarily disagrees that there is like a staggering difference about how the West and the media elites handle something like Ukraine compared to Gaza, right? There's a staggering bias. Again, that doesn't mean like the American government is handling that situation good at all. It's just, it's a bit of a double standard there. Bit of a clear double standard.
Destiny, but doesn't have Destiny's baggage, right? Like, just to be extremely clear here, because I think the defense that everybody goes to without explaining any of the allegations is that people always say, well, Destiny's the only one that could do it, right? I'm pretty
You
sure
want a Destiny without Destiny's baggage. He's good rhetorically. He's good at being manipulative. He has key, like, in terms of like how he functions in a political environment. He has key ways of interacting that are good tools for winning, debates and making points, like memorization of good talking points. And I think he'd be capable of, and is capable of making generally good good arguments for the most part when he has the facts on his side and everything. When he chooses to be truthful about something that, like I think he could like hammer that down very well. The problem is that like to treat this guy as like this savior, like it's kind of silly to treat this guy as like we need this guy. There's plenty of people out there that are doing just fine, and they don't need to have any of Destiny's tactics. They just never needed it to make the good propaganda, the good content about getting the truth out there. You don't absolutely need Destiny. It's like you don't think like you don't realize how much you don't need Destiny. You just really don't. Like he's not as critical as you think he is. Food Shops chat always makes me low.
That is, I'm pretty sure that's what everyone says, is that, oh yeah, Destiny is the one person that could do it. And then Destiny is the one that's also complaining, I wish there was more people who are like me, right? Like, he's also complaining about it. Like, he himself is complaining about it. He's like, bro, I can't be, like, fucking wrangling, I can't be wrangling Fox News by myself, basically, right? Or any of this, like, Charlie Kirk shit. Who actually wants Destiny to hold a monopoly on this shit? Whatever.
Like, I agree with the general perspective, the sentiment of Destiny's take on Charlie Kirk, but I don't think it's optically good to do what he did on Piers Morgan's platform. It's satisfying to see. It is satisfying to see, but it isn't like the best move you can make. That isn't like, you don't like, that's, I wouldn't say that's like wow, that's a good choice. Like, these are the kind of things listen, you say those things if you're trying to get something started. I'm going to be real. But so unless you're on board with that, I don't want to hear it from you. Quite frankly, I'm going to be real. Like, oh, wait. You said, what about Charlie Kirk? Oh, kind of cool, kind of base. All right. Read those comments. Oh. It's got to be cancer, isn't it? Kosher Kathy, that annoying fucker. Classic. Foodie laying out the ethical rules of people on the internet calling each other pedos. No you. Let's see. Why are they trying to defeat Destiny? Destiny is inevitable. Oh. Okay, that comes off as pretty cringe. PDF hunting is a way for people to revel in their sadistic fantasies in a socially acceptable way. I don't even disagree with that. A Destiny without his baggage and anti-Zionist would be a good thing, in my opinion. I mean, like, yeah. It's just like, I don't know, this perspective of like, oh, like he's one of our strongest warriors. It's like, okay, let's not jump the gun here, buddy.
Doesn't even matter. Imagine trying to explain to your IRL friends that you watch Destiny, somebody in which, like, you just Google their name and immediately find out that they have, like, severe allegations against them, right? Like, you Google their name and, like, what turns up immediately is their drama, right?
And I was like, yeah, so that's what I did for lunchtime. Now I'm an outsider. I don't give a fuck about this community anymore. So I'm going to tell you all on my way out. Yeah, by the way.
It's only his fault. He has only himself to blame.
Community's a fucking loser, and he's capped.
Part of the way out is giving me this content based. Thank you.
At his audience fucking size, he had 600 at one point, then he had the whole fucking Diorio drama, and now he's barely fucking passing.
Hello,
actually,
Chase?
I gave it to you, Foodshops. Actually, I gave it to you. I'm actually the one. She didn't want. She didn't want. She didn't want this out, so she says, but she gave approval for the recording. So she's like, I'm just gonna send it to you. Like, yeah, it was always public. I gave it to you, actually. She sent it to you, but I gave it to you. I'm the one who uploaded it. You're welcome, by the way.
On a good day.
They scorched
yeah,
Earth.
your insular community. I don't know what to tell you other than that. You
Scorched
probably
Earth
Destiny and try to do something better than Destiny. So that's
giving it to the weapon.
Wait, now you're the person being like, well,
The sword of
I have
DBG.
advice for you, Queen. And like, you look at the numbers for Deathbringer with Queen now. What are you talking about?
People that join my community.
I did a video check earlier. You're like, oh, why are you giving me advice? Why are you trying to give me advice? You're not in a position to give advice.
All right, you can.
I do understand where Deathbringer's coming from. Like I said, I came from music where I managed a bunch of different
View comments in the
teams,
channels?
so
Me
it's always
too.
A rising tide raises all ships.
My view comment is also not very
like
long.
music labels
To be
and
fair.
bands. And so, like I did a lot of messaging and
I'm saying by her own
capturing
standards, what she was
and
trying to get at me
stuff,
earlier about she's like she's contradicting herself.
That is true. I just want to see people succeed.
Why do you think I give advice? Why do you think I give advice or shit talk people on my like 2 viewer fucking Andy? Who am I to do it? It's because it's my platform. I do what I want. And I say what I want. I don't pretend I'm doing something for the greater good. Ultimately, I do things and I say things that hey, if people like listen, they listen. That's cool. You're trying to be like, oh, I'm gonna save these children. I'm gonna save these people from this horrible community.
Should we all call in?
I'm mystified how I managed to do that, Emery, with streaming Skyrim and shittily covering politics. I definitely don't think that I'm saving anybody. If anything, I try to say that if anybody wants to donate money,
You certainly like act like it though. Like I didn't just come up with that out of thin air. She's like, well, I've never said that. It's like you projected this idea that like it's like I'm gonna change the community within. What do you think I came up with that? Like, it's so gaslighty. She interacts in such a gaslighty way. Doxbringer, stop gaslighting me. It's crazy.
Donate to a foundation that I can eventually donate to somebody who's actually going to do good for the world. No, I don't think I'm saving the world by streaming Skyrim. I don't think you're saving anybody from
You were
messaging.
just projecting onto me earlier by like suggesting, oh, what do you do with your platform? I've never suggested I'm doing it.
Oh my god, who cares? Just please do anything else on New Year's Eve. Like, this is some 15-year-old shit. Sorry, I'm not talking about you specifically, Doug. I'm talking about you and everybody else. Bro, I'm saying, it's just, dude, who cares? Oh my god, dude, who cares? Literally just do something, okay? Just do anything. Bro, just do anything else but this, please. Please, you need to find a boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever you need to find, okay? This cannot be your life, okay? This cannot be your life. You shouldn't be doing this, okay? What the fuck?
Anything else. So it seems like you're projecting onto me. That's why I'm
When
saying
did I say
that.
that? What I said is that, what do you mean? What I said
I would
is that
say
you're-
like literally the same for you. Literally the same. It doesn't even matter that you're making money. Go out and socialize. Go out and socialize. But literally at any moment, I can just choose to go out and socialize. There is bars near me. There are plenty of like a hobby places I can find. Oh my god, dude. Holy shit. Do you even remember how all this started? Do you remember why we even started fucking talking shit to each other in the first place? Are you fucking serious?
Because
Are you fucking serious right now? You're actually driving me fucking insane. You actually don't remember.
Muted him after he made a point.
You made defense was New Year's Eve and everyone else spent New Year's Eve into New Year's covering it. And now you? I get paid.
Yeah, that's what the problem was.
Why do you think I did that? Tell me why you think I did that. Why do you think I did that? It's like, I get paid. I'm different. I'm different. I get paid. Dude, like, if anything, it's a little bit more embarrassing. It's a little bit more embarrassing that, like, this is what you choose to do. I'm just gonna cover this, like, this streamer here. Like, because, like, you know, I need to make my quick propaganda for Daddy Destiny. Like, your entire life is quick propaganda for Daddy Destiny. Daddy Destiny, are you proud of me, Daddy Destiny? Are you gonna fuck me now, Daddy Destiny? You're never gonna get fucked. Like, you're repulsive. Daddy Destiny will never fuck you.
He was owning the fuck out of you because he knows a lot more.
Here's the real reason. Here's the real reason. Here's the real reason. Here's the real reason.
What's the Diorio drama?
What Diorio drama? Who cares about Diorio? Thank you so much for $2. Unless there was something that happened recently. Right? Oh shit, that person scared the fuck out of me. What the fuck?
Here's the real reason. Can I say the real reason? I'm not gonna be allowed to talk.
That conversation, you were
Or you
like,
got spurred for like 20 minutes.
it's not spurting, just because I'm talking over
For
you.
sure,
Go on.
food crabs. No, we came up with a new insult. Food crabs. Food crabs. Food crabs. I'm pretty sure food crabs doesn't just touch grass, but eats it too. Eats it. Didn't you hear? Food shops worked for USPS for a minute. Now she's grass touching expert. True. Very true. Yeah, being a sex pest is a hell of a drug. True. Very true. Extremely true. Desi's baggage includes core personality traits. Yeah.
On.
Yeah. The real reason is I was already having a conversation. I invited him to come in and talk. That is fine. But then he made the same talking points
Need
that
to
we
go
already
to
had
his out?
conversations
Okay, send it to
about,
me.
that I already immensely disagreed with him on. And then he got off track of the original conversation in the first place. So yes, I fucking kicked him because he not only
I don't
did he
like
go
that
off
brown
track,
boy.
he
He's
said
fat.
the same talking points that were annoying and dumb as
But not
fuck
because
to
he's
begin
fat.
with. So
I fundamentally I remember that conversation in an entirely different way.
you're
Just
just you're beyond fucking like retarded. It was
I
as
just
simple
talked
as that.
about the
It was
fact
so
that he was asking you guys
simple. It was
about
so simple. It's like actually insane how simple.
No, he was making a reference to like saying like Putin and Netanyahu and like relative like
He was saying that I didn't pay, like I was equivalent to like Gila being an IDF soldier because I pay my taxes. That's the fucking
No, he
argument.
was saying that you saying that Gila should have defected from the IDF and gone to jail is the same as him telling you that you should not pay your taxes and go to jail. That's what he was saying.
I know. That's what I'm telling you. He was saying.
So he's saying that because you're criticizing Gila for not defecting from the IDF, because you guys, like, I've had a conversation in private where I'm like, well, what do you think about the whole, like, this clip here? Like, because I actually got into a productive conversation with him about it, where I was like, what do you think about the fact that she opted, instead of doing office work, to go on a tour? And he was like, yeah, that obviously shows that she wasn't that, like, she wasn't like forced into something or whatever, right?
I was saying that suggesting that that's equal, that's equal. My contributions is equal to Gila's contributions as an IDF soldier is insane.
But you later said that you only care about Israel-Palestine because your tax money goes towards it.
No, that's not the only reason I care.
No, but that's what you
Even
said.
if it wasn't a reasonable
That's not
reason,
even just what I said.
isolationists would say that.
You don't listen. You don't listen. That's the problem. That's the problem, Dr. You don't listen. You don't listen. I don't know how much more clear I can be with you. I actually don't understand how much more clear.
Oh
I actually
my
can't
God.
I'm going to talk very slowly. I'm going to talk very slowly.
Why are they fighting like this?
Everything. Apparently, Dr. just doesn't
Henry
understand.
was saying,
I gotta say, is this all there is to the commentary? Why are they fighting like this? Isn't this embarrassing that you're fighting like this? Isn't this embarrassing?
The most feminine of the most feminine.
Isn't this embarrassing?
That's what I'm saying.
Isn't this embarrassing? Isn't this embarrassing?
It's like that's super duper. Yeah.
That you got in a conflict with Rezi, a Discord drama, stream drama with Rezi over whether or not you're a pedophile. Isn't this embarrassing? Isn't this embarrassing? What are you doing, foodshops? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, you get paid for this? Oh, you get paid to soil yourself in front of everyone? You get paid to you embarrass yourself, humiliate yourself? That's super cool. Is this literally all the commentary is? Holy shit, it's so bad. It's actually disgustingly bad. Holy fuck. Say something different. Say something unique. I cared about Syria. Prior, I cared about Ukraine. Prior, I cared about Gaza. These people here did that. I am Ryan Gosling, by the way. I don't know who you're referring to.
Well, I mean,
I am way too employed for this, and this is coming from someone who doesn't have a job, okay? I don't even have a job, but even I feel like I'm way too employed for this.
8 relatives in Israel,
Yeah.
at least 5 of them are.
Oh my god, dude.
In the IDF. I have a friend who refused to fight but still has an intel clearance. I, studied all of this. I'm very familiar with, like, the Geneva Convention, the laws of war, what consists of a genocide and everything.
It's disgusting, the thing.
Protests in Israel. So what's the disagreement here?
How does the process?
All I remember Duckbringers being is just some orbiter of Mao. That's literally all I remember, okay? My prior knowledge of Duckbringers, I mean. Because usually I remember, like, different anti-fans based off of,
Holy
like,
shit, this is so bad. This coverage is so bad. Let's skip to the meme. Holy shit, it's actually, like, unbearable. Holy fuck. Like, no substance, no nothing. Holy fuck. Please end my life. Holy shit. I actually fucking died. No, there's no way I was going to cover all this shit. Holy fuck. This shit is horrible. This is fucking garbage. Holy shit, man. Okay. I'm trying to find the meme moment. The great meme. I think I know when the great meme happens. I think I know. Oh. I think it's around here. I think. It might have been over here. The Americans don't care about Syria and what Assad did there, much less than IP. So the funding and being partially involved seem to play much more weight than humanistic aspects. True. It's not like it isn't a holiday or something.
Am I doing it right? I was only ever... Wait, no, you're not. You're good, Dan. I was only ever stopped from sharing my content in, like, the pond channel. That's all I was ever banned
Right, so it should be pretty clear, not by your own standards.
What?
They made it clear they want to engage with you. Also, you're on.
This is what happens when Europe has too much fucking free welfare shit, okay? What happens then is that, like, people like Purple Perry will just go on and, like, spend way too much fucking time. All right, way too much fucking time. Going and doing this anti-fan shit. Like, come on, maybe we should just send you back to the mines. You know what I mean? Like, maybe we should.
Is that literally the
This is
only
too much bullshit,
engagement?
okay?
There's like
You know,
no engagement with the actual substance of anything that's being said. Like I clicked, like I skipped around, and like that's the only engagement. Where was my meme moment? I know I had my meme moment. Fuck, I can't find it. Oh, there it is. There it is. Oh my god.
Do you believe me when I say I believe that they were saying that?
I think if you're making a comparison to something, if somebody,
No. Answer yes or no. Yes or no. Do you believe that I believe that was what was happening?
I believe that you believe whatever you think you believe. I'm not
Okay,
saying.
do you
I'm not saying
understand, you understand why I would go with that route? Even though, yes, I understand I shouldn't jump to this, but you understand why I went to that route?
Yes, and it's the same thing that when I had couple experience with it. Yes.
You don't think it's cool when somebody goes up to you and, like Ryle did, which I
do,
disavow, by the way.
like,
What
I
Ryle did and said, you don't care about
25-year-old
Palestinians because you don't know enough about the Palestinian genocide, but you know enough about Ukrainian.
I don't care. I don't care.
The two sides, when there's...
I don't care. I don't care. Oh, dude, the commentary is so bad. Holy shit, there's nothing here. There's nothing here. Why did you even bother? Holy shit. Oh my god, if I was like such a spiteful fucking asshole, I would DMCA the fuck out of this. Holy shit, man. Holy fuck, man. This is so fucking garbage. Please TOS now. Do it now. I'm dead fucking serious. Fucking do it now. Please. Holy this shit sucks. All right. Thank God. Thank God I made something entertaining out of this. Holy shit. Dude, last night, like I was just chilling. I was watching a TV show. Every once in a while, I'd check in on this, and there was like dumbass things being said. But I only had like what 3-4 minutes of total footage, I guess. Dude, I didn't realize how fucking garbage shit.
I think it's also very immature. That's fine. I think it's also very immature. I think it's also
insanely
fine.
funny because it's so fucking stupid to get that upset.
Going down extravagant has aura. Look at this. Like
skip it.
I will use this to my
Not
advantage.
making jokes about it. I'm only asking
Hell
you to
yeah.
understand somebody that replies to that is a little bit like.
You'll never find me in the ground. Oh, this video is unavailable.
Dude. Yeah, I was fucking with her. We were just like watching, and then somebody told me, it was like, oh dude, you should private this while she's watching. It would be really funny to just like fuck with her. I was just like, yeah, I think it will be. I think it will be funny. And, so I just privated it while she was like mid-watch.
Oh my god, guys, Emery just took it down. Oh my god. Wait, oh no. Oh my god. Wait, what is going on? Wait, hold on. I gotta solve this in Arc Raiders first. Wait. Did he really? Yeah. What the hell? Hey.
Dude, it was so good.
I just want to escape. I just... Wait, where am I? I just want to escape this guy.
And then the reaction is basically just like, it's like, oh, like he must have tried to hide something. He must have been trying to hide something. It was like a bunch of fucking schizo posting, dude.
Good call. Wait. Right? Are you actually fucking kidding me?
Okay, that was to the game. That was not to the VOD. Take it out.
What's going on? What's happening? Come on. Hey, come on.
She's very invested in this raid. She's very invested. She's very invested.
Oh shit. What the hell? I'm so glad I brought zip lines, I guess. Oh shit, I better make this one count. Wait, can I just wait here?
Very invested.
What?
Very
God.
invested. Anyway, skip.
Wait.
Wait.
Does it mean I do?
My garbage gameplay.
Okay, well, because I get to back out. Oh, come on. What? This is so lame. Why would you do this?
The fuck with you. It was funny.
Is there something you don't want me to see?
I'm just in chat. I'm like, tee-hee. And then she pulls up this. She's like, oh, well, at least I downloaded it. At least I downloaded it and watch.
Settings.
At least somebody downloaded it for me. Pulls it up. I don't even know how long I delayed her, but it was enough to know. It was enough. It was a long enough delay. It was really funny. And as soon as
hold on.
As soon as she like pulled up someone else, I thought she was gonna switch to something else. Or I thought she was gonna like find out that I brought it back to public. Dude, it would have been so funny. It would have been so funny. It would have been so funny. But I thought about like making it public as soon as she decided to like I don't know, almost give up, and then somebody's like, "Oh, it's back up or whatever." Yeah, I would like private it again just to fuck with her.
Coding settings.
We did not get that lucky, unfortunately, but you know, it's okay. It's okay.
Well, you know, good thing, okay? Good thing I'm a smart person, all right? Good thing I have backup plans to my backup plans.
Yeah.
All right? Good thing I'm just like any other online schizo, except I have a platform. Okay?
Yeah.
And I am a professional A-logger myself, okay? So you know what? But I'm just the one with a career because I'm the best at it, all right? I downloaded this.
The career handed to you by the world's most controversial little guy, you know? The career handed to you. When he needed you at his most desperate.
That's why I have a career, okay? I'm better than all the other snarkers because I'm the master at snarking, okay? I'm the master at snarking, all right? Okay. I'm just not on your side. Okay, here.
Wait, master
is this
snarking
muted for
here.
whatever reason? Oh no. Does it just have no sound?
No sound! No sound!
No. Wait.
You're cucked. You're cucked. You're cucked. You're mugged. You're owned.
There has to be some way to extract the sound, right?
Just a drink. A martini, shaken, not stirred.
I miss the old food shops.
K-Lite auto pack.
Like Josh Moon is a better A-logger. Is it a career A-logger? Oh, yeah, I mean, pretty much.
Just a drink. A martini, shaken, not stirred.
The one from 2 weeks ago.
Very epic. Very epic content.
Don't worry, guys. Let me cook. Let me cook.
It's on 1.6, by the way. You gotta appreciate the little things, guys. The little things in life. Duckbringers in chat like there are reactions to the video, but most with commentary. Most with commentary.
Give me just a second.
You might be cucked into giving a view to Purple Perry Gaming, or you might be cucked into giving a view to I don't know who else was covering it. Morale, yeah, I guess, yeah.
Wait. Let me cook. Let me cook. Let me cook. Wait.
You understand that some people... There we go. She got it. She figured it out. I wasted her time successfully. I don't even know how long it was, but it was funny enough. What was it? How long? How long without the free content where you jabber on with like the same point for the majority of the time? That I saw, at least. To be fair, I didn't see the rest because you were so fucking boring and uninteresting that I refused to watch the rest. Guys, these guys are kind of like antisocial freaks. They're spending their time on these anti-fan Discord servers and just being mean to each other. They're being mean to each other. Not like me at all. Not like me at all. Like, guys, like I'm totally unique. I'm not a total fucking antisocial freak. Guys, I'm not a pedophile. I promise. I'm not seen as a pedophile, guys. How could you say this? All right, buddy. What was it? Okay, what was it? 313 to... When didn't she bring it back exactly? I wasted at least 10 minutes of her time, I think. Something like that. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Oh my god, that's funny. Yeah, so fuck you, food shops. Go TOS yourself right now in a video game. Lose your fucking sped. Anyway, I'll do like on the doxbringer content. Oh wait, I'll ask him right now. Hold on. Just want to be sure. It's just nice to give an invitation, you know what I mean? It's respectful. It's only respectful that I do this. I should have saved these beforehand, but whatever, man. We'll do it this way. Give me a second. I just want to save each one individually. Oh, wait. These are funny. I promise. These are funny. These are funny. It's worth sitting through me saving these things like a fucking jackass. Sitting here. Oh my god. Like, I'm sure there was probably something else that was different or like not interesting, because food shops being interesting is an impossible task, really, aside from like being genuinely interesting. But you know, I'm sure there was something that I could have grappled onto, but God, it was horrible. It was just horrible, and we need to move on. We truly needed to move on. We truly needed to. It was just that bad, guys. It's just unfortunate. It's so unfortunate, I gotta say. I've lost track if... I think I got these all... I think I got these all. So Ape Gamer wanted to share his DM exchange with doxbringer, and I thought it'd be funny to share. I've gotten approval for this. I'm good. Ape Gamer forwards something to doxbringer saying, "We won't live in a better world with so many people who would rather play Goyslop games than defend the new world order we worked hard to establish." It was something to do with like being realistic about like what kind of world we live in right now. It's just like a little bit of a nihilistic perspective to some degree or whatever. But I don't know the full quote offhand or whatever, but something to that degree. Then he like says like, "You're a fucking idiot." And then doxbringer's like, "Okay, Half-Life PFP." Ape Gamer says, "When I say people like you, this is exactly what I'm talking about." doxbringer's like, "You don't know me, to be fair. You call me a quick chungus." Like, why? Because I like bugs? Ape Gamer responds, "You say that with that stupid fucking worm and your stupid fucking name and reputation and excuses and cope. And it's so obvious. Part of the cope is not realizing it. Do you even read books? I don't like to be that guy, but I'm genuinely asking." doxbringer says, "You are contextualizing my entire existence as something fake." Ape Gamer says, "It kind of is." doxbringer says, "Based off your brain-rotted internet opinion." Ape Gamer says, "Yeah, sure, I'm fake as fuck too, dude." doxbringer says, "Yeah, I read books." Ape Gamer said, "Read more of them." doxbringer says, "Look, listen, when Ape Gamer is kind of being ridiculous, I'll make fun of that too." He is kind of being a little silly, but you know, yeah. "Read more of them." doxbringer says, "I like sci-fi. Three body problem. I don't know why he decided to share some of the stuff that probably felt unnecessary to share, but it's still funny. Ape Gamer says, I'm being facetious because you said the same thing. doxbringer says, I mean, I had to taste for people who, for example, repeat lies because Queen and Yellow reposted them. That hurt my friends. Like, that's where my snark is at. I'm not built to discuss the lawsuit, so I don't try. I can debate food shops on their lolicon stuff because my ex-husband was a lolicon. I thought he was one of the good ones, but after I divorced him, he started arguing for 15-year-olds maliciously luring them into sex. Dude, this is horrible. This is horrible. Holy shit. Wait, I thought he was one of the good lolicons. And yeah, I fucking hate those people. Ape Gamer says, do you think people who don't suffer from MPD or antisocial personality disorders are capable of being self-centered? Don't question, but entertain it, please. doxbringer says, absolutely. I don't pathologize anyone outside of clearly humorous content. The whole novella is a narcissist stuff. Ape Gamer says, how did we go from what we were talking about to you telling me about debating your ex-husband about lolicon? It's so stupid. I hate this. I love it. I love it and I hate this. doxbringer says, for example, I don't know why this is funny to me. I don't know why, dude. I can't explain it to you guys. You get it or you don't, dude. You wouldn't get it. You wouldn't get it. Oh my god. Ape Gamer says, I don't want any more. I'm fucking dying. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Fuck me, dude. Oh shit. Okay, I'm gonna fucking die. I'm gonna die. I'm not gonna survive, dude. Oh god. Oh god. Holy shit. Okay. Ape Gamer. I don't want any more examples, please. You've been giving me examples all damn day. Ape Gamer. I'm all about positive reinforcement, but negative reinforcement has its time and place. And then she responds to, how did we go from what we were talking about to telling me about debating your ex-husband about lolicon? She responds, I don't know your general critique. Made it seem as though I was arguing against a version of myself I don't fully understand and certainly don't relate to. Ape Gamer says, you should feel immense shame for what you are. And I don't mean that in being gay or autistic or annoying or a stupid woman or whatever. Allow me to be soy and tell you to check your privilege, retard. I don't think you understand my general critique. doxbringer says, I clearly don't. Ape Gamer says, yeah, that's the problem. doxbringer responds, yeah. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. I'm gonna die, dude. Fuck me. Holy shit. Oh, hold on. Right here. Okay. So, I think the misspellings, when you're typing fast, I think the misspellings make it funnier somehow. Ape Gamer says, I guarantee you a lot of other people would. Brandon says, so explain. For instance, just the word quick chungus. No, sorry, not quick chungus. Quirk chungus. Ape Gamer says, other people would just call you retarded and laugh at you, but I think it's part of your cope. You don't want to accept certain realities. doxbringer says, I don't know about that. Explain though. Ape Gamer replies, I could explain to you why I call you Quirk Chungus. It's so stupid. But I'm not going to. Figure it out on your own as part of your cringe. As part of your cringe journey. doxbringer says, it's just Chungus feels to me like a lot like a way of gatekeeping women out of meme culture. If a woman is being esoteric and abusing reference humor, she's a Chungus. If a man does it, he's Perry. Abe Gamer says, sure, if you want to look at it that way, lock yourself out of any grove. Duckbringer says, I am dissuaded from leaning into the part of my personality that enables me to be more like Perry because of people like you. Ape Gamer says, yeah, and racist mega Christian nationalists are persuaded into leaning towards Nazis because of people like me. I don't really give a fuck. That's your problem, idiot. Duckbringer says, yeah, but I'm telling you, what issue do you take with me being random and laughing my ass off at teaching Queeman origami every time he insults me? It's quirky and random. It's also very funny. What's the issue? Who do you think I am, Ape? I'm going for a short walk. I can't breathe. I'm going for a short. I'm going for a short walk. Oh, fuck. Oh, God. Oh, fuck. Dude, I think I missed context for this one. I might have missed a screenshot just in case. I might have missed a screenshot, so keep that in mind. I think I did. I might have been. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't know. Just, yeah. These aren't like, so far they aren't like, I don't know. It's just a fun meme. It's just a bonus meme. It's bonus memes. That's what it is. That's all. Okay. Ape Gamer responds to, I am dissuaded from leaning into a part of my personality that enables me to be more like Perry because of people like you. Ape Gamer responds, I'm tired of filtering my personality for oblivious dickheads like you who sit around and watch the world burn. I'm not like Perry in the sense that I go out and act like this every day. I'm anonymous. On this internet, this is my outlet to be my true self. People like you want to reinforce the most apathetic parts of humanity, which allows the worst to get away with what they do. That's why you're a stupid Chungus. Dr. Brina responds, last note before AFK, do not filter. My best friends are little fascists and people who unironically think Bill Clinton was the primary target of the Epstein files because of the release today. I don't care. You seem fine. Ape Gamer replies, I'm nice to people in my community who I hate on a personal level because that's the mask I wear. But when I'm snarking, I get to tell people like you, who I see every day among the hundreds of named faces I have to deal with because of my job and kind of town I live in, what I actually think of them. That's how I differentiate bullying and snarking. Most people don't deserve to be bullied. Well, to be bullied. I think he meant bullied. Most people don't deserve to be bullied. But most people, especially people like you, deserve to be snarked. Doug responds, based on what? I'm like, you speak like this, and it feels like I'm speaking. Where do we disalign? Ape Gamer responds, out of the two of us, I am simultaneously the most real, and I overshare the least. That might seem like a contradiction, but if you think so, that's exactly the problem. Duckbringer responds, so, like, I posted anonymous? I've screamed into the void. Ape Gamer responds, you tell me shit I don't care about, and I don't want to hear it to compensate for what you are. Duckbringer says, I get it, but I in no way find benefit in censoring who I am. Ape Gamer replies, a lot of people do it. I'm guilty of doing it sometimes. Duckbringer says, like, see, my wand, sulfur, for example. Ape Gamer says, but it's a chronic issue with you. Duckbringer replies, she's just super attuned to space. Like, sulfur is super attuned to space. Ape Gamer replies, I don't give a fuck. I barely know anything about my wand, sulfur. Oh my god. Is it this? Okay. You don't realize most of these people are just names I recognize. Ape, before I go on my walk, do you accept that these rules are a bit different for women and men in this space? Ape Gamer replies, the only reason you're a special case is because Perry emotionally abused you on camera, and I thought it was funny. He replies to the, before I go on my walk, do you accept these rules are a bit different for women and men in this space? Ape Gamer replies, yeah, sure. I also accept I'm a raging misogynist, but I acknowledge that's not right. I do a lot of things that aren't right. I say slurs, I'm mean to people, I resent people. Duckbringer replies, okay, I'll say I respect you a lot more than most people in the space, even if I don't show it, because I understand the cut of your jib. Honestly, I do. I probably won't disagree with your strat for yourself. I'm just not sure it's what I want for myself. Ape Gamer replies, cool. I know I deserve to be respected more than most of these F-slurs, but your respect means nothing to me. Duckbringer replies, based. Ape Gamer replies, don't praise me. We are not friends. I really don't like you. Duckbringer replies, fuck you, non-friend. I'll praise you to antagonize you, because we aren't friends. Lol. Ape Gamer replies, most people aren't going to communicate this shit to you. Duckbringer responds, you'd be surprised, but I'm invested in your take specifically. What was this? 4444? I'm not invested in your take specifically. I'm not hurting for unsolicited advice. Ape Gamer responds, don't get used to this. We are not friends. We're not going to be friends. Duckbringer responds, I don't care. I just care for your take. Ape Gamer replies, well, you got it. Do something productive with it. Duckbringer responds, can you summarize it? I'm a quirk chungus. You are more real because you don't overshare. I gotta bounce. Thanks for the great content and good laughs. Have a good one. Have a good one, Mr. God. Duckbringer responds, I don't care. I just care for your take. Ape Gamer replies, well, you got it. Do something productive with it. Oh, yeah. I read that. You are more real because you don't overshare. Oh, come on, Ape Gamer. From what I can recall, I could be wrong, but Ape Gamer told me that she summarized the conversation they had through ChatGPT, but it sounded like when he said that, it sounded as if she just did that on her own accord. But he's literally saying, feed ChatGPT or chat logs and tell it to summarize it for you. It's not my job to dumb it down. This is still funny though. It's still funny that she actually did it. This gave me so much joy. Short version, blood, just means bro, dude. And here it's being used mockingly. Longer version, below, what blood means. Dude. Blood thinks he's enlightened. This guy's delusional. So when someone says, what does blood Ape Gamer mean? They're basically saying, what the hell is this guy on about? What Ape Gamer is actually doing. Ape Gamer isn't making a clear, coherent argument. He's doing a mix of, okay, what's the next one? He's doing a mix of anyone who jokes, memes, overshares, or isn't perpetually serious equals morally inferior. Number 2, terminally online ideological slang. Some key terms he uses: goy slop, an extremist anti-Semitic meme meaning low-quality mass media. Huge red flag term. It signals edgelords politics, not serious theory. Quirk chungus. Insult for someone he thinks hides behind irony. Uses memes randomness to avoid commitment. Treats politics social collapse as a joke. Snarking versus bullying. his personal justification for being cruel while claiming moral superiority. Number 3, contradiction as identity. He openly admits he's misogynistic, he uses slurs, he's mean on purpose, and treats self-awareness as if it excuses behavior. That's not deaf. That's, I don't know if I can say this, pronounce this properly here. Oopsie moment. Aestheticized nihilism. The core of his argument, translated into normal English. If you strip away the insults, it's basically, I believe people who cope with humor, irony, or oversharing are enabling social decay by not taking ideology seriously enough. I think I'm more authentic because I restrain myself offline and unload contempt anonymously online. That's it. No concrete solution, no actionable politics, just contempt plus vibes. Why it feels incoherent? Because it is incoherent. He refuses to explain his critiques, treats confusion as proof of inferiority, substitutes cruelty for clarity, uses Reed theory as a social weapon, not an invitation. That's why the conversation goes in circles. Bottom line, blood equals bro, said dismissively. Ape gamers performing internet nihilist superiority, not making a real argument. The hostility is the point. Confusion is a feature, not a bug. If you want, I can summarize his worldview in 5 bullet points, explain why this style is common in certain online political spaces, or help you craft a response that doesn't get dragged into his game. Just say which. What the fuck does blood mean? What the fuck does ape gamer mean? I literally just fed it our convo. Ape Gamer says, I'm not reading any of that. Our conversation is over. You are cringe. Dude. Okay. AG1, dude. AG1, dude. This is epic. This is so epic. Oh my god. Holy fuck, man. Holy shit. Oh, I'm gonna die here. Holy fuck. Doxbringer says, you told me to do this. You lost. Stop making me side with the clankers. Doxbringer says, if you try to win arguments with your wife this way, it explains why you are a bottom. Doxbringer says, I can, but I'm not. But I'm going to translate it into something usable. Not repeat. His insults are aesthetic posture. Oh my god. Here is Ape Gamer's argument, compressed into one actionable point for you. Oh my god. Ape Gamer's actionable critique, Steelman. Your public persona relies too heavily on irony, oversharing, and randomness, which, regardless of your actual beliefs, signals apathy and unseriousness to people who are already angry and looking for moral clarity. If you want to be taken seriously by that kind of person, you would need to be more selective, restrained, and intentional about what you project. That's the actual point under all the contempt. Oh, man. What he believes you're doing wrong in practical terms from his perspective. You externalize too much of your inner process. Examples, stories, associations. You deflect tension with humor instead of confrontation. You refuse aesthetic discipline, tone, persona, restraint. This makes it easy for him to read you as unserious, coping, not fully committed to the stakes he believes exist. He thinks this isn't neutral. He thinks it actively enables complacency in others. What he wants you to do, even if he refuses to say it, if he were forced to give advice instead of insults, it would be something like, talk less, but with more intent. That's something to take into consideration. I think it's good advice for most people. Oh, Holy fuck. Okay, talk less with more intent. Stop explaining yourself to people who aren't already aligned. Reduce irony when stakes are high. Accept that perception matters more than self-knowledge in hostile spaces. Choose when to be playful versus when to be severe. In short, curate your presence like someone who believes things are dire. The key part he never acknowledges, what he doesn't accept, and where you genuinely disagree. Genuinely disagree. Severity is not the same as seriousness. That openness doesn't equal lack of conviction. That withholding personality doesn't equal being more real. That his method doesn't just clarify, it also alienates and distorts. You aren't misunderstanding him, you're rejecting his premise. Bottom line for you, his argument only becomes actionable if you accept his value system. If you don't, then the correct takeaway isn't change, it's he's optimizing for a different audience and a different moral aesthetic than I am. If you want, I can help you decide when, if ever, it's worth code switching into his mode, map the exact fork where your values diverge, or help you articulate a response that shuts this down cleanly without feeding it. Just say the word, so basically, I'm doing the right thing. Oh my God. Wait, oh my God. That's so fucking funny. Just say the words. So basically, I'm doing the right thing according to robots. Dog. Listen, I'm not here to say like in every aspect, Ape Gamer is right about every single thing there, right? And that he was helpful to you at all. But I think there are some key things to keep in mind about what he was saying. There are some things to take into consideration. Ape, are you my age or younger? No, I'm not flirting. I have zero interest in married men, nor internet nihilists. I just want to pick someone around my age's brain on shit. 12, pedo, blocked. I don't know why you shared this one. It's like slightly funny, but like not super funny. It's like, yeah. It's okay though. Not everything's going to be a banger, you know. Common user experience, yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. I mean, like, you have to take, like, ChatGPT with a massive grain of salt. There are people that have interacted with that in horribly destructive ways, and it's like a enabler bot if you let it be. So I think it's fair to like out of experimentation here or there, if like you're curious about like how a conversation actually went, to like break down a conversation, you could do that every once in a while. Yeah, could be good for stuff like that, but to rely on it so heavily or whatever for growth or whatever is probably not something you should do. I would say you should not heavily rely on that stuff. It's bad for your brain, I think, getting too connected. I'm thinking about reading this on stream, but at the same time, that might be we might do this later. I don't know if we'll do this. We'll probably do this either this stream or next stream. Some of this is crazy. No, not some of it. Sorry, all of it. I don't want to downplay. No, All of that is crazy. Ape Gamer says he's got more DMs coming. Alright. Fresh DMs on the way. But in the meantime, while we wait. Press like, hit subscribe. There's a Discord link if you want content suggestions in the future. If you haven't joined the Discord, that's there. We're gonna post that, by the way, in chat. And fuck it. Let's do this Diorio hit piece. Let's watch this.
Throughout 2025, I've seen commentary streamer and video essayist Nicholas Diorio transition his content and behavior into something totally unrecognizable from how it was in years past. I've seen the quality of his content and analysis sharply decline as he shies away from
like if you were to ask me like it's like you like I feel like my like the way I tend to see how this space interacts, how the content creators like change over time. Like, I feel like I have this, like, knack for, like, catching it, but not being able to communicate it effectively enough to people when it's happening in real time. I feel like I'm too right too early. And, you know, it's an unfortunate thing sometimes. But hey, man. So, like, you know, this is something that was like, oh, yeah, I know what Diorio's doing here. He's being a grifter fucking hack. Like, he's not living up to even his stated morals and principles. It was very clear to me. So, yeah, I won't be redundant on this point. That I was right. Or like, let's engage with the video a little bit more thoroughly.
Any criticism that is levied against him. In this video, I want to break down some of the ways that Nicholas has abandoned his long-standing principles and show how he is both willing to lie for his own personal benefit and allow his friends to lie with little to no pushback. My most prominent criticisms of Nick come from his awful coverage of Ethan Klein. Nick is on a complete 180 on his opinion of the Kleins. He went from someone who would proudly call Eva Klein horseface to someone who makes pathetic, groveling sympathy posts for a plight as an Israeli living in the United States.
The first wave of like commentary channels that started to hate us, they like to make a joke that I look like a horse.
Joe Rogan should give Gila back her meds. So you tweet this, right? And somehow you trended over what now? What was the story you trended over on the H3 Reddit?
Moses was being accused of sexual assault.
Come on, their thread was shitting on Nick for making fun of somebody's looks, and here they are shitting on somebody's looks.
And the best part is I don't even need plastic surgery to fix mine.
Yeah.
I just need like exercise.
I don't know why I'm not subscribed to this guy. He has less subscribers than me. That's crazy. He's got really good views here, though. Really good views. Let's go.
And they need to call a surgeon to fix that shit.
Oh, Nick, nah, dude.
He starts tweeting a picture of a horse, and Ethan adds his own context, which is driving him crazy. And it's funny, because it's like a 10,000 IQ play. Elon goes, well, why can't he just call me a horse? The reason he can't call you a horse is because your fucking
joke doesn't work.
Flag the tweet. No, because your pride flag the tweet. I don't think using your fucking platform to attempt to platform someone is fair to me. And
so, yeah, obviously, it's like I've said this numerous fucking times, but the hostility, like, was at its most intense, like, the flagrant disrespect or whatever, you know, it's just like, yeah, you can make amends with people who do this stuff. You can, like, you can get along with them, you know, after a little bit of a beef. But it feels like on Ethan's end, it's like more out of convenience or whatever, not like because like it's more out of like you're on my side for this. It's not like a growing moment for Nicholas Diorio. It's not like he actually regrets doing any of this. Not actually feels like sorry about doing any of this. Not that he has to. Not that he has to. But, you know.
You can hate me for it. You can think
I don't hate you for it. That's
no.
That's
But I brand myself as an asshole.
I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I don't know how well I'm gonna engage with this because I feel like I'm just gonna be redundant with the like. It feels like I'm just gonna agree a lot because I've already seen this and I've already had these same takes. So like I'm going to try to cover this as effectively as possible with adding my own input and new stuff. But like I'm gonna be straightforward with you guys. I feel like I've saw all this coming. This hit piece is definitely necessary. I'm not doing nothing. I think the video is good. I recommend you watch it. Junk Drawer Gaming. But yeah. It feels like most of the things that are going to be said, I feel like I've already said, I've already seen somebody say before. It's nice to have it in a good little package here.
on this internet to be liked by people.
Participate in some really nasty stuff like calling people horse face and stuff.
I did do that.
That being said, water under the bridge. But I'm just saying there was a reason.
Yeah, but he thought that I wouldn't forgive him or anything. But I actually watch your content pretty regularly now.
I remember I'm like, why? I don't think any of these. I don't think like Gila Klein. I don't think Ethan. I don't think anyone's gonna forgive me for any of those comments or anything like that.
I think I really.
And then she was watching the stream.
I like the Oreo. I gotta say, I gotta admit it. I'm a Oreo fan.
So I had tweeted support for Gila Klein is pivotal right now. Look at the quote tweets. All I did was tweet out like support for Gila Klein, which I think is totally fine. I think you're a complete fucking loser if you have a problem with this tweet. Goy slop commentary YouTubers are a waste of oxygen. Fat retard crying about the ugliest bitch getting harassed. You know the world has to get nuked because
I'm so sorry. I know people want this, but the Ape Gamer DMs. I'm like, I got my mind so focused on the potential gold mine here.
Retard commentary YouTubers.
I need to stay focused. We'll get to that next.
Think they deserve to live.
Now this feels like work. Now it feels like work. Now this feels like work.
The horse-faced Nazi.
Let's try to engage. Let's try to engage. Let's try to engage.
Pivotal right now. IDF sympathize. There's not like a single positive comment right now. I'm a Zionist now.
Yes, he's a pathetic fucking loser. Like everyone was making fun of him for being a pathetic fucking Zionist simping spurg.
Hitler's wife.
Yada yada yada. I feel like, is there like I wish he put timestamps in this. I'm not gonna lie.
Good one.
So it's okay. I'm not gonna shit on you too hard for no timestamps. I don't do it. I don't expect you. I need one of the takes that felt a little bit more fresh or something. Let's go over here. Let's skip around.
That's blatantly false or accuses Hassan of something out of context, it's always Dan's fault for feeding him misinformation. Ethan can never just be wrong or malicious in his framing of his enemies. There's also the elephant in the room of Ethan Klein's malicious lawsuits. It's no secret that I am principally opposed to these lawsuits. I find it ridiculous that any so-called commentator would think of supporting them. These lawsuits are built upon a lie that Ethan needs to defend his copyright and are being used as a political weapon to silence Ethan's critics. And in the case of the H3 Snark moderators, these lawsuits are being used as an attempt to dox their private identities in an attempt to scare away future criticism. Ethan has expressly stated that he wants to reveal the identities of Snark moderators to their families, schools, and jobs, essentially doxing them and participating in life ruination. His orbiters will use the skulls and CPS call as a way to deflect away from this unhinged behavior, as if it is some
Dude, I feel like such an asshole because I'm trying to react to this in a transformative way, but like not. God, fuck me. I'm trying to. I might actually give up on this. I recommend a video. It's just like I don't know what to do with it. Where like I don't feel like I'm just being redundant, like or like I haven't said anything that I haven't said before. Like all of this I've said before. Literally all this I've said before, and that's not. I'm not shitting on the guy. The guy did a good job here. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know some of you wanted this, so I'm sorry. I'm so distracted, and they're tempting, and I just want to cover the fun, the fun DM exchanges and laugh. I just want to laugh and goof off. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. The Oreo fat loser, fucking Zionist freak. Sucking on Ethan's cock. Yes, I've heard. Yeah, like I've said this. I called this so early on. I've called all this, and I feel I was gaslit so much. I've been gaslit on so many different things that I've called in like early or whatever. I put my chips down. I always put my chips down too early, and I'm always getting gaslit. Okay, I get it. Fuck the Oreo. I just need something new. I just need something new to like really pick up on. Okay, fuck. It's just like it's a good video too. I feel bad for him, like, because it's a good video. Not like I'm gonna give him much more attention. I'm a micro, but you know, still. Anyway. Oh, these are okay. All right. Are you fucking? Ape Gamer says, "Are you fucking serious right now?" Duckbrainer says, "What do you mean? I sent a video to Foodshops because I sympathize with her on some points." Ape Gamer says, "You know exactly what I mean. I didn't want this to be public. And consider they cut out the part where Ryle crashes out and all the dumb shit arguments before it. I don't know. I wouldn't have sent it to FS if Kathy wasn't impersonating me." Wait, no, sorry. I was reading out of Ape Gamer's voice. "I wouldn't have sent it to FS if Kathy wasn't impersonating me. And if people weren't lying blatantly about me doxing Ryle, among other things. I don't care." Ape Gamer says, "So what you're telling me is you wouldn't be openly associating with a well-known and self-admitted doxer, pedophile, and serial harasser, including of children, if Snarky wasn't mean to you? Is that what your argument is? Correct me if I'm wrong." Duckbringer says, "Not mean to me. Openly slandering me. Not taking harassment towards me seriously. And generally being hypocrites and playing it fast and loose with OPSEC. I don't care. That community is a stain on people who want to meaningfully provide pushback to Destiny and pro-POW people. To be honest, we don't live in the same times either. So to some extent, I'm less inclined towards supporting people to post anonymously online. I think it's a national security risk at this point due to AI. Ape Gamer responds with, "You understand the implications and logical conclusions of the alternative, though, do you?" Let's see. Doxbringer responds, "We need legal protections for online harassment, especially when it's done by people with larger platforms. Stochastic terrorism is a problem. Embodying views is common and can be used to launder money to specific streamers to incite chaos. I believe in the First Amendment. And unfortunately, pushing for online anonymity is a band-aid, and the utility is starting to be outweighed by the influence of hate campaigns." Ape Gamer responded, "This logic is oxymoronic." Doxbringer responds with, "Explain." Ape Gamer responds, "This. You don't understand why so many people are mad at you. You can't make the argument that talking shit and being mean is worse than revealing someone's identity or associating / aiding people who do so. Do you remember that talk in VC we had about PII?" Doxbringer responds, "I didn't reveal someone's identity. Rao did nothing to hide his identity, and he continues to go on these platforms with his normal voice. These aren't standards I care about. And I don't really care if I'm hated by anyone or if people lie about me or slander me. I'm going to report anyone impersonating me, though." Ape Gamer responds, "You made references towards the availability of someone's location, real name, criminal history, etc. That is extremely bad online etiquette. Do you really need me to walk you through on why? Because I can." Ape Gamer, she responds to Ape Gamer saying, "I was talking on a private VC with 5 people, all of whom were already aware." How do you know? Did you ask them? Also, this didn't just happen in that particular VC. It was like a whole other one. There was a whole other one where you were revealing it to more than 5 people. The gang's all here. The gang's all here. Gang's all here. I don't know why QQ sent this to me, but QQ sent this to me. Thank you, QQ. Thanks. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Anyway. I just want to make sure there's no actual, just in case. I trust Ryle to not like inadvertently put that information, but I want to verify just in case he missed something. Like you never really know. We're just putting random numbers. I'm going to delete all this anyway. Off my computer. I need to clean out. That's not what I mean. Doxbringer says, "Emery docs Ryle. No, it's inconsistent logic. I don't care. Ryle crashed out, and I was debating people afterwards." Ape Gamer says, "You're the one with inconsistent logic." Doxbringer responds, "I have no problem with what was cut out. I don't even think I said anything about Kiwi Farms, did I?" Why is Kiwi... Wait. What does Kiwi Farms have to do with anything here? Oh, come on, dude. Just save the fucking video. Fuck you. Arrow. Don't be that. Don't be like that. Okay, I think he might have inadvertently left out something. So take that, you know, take that in mind when we're looking at this next screenshot. He might have accidentally left something out. There's something about, I guess maybe this was part of the last message. My friend Zan is a private person. Got dragged into this. Zan decided to join. Okay. Oh, okay. Got it. Good to know. I left out a part where we talk about a PII convo we had because it wasn't relevant. Okay, understood. Blade of Chaos got covered by Perry. People are looking into my associates and were long before this. Kathy was impersonating me this morning. Abe responds, "Look, when the Starkers say you doxed Ryle, that is an exaggeration." Wait. Oh yeah, a little bit, yeah. Like we mean it in the sense of like the things that you are saying can lead people to finding the info. You're like giving detailed information that would lead people. Like you know this too. So like while it's an exaggeration to say you literally you put out this exact information, like you're giving people like the information to work with to be able to be like, oh, I'm connecting the dots. Like you're intentionally doing so as well. Like to provoke them. Like you were intentionally doing this. So it was very clear. It's an exaggeration, but they're mad at you because you crossed the line. Now you're doubling down by turncoating and feeding resources to the other side, which is comprised exclusively of violent, powerful, pedophilic doxers and actual harassers, mind you, which is, I mean, it's true. It's true. It's true. It's true. This is true. Doxbringer responds, I already left. What I do after and the content I send people isn't anyone's business. I don't care about morons being mad at me. Like, he's letting you know that you're going against your own morals and principles, your own standards, that you're like, oh, like, I don't want to normalize, I don't want to sanitize pedophilia. Like, your Epstein jokes are going too far. You're sanitizing this guy. You're being irresponsible. And then you're just like going, hanging out with, like, especially after like your criticisms of Destiny as a person, you're just hanging out with the propagandists. One of the propagandists, and you're like, here's some content, food shops. Food shops, I sympathize with you, food shops. It's like, okay, buddy. Like, it isn't anyone's business. Actually, it is, because you decided to do this publicly, so we're allowed to criticize you for this. Yeah. She said, I already left. When I say turncoat, I'm referring to what you're doing in FS chat. Doxbringer responds, Emery has more patience than I do with Emery, so I won't do anything too unhinged further. And I'll tell food shops I don't appreciate her position on doxing and debate her on it. Yeah, I don't appreciate your position on doxing. I'll associate with you. I don't appreciate it. I don't appreciate it. I think it's bad. I think that's bad, food shops. That's bad. But like I'll still be your little buddy. I'll still be your little friend. Okay. I don't appreciate her position on doxing, and I'll debate her on it. I'm just doing what I always do, believing Stark. It's not a war. I was chatting in food shops before this. People were making an issue about it. Oh, yeah, I think she meant people weren't making an issue about it. I was only in Snark to antagonize people, so I decided to leave because I don't want to do that. There wasn't much reason anymore. My main reason for being there was to inform Resi of shit that was being posted there. Here's the thing about like your participation in being in like food shops chat or whatever. We didn't give a fuck. I didn't know this. I think most people just either didn't know this or they didn't fucking care. And it's mostly what you chose to do in the chat after this. It's like your decisions. It's no one gave a fuck that you're like, oh, like every once in a while I'll just watch some food shops content, even though it is kind of strange of a choice, but whatever, you do you or whatever. Like there wasn't like a actual like thing that you were doing to try to benefit food shops as a community or content or anything like that. Yeah. But there wasn't much reason anymore. Wait, hold on. Wait, what the? I was only in Snark to antagonize people, so I decided to leave because I don't want to do that. I was only in Snark to antagonize people. I was only in Snark to antagonize people. I was only in Snark to antagonize people. Why are you victimizing yourself? Why are you victimizing yourself? My brother and Gracie are reading a DM and me and Abe talking after he took issue with me being in food shops. I can see it. I can't contend with this. Why? I was only Snark to antagonize people. Oh, you guys are treating me like assholes. You guys are treating me like assholes. You're being mean to me. You're being mean to me. My only intention in Snark was to antagonize them. Dude. Oh my god. I can see it. I can't contend with this. I will read that. It's just funny. It's just so I decided to leave because I don't want to do that. Good. You decided to leave because you don't want to do that. Why? Because when you antagonize people, you got a response. When you antagonize me, you got a response that you didn't much care for. When you yeah, I can see you don't want to do that. You left. I can see you. I said if I'm just there to bitch at people, I want to leave, so I left. Are you 30 or 15? Have a good life. Enjoy the bird. Okay, thank you. Have a good one. Later, buddy. You'll be back for whatever reason. I'm not, like, you'll be back and I won't even be covering you and you'll be back. So, we'll see you then. She deleted all her chats. Well, I mean, 'tis is what it is. I feel like, why delete the chats? I don't know. You stand by your words, you know. Oh, I thought you meant like in DMs. Okay. No. It does that. I don't know if there's an option where I can just time out with the chat still being in view, but I can look at them from my own end. I can view them. I don't think anyone else can. There wasn't much reason anymore. My reason for being there was to inform Resi of shit that was being posted there. I was there to inform Resi of shit that was being posted there. Okay. Ape Gamer responds to Henry has more patience than I do with Emery, so I won't do anything too unhinged further, and I'll tell foodshops I don't appreciate it. Ape Gamer responds to this saying, your wick tier condemnation approach isn't going to fix this. And this is exactly right. This is wick tier. This is what we meant. And everyone gaslit us on this. Dude, everyone gaslit me on this so much. Oh my God. It was the Mr. Grow Wick conversation. I felt gaslit by anyone that that was like, oh, like, Mr. Grow was schizo or whatever. No, that behavior was exactly what he was calling out. Oh, I'm just going to do like the light condemnation. It's just light, you know. Like I finger wag, I disapprove, but like I'm just gonna continue working with this fucking freak, even though the double standard. If like anyone else did this, you would immediately distance yourself from them. Like even to this day, Doobie's pulling out like all the stops of like all the unhinged doxing and crazy fucking behavior, and Wick still is just like, it seems bad. But he's attached. He's financially cucked. He's financially motivated to keep Destiny. Because he needs Destiny. That's one of his one of the people that he has connection to that he can get reliable views on. It's as simple as that, man. You know. Your wick tier condemnation approaches are going to fix this. You might not care about what Snarky thinks, and that's fine. All the more power to you. But you're doing yourself a very, very great disservice going down the path you are. Listen to reason. And I will say, like, I would have respected this. Like, okay, like this is too much. I fucking hate you guys. Like. Disconnect, and then just like go on your own path, just do your own fucking thing. But instead, you chose to be like I'm just going to like food shops, and like you're just like going against every single fucking thing you were talking about and you were standing for, supposedly in the first place. And it's Destiny coded. Quite frankly, it's Destiny coded. It's spite based. Wicked's a bottom feeder. Yep. Doxbringer says, I gave you the benefit of the doubt, but your perspective is a bit brain rotted. It's a rules for thee, not for me approach. There's a lot of toxic internet communities engage in. Just fuck it. No, this is literally you though. Like, you're literally engaging in this. You're literally engaging in this. And I think this is the last one. Yeah. Seems like it. Yeah. Something about Ryle. You know how I feel about Ryle, but, you know, I'm sure there was PII information or something, so the context might be related to that. She responds to that saying, "It's not my fault. They didn't see it as an OPSEC hazard. I have no issue with what I said." Ape Gamer said, "You're missing the extremely obvious point. I'm starting to think it's deliberate. Whatever. If you're not going to take what I am saying seriously, then you're right. I guess we are done here. Hopefully you figure it out before it's too late." Winner responds, "I don't think anything's going to happen." Ryle panics, and he's the one that crashed out. Take care. Ape Gamer responds, "Maybe you and Kalinda will develop a sisterly bond in DGG chat. Best of luck to you." Duckbrainer responds, "My favorite ops are in Kalinda's chat, autistic liberals. I don't know what to tell you. I've been openly neutral towards Destiny fans, Orbiters for a while. Not just the man himself." Ape Gamer responds, "Very eye-opening. Thank you." Duckbrainer responds, "I'm not secretive about who I am. My best friend isn't a DGGer, but he's a Destiny watcher and good faith giver. And yeah, it's cringe. Destiny is a horrible person. So is Dan. Erudite is an autistic woman with traits of narcissism. Connor is a techno-fascist. Stardust is boring. There are levels." Okay, Ape Gamer responds, "Our conversation is over. You're a lost cause. Destiny is a horrible person. True. So is Dan. True. Erudite is an autistic woman with traits of narcissism. True, but she's also a horrible person who is an enabler. So a huge, horrible person who is inconsistent and like a piece of shit Zionist. Yeah, true. Connor is a techno-fascist. I don't know if Connor even knows what the fuck he is. He's just all over the fucking place. Like, he's not consistent. But, like, the closest thing he is a techno-fascist. Yes, pretty much. Stardust is boring, true. But Stardust is also a transphobic Zionist piece of fucking filth. Misandrous piece of fucking filth. Misogynist piece of fucking filth. Fuck that loser. You know, I'd rather somebody be just boring. I would prefer that. I would prefer that over what Stardust is. Boom, 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 boom. Dude, okay. A little bit of reading. Oh, that was good. Thank you, by the way, Ape Gamer. That shit was funny. Above being boring, Stardust is a fucking scumbag. True. Very true. Oh, yeah. Also, Wick is a flagrant woo shill. Yeah. True. And then Connor is a woo shell. So, yeah. Is what it is. Anyway. We'll read one article here and then something about the Uyghur stuff. Where is my, there it is. Tribunal videos. We might watch a Uyghur tribunal videos. Stuff about the Uyghur stuff. Is it a live hearings? I don't know. I don't know where I would begin though. Urgent question of comments. Maybe a written thing would be better for me. For now. Link to statement. Okay, this one I might have to look at before I go on stream, and like I just want to be sure I know what I'm jumping into exactly. Where my starting, or not starting point necessarily, but just like a good way to dip in thoroughly. Let's try, hold on, let's see about glossary, key terms, timelines, links to each arc, documentation project. China's war on terror pulls apart persecution in Xinjiang. Let's try this. Let's get like a small video here or there about this, and then read more on Ukraine a little bit. Cool. Let's
This is the third leak of official Chinese government documents about the massive internment campaign in Xinjiang, but it's the first one that is a precise sample of 311 cases of people detained in one county in the south of the province called Karakash, and it shows us that among the many reasons for the arrest and detention of these people in an area that's 98% Uyghurs, a lot of these reasons are extremely light or almost appear to be random. Indeed, the most frequently cited reason for arrest and detention is that people are not respecting birth control measures imposed by China, which are that in the countryside in China, you're not allowed to have more than 3 children. And the other reason has to do with displays of religion. So things like wearing a veil or growing a beard or keeping a restaurant shut during Ramadan, or having books or videos that are considered to be illegal, or even going on the annual pilgrimage to Mecca every year. So
yeah, that's pretty fucking unhinged here.
Directly contradicts the official narrative from the Chinese authorities that says that these camps, or these vocational training centers as they are officially referred to, are actually meant to root out extremism and separatism. And actually, if you look at this spreadsheet detailing the reasons for these arrests, only 3 out of the 311 cases listed have links with separatism.
Okay.
This is the
we're gonna click on more because I feel like 1 minute is not enough, obviously. Clearly. I mean, duh, but you know, just for today, especially.
Roadblock here.
Kashgar is a tense place right now. Roadblocks are dotted across the city. Soldiers gather under the statue of Chairman Mao, a reminder of who's in charge here. They're looking for extremist material, our taxi driver explains. Phones are examined, social networks blocked. He describes the bloody murder last month of the city's imam by fellow Muslims. 3 men, he says, repeatedly stabbed and clubbed the imam to death.
So they're like really, really, really in your shit. They're like, they see someone that they don't like, they're putting you in that camp.
We're 2,700 miles to the west of Beijing, just 200 miles from the borders with Afghanistan and Pakistan. It is a place which feels not remotely Chinese. This is the heartland of the Uyghur Muslims. The look, the food, the language, none of it is Chinese. Just yards from the mosque where the imam was stabbed, we meet a Uyghur willing to talk. Most fear government reprisals. He tells me the imam deserved to die. He says he was a stooge of China's communist government who are destroying Uyghur culture and restricting their religion. This is what he means. Signs on the street corners spelling out new policies here for Muslims. No veils and no beards.
It's bad for me. Why is it bad? Not have freedom. Can't have freedom. Yeah? You understand? Yeah.
The Uyghurs are now a minority in a province that was once theirs. Chinese from the rest of the country, the Han, have moved in. Ancient Uyghur homes are bulldozed, tower blocks now dominate. It's not popular. Since the beginning of the year, more than 100 people have died in attacks by Uyghur Muslims.
Where are you going? Oh, thank you.
So these days you enter the Chinese shopping centres through metal detectors. Bags are scanned, people are on edge.
So what that is clearly is a drill. This is the Chinese part of town, the Han Chinese part of town. They're very concerned that there could be an attack by Uyghurs.
Let's look at like comments or oh, there's no comments. That's crazy. That's actually surprising to me. Translate to English. There's one comment here. This was posted 11 years ago. This is like a hate comment, basically. Muslims, get out of China. Get out of Xinjiang. This is China. Terrorists are executed on the spot without any leniency. As for those with ulterior motives, just accept your fate. This is China. China has a 5,000-year history of suppression and has a wealth of experience and insights. Look at these disgusting wise guys wearing white hats and those who carry out bombings. They're all worthless trash. Wow. That's pretty gross. That's pretty gross to read. And it's like the one comment on this.
We leave our hotel early the following morning. The authorities don't welcome journalists here. We must move every day, and we're heading south.
Keep it quite hidden.
Well, we're less than 100 miles now from the borders with Pakistan and Afghanistan, and the accusation from the Chinese government is that Islamist extremists are crossing those borders and radicalizing the population here.
This is where the government's war on terror is at its most intense, and where the truth is so hard to establish. We reach a suburb of Yarkand County. The internet has been cut, people's movement restricted. It's a place where the government says it killed 96 terrorists exactly a month ago. Uyghurs, though, say it was a massacre. Uyghur exiles claim 2,000 died. The truth, we won't find out. Our driver is too intimidated to stop. And so as this Chinese war on terror intensifies, so too does the resentment. If religious extremists are among this population, their efforts to recruit are only being made easier. Mark Stone, Sky News, in China's Xinjiang province.
Let's talk about the Uyghurs. They're an ethnic minority in China who say they're victims of horrific crimes.
The Uyghurs are facing genocide because of our religion and our ethnicity.
The UN thinks 1 million Uyghurs are being detained in camps, maybe more. The day before he left office, the American Secretary of State called it a genocide.
This is forced labor, this is forced sterilization, things that we haven't seen in an awfully long time in this world.
China says it is putting Uyghurs in camps, but that they're job training centers, and that the accusations of abuse are a lie.
Like from what I remember, and Hassan's take about this or something like that, it was like he described it as because I think he was reading like articles about it too, and he described it as like a cultural genocide for sure. Which I would say definitely just based off this is like I'm really picking up on the cultural genocide aspects of this for certain, and then stripping of like specific liberties, specific human rights and values to live by. Otherwise, you're put in a fucking camp.
中国在新疆实施种族灭绝、合犯反人类罪，彻头彻尾，蓄意剽。
Wait, hold on.
And that the accusations of abuse are a lie.
The so-called genocide and crimes against humanity. Are blatantly sensational and false propositions.
So
who are the Uyghurs? Why is the Chinese government putting so many people in camps? And should the world be doing more about it? So much of what's going on with the Uyghurs is hard to pin down. Journalists and researchers can't get to them, and China says there's nothing to see anyway. Still, there's a lot of stuff we do know. Let's start with the basics.
There is no war in Ban Sin Se.
The Uyghurs are a Turkic ethnic group. There are more than 11 million of them. Most are Muslims, they have their own language, and they live in what's called the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region.
We call our homeland by its historic and the symbolic name East Turkestan, rather than Xinjiang, which is the name given to us by the Chinese occupiers.
Okay, so the Xinjiang is the occupier name. What's the actual name again? Let's get the actual name.
Most are Muslims, they have their own language, and they live in what's called the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region.
We call our homeland
by its historic and symbolic name, East Turkestan.
By its historic and the symbolic name East Turkestan, rather than Xinjiang, which is the name given to us by the Chinese occupiers.
That was in the late 1800s, and here's Xinjiang on a map. It's huge, 3 times the size of France. It's got oil, gas, and a lot of the world's cotton comes from here. Plus, a part of China's Belt and Road Initiative is being built through it. It's a multi-billion-dollar network of highways and railways to connect China to Europe and beyond.
Okay, like there's a huge connection to oil, cotton, gas, right? Oil, cotton, gas, right?
That was in the late 1800s, and here's Xinjiang on a map. It's huge, 3 times the size of France. It's got oil, gas, and a lot of the world's cotton comes from here.
Oil, cotton, gas, they have a connection here. It's very vital.
China's Belt and Road Initiative is being built through
Road Initiative.
It's a multi-billion-dollar network of highways and railways to connect China to Europe and beyond.
I think the Chinese government has used the Belt and Road Initiative to justify a need for heightened security.
And there has been trouble there.
Ethnic tensions between the native Uyghur community and the majority Han Chinese have existed for years.
Uyghurs have often protested about being oppressed. Many have called for their own state, and some have organized attacks. While China hosted the Olympics, a series of bus bombings were claimed by a group called Turkestan Islamic Party. In 2009, there were riots and fighting between the Uyghurs and Han Chinese, and 200 people died, most of them ethnic Han. And in 2014, a bombing...
Let me see. I'm going to take a guess what kind of comments we're getting. Or what's wrong with the translation? I am Chinese from Singapore. The word they speak doesn't match the translation. I can't understand the Mandarin. 4 years later, humanity has slipped further down. A genocide is being live streamed 4K and half the world is cheering. Others watch helplessly. They start with a rumor that you have committed a crime, then ask you to prove that you have not committed a crime, then ignore any evidence you present, and make only one demand, that if you want the charges dropped, then you must meet their demands and interests. Kid in the video says, I am a Chinese. However, the subtitle goes, I love China. Some of what the Uyghurs said are true, but Xinjiang is also a homeland to many Han Chinese and other minorities like Mongols and some other nomads. I have family in Xinjiang that have been there for generations since the early Qing dynasty, before the U.S. was even independent. Do we Han Chinese not belong there too?
Market and a knife attack at a railway station killed 30 people and injured more than 200. That's when China really came down hard on Xinjiang.
The Chinese government is confident and capable of cracking down on violent terrorists.
We should be clear, there have been violent attacks occasionally by small groups of people in that region, but there's little to no credible evidence that could in any way justify the kinds of policies that we see.
So what are we seeing? Well, the accusation is that China is trying to exterminate Uyghur culture and their identity. An activist
A protected culture that is being wiped out, a massive campaign of cultural extermination. Chinese government is trying to expunge ethno-national characteristics from the people, systematic brainwashing of hundreds of thousands of Muslims.
And Uyghurs who've left Xinjiang say China's doing it in
Women in Xinjiang's camps were forced to undergo treatment that disrupts their menstrual cycles.
all kinds of ways.
Human Rights Coalition says cotton producing camps in Xinjiang, a region finds its way into 1 in 5 cotton products worldwide.
Forced labor, children being indoctrinated,
我叫穆罕默，
你是哪国人？
我是中国人。
women being sterilized.
Okay. I'm taking it, it's the YouTube comment section, so I'm taking it with a massive grain of salt, but they're saying that, at least in this, they're like, the translation's wrong here, apparently, and that he says, I am Chinese, instead of I love China, but we're taking that with a massive grain of salt. It's a fucking YouTube comment section, so.
Women being sterilized or forced to have abortion.
China cuts Uyghur births with IUDs, abortion, sterilization, Associated Press. China forcing birth control on Uyghurs to suppress population, report says. Xinjiang government confirms huge birth rate drop but denies forced sterilization of women. They will never be able to have children again.
It's a long list of allegations. And then there's all those camps. We know there are hundreds of them in Xinjiang. Activists say Uyghurs from all walks of life, professors, doctors, public leaders, ordinary people too, are all detained without a warrant, charge, or trial. Even loyal supporters of the Communist Party haven't been spared. Getting a look inside one of these places hasn't been easy. Although Chinese state media have released their version of what goes on there.
Hold on 1 second. I'm checking something really quick. 1 second. I'll be back. I swear. 1 second. Okay, we back. My bad.
Uyghurs are shown eagerly learning Chinese, getting job training, and dancing and singing songs praising the Communist Party.
All this, as some argue, is making people freer from poverty, from illiteracy, and from extremism.
But these camps don't sound like places you'd want to end up in.
And the classes, they would tell us that we were poisoned by religion. Islam is an infectious disease. Oh yeah, so it's like guys, this is really bad for you. This religion thing is really bad for you guys. You need to change your ways. You need to culturally change your ways. Otherwise.
An Australian think tank found that Uyghurs are being forced to work in factories in Xinjiang and beyond that are in the supply chains of well-known global brands. Though brands like
Chinese government has facilitated a mass transfer of Uyghur and the other ethnic minority citizens from the far west region of Xinjiang to factories across the country under conditions that strongly suggest forced labor. Uyghurs are working in factories that are in the supply chains of at least 82 well-known global brands in the technology, clothing, and automotive sectors, including Apple, BMW, Gap, Nike, Samsung, Sony, Volkswagen, Hawaii. I don't know. It sounds like I'm saying Hawaii, but I don't know how to pronounce that company's name, whatever the fuck that is. The report estimates that more than 80,000 Uyghurs were transferred out of Xinjiang to work in factories across China between 2017 and 2019. Some of them were sent directly from detention camps. The estimated figure is conservative, and the actual figure is likely to be far higher. In fact, factories far away from home, they typically live in segregated dormitories, undergo organized Mandarin and ideological training outside working hours, are subject to constant surveillance, and are forbidden from participating in religious observances. Numerous sources, including government documents, showed that transferred workers are assigned minders and have limited freedom of movement. Dude. What the fuck, man?
Apple and Nike have denied using forced labor. Many Uyghurs also say they've been tortured. Some testified before a U.S. congressional committee.
Because my English is not good enough, I would like my translator to read my statement. Each time I was electrocuted, my whole body would shake violently. I thought I would rather die than go through this torture.
The detainees in those camps are subject to food and sleep deprivations and the physical and the mental torture, rape.
The list of abuses seems endless. Even the Uyghurs who've managed to stay out of these detention centers aren't free. Not really.
The capacity of state surveillance enabled by high technology across the Uyghur region is extraordinary.
There are thousands of checkpoints, security cameras everywhere. Many use facial recognition. Rights groups say security forces also put QR codes outside Uyghur homes.
You know, where they work, what schools the children go to, whether they have a criminal record. It's a pretty chilling tool.
There's even an app. Human Rights Watch says police use it to monitor people.
As we dig deeper into the app, we can see that ordinary, routine legal behavior is being treated by authorities as suspect.
China, though, says it's not doing anything wrong. There are no human rights violations, and this is all about developing Xinjiang's economy, maintaining peace and stability.
Sure. She's saying related issues are not religious, ethnic, or human rights issues, but are anti-terrorism and anti-secession issues. Sure, where have we heard this before?
China says most Uyghurs have been released from re-education camps and found jobs. This report, though, found that detention camps are being expanded. It puts the number at more than 380. That's about 40% higher than previous estimates. There was even a time when Chinese officials denied the camps existed at all.
After overwhelming evidence was presented to them, then they said, oops, yeah, we do have some camps. Those are re-education camps. We are trying to train those Uyghurs with job skills.
Okay. Okay, that Hassan comment of calling these like re-education camps, that's actually a lot more disgusting with this knowledge.
Complete lie.
And Uyghur activists who've left Xinjiang say China just wants to shut the story down. They accuse the government of going after family members they've left behind. Rushan, who we've been speaking to, has lived it. Her sister went missing for more than 2 years.
Recently we find out that she was also sentenced by the Chinese regime 20 years in prison on the terrorism-related charges.
Her sister has been given a 20-year sentence because she's her sister.
Rights groups have been saying this stuff for years. There are heaps of investigations online. So what's being done about it? Well, at the United Nations, dozens of countries have condemned what's happening to the Uyghurs, but they can't exactly pass a resolution against China because it has veto power in the Security Council. Uyghurs even asked the International Criminal Court to investigate, but that went nowhere because the ICC has no jurisdiction in China. Plus, China has a way of throwing its weight around. Multi-billion-dollar investment projects around the world are seen as helping to keep countries on side.
The Chinese government has worked very hard to recruit, coerce, subordinate the voices of governments and organizations across Muslim-majority countries to stay silent.
Still, you can't keep everybody quiet. A UK tribunal was pretty blunt about its findings.
Such attacks and such acts constitute crimes against humanity.
The US has also blacklisted Chinese officials and blocked certain imports from Xinjiang. And just before President Trump left the White House, his Secretary of State called what China's doing
I've determined that the People's Republic of China... Hold on, fuck.
Listed Chinese officials and blocked certain imports from Xinjiang. And just before President Trump left the White House, his Secretary of State called...
determined that the People's Republic of China is committing genocide and crimes against humanity in Xinjiang, China, targeting Uyghur Muslims and members of other ethnic and religious minority groups. These acts are an affront to the Chinese people and to civilized nations everywhere. The People's Republic of China and the CCP must be held to account.
What China's doing, a genocide. President Biden's people agree.
All of that speaks to an effort to commit genocide.
重要的事情说3遍。
Important things should not be repeated 3 times. China has not committed genocide.
中国没有种族灭绝。中国
China has not committed genocide. China has not committed genocide, period. Very convincing argument. Thank you. Very, 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 very convincing. I'm very convinced by this.
种族灭绝，中国没有种族灭绝。句号。
It's one thing to call something a genocide. It's another to prove it. The voices demanding justice are growing louder, and there are more of them all the time. That's not something that China or the world can easily tune out. Al Jazeera's covered this story a lot. I recommend watching the 101 East documentary No Place to Call Home, which we use.
So maybe this is what Ethan watched or something. Maybe he said he watched a documentary. I don't know if it was this or something like that. War on terror or war on freedom.
This is a police station in China's most restive province. In the car park, paramilitaries are training to fight Islamic terrorists. Their opponents, we're told, have killed more than 100 people in pursuit of a separate fundamentalist.
We're gonna save this one. I don't know if that's linked in the We'll look at this some other time, I think, probably. This one. Boom, 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 boom.
China has long kept this fight out of public view, not wishing to dent its image of national harmony. Now it wants the world to know, because this, officials claim, is China's battleground in the war on terror.
大概在当时的塔利班和本拉登他这个营地里边，对新。
Wait.
大概在
The Taliban and Bin Laden's training camps.
当时的塔利班和本拉登他这个营地
They trained more than 1,000 terrorists for Jicheng.
里边，给新疆训练的这个暴力恐怖分子有1000多人。
But human rights groups claim it is simply a war on freedom.
It is clear that the current campaign is essentially a campaign against dissent and opposition.
Xinjiang lies at the far west of China, in the heartland of Islamic Central Asia. For centuries, it's been a crossroads of civilizations. Traders passed here along a branch of the ancient Silk Road. Local kingdoms rose and fell. Most of its people are ethnic Uyghurs, descendants of desert nomads. Few Uyghurs speak or even understand Chinese, but since 1949 they've been ruled by Communist China. This is China's other Tibet, a land with a distinct culture, language and sense of nationhood. A people who, depending on your point of view, were either invaded or liberated by Chinese communists. It's always been an uneasy coexistence, with some refusing to bend to Beijing's will. But now China has every excuse to deal with the troublemakers once and for all. The reason is September 11th. Ever since the attacks on America...
So I think like the framing of liberation from like from a slave culture or whatever, whether that's true or not, which by the way, you like, it doesn't even matter if this was true. Like, it doesn't like justify the treatment here at all. It's like it's still like a really shitty circumstance that these people are getting through either way. So
Xinjiang to America's war in Afghanistan. It has painted separatists as terrorists.
I don't know if describing this like experience as like any better or anything like that makes what's happening okay. Not that he's necessarily, from what I remember, not that he's. Oh wait, that was a Asmongold one.
This isn't
not that like I think he was like saying this was an okay thing that's happening, but there seems to be a lot of let's just review the tech a little bit clearer to be fair.
Now, as far as Tibet,
slave mandate, like
so
autonomous zone.
China did them a favor.
That was one. I mean, in America, when I say something like this, people get very upset. You know, we talk about the Dalai Lama saying "suck my tongue" or whatever, but like that's not far from the norm in fucking normal Tibetan existence before the Communist Party came in and
China unilaterally took over Tibet, like their culture. They basically are trying to,
No one is culture is slavery. I don't know why. Like he brought up culture. There is no slavery culture here. From a Western perspective, this immediately rings alarm bells. Where it's like, well, you're making the British Empire had to permanently occupy India because they all have had a barbaric culture or whatever, or that the United States of America had to tame the savages. That is not the argument here at all. Okay? That is not my argument at all. And while there are issues with the continued sovereignty over Tibet that China has had, Tibet being a part of the Chinese empire in perpetuity and having some semblance of autonomy throughout even the nationalist process, and certainly under Mao as well, has been the same thing since the fucking 19th century. It was the Tibetans themselves that wanted to rise up against the feudal land ownership. It wasn't simply just Chinese annexation and occupation. It was actually an abolition of serfdom in Tibet. This is no different than other Han Chinese areas that were previously occupied by the nationalist forces, where once the Maoist forces took over, a lot of the peasant class that was under the rulership and even fought alongside the nationalist forces defected. The reason as to why they defected was because they wanted to restructure Chinese society completely. Because when faced with these two options of working with Mao, working alongside Mao, and rewriting the rules of Chinese land ownership, they, of course, chose a universalized land ownership structure rather than going back to the nationalist-dominated previous landlord ruling over the peasant class structure that they existed under. It is not different. What happened in Tibet is also not different. What happened afterwards is, that is a certainty. Because Tibetans still, as far as I understand, maintain a lot of love and a lot of support for the existing Dalai Lama, regardless of the fact that the CIA actually used that to their advantage, gave a lot of money to the Dalai Lama. It doesn't matter. Tibetans like the Dalai Lama. That's it. Okay? And there are contemporary issues in Tibet right now as far as Tibetan sovereignty, Tibetan culture, and these are still significant problems. But if we're talking about the way that the Chinese annexation of Tibet took place, it's not the same as China coming in and taming the barbaric Tibetans. Tibetan serfs did not want to be serfs. They did not want to continue existing within the peasant structure where they were being dominated by landlords, their landowners.
Homogenize the culture.
If your culture,
they're trying to spoil the religion.
Are they still being like dominated? Am I wrong here? Like they're still being dominated through like just another structure completely here. I'll have to learn a little bit more to be able to either like fully agree with this take or fully just break down this take as being completely dog shit.
The part of feudal warlords and slavery, abolishing that, yes, I do think that that is good.
No, China did them a favor.
This is a good way to describe Taiwan as well. The American federal government going to the fucking South and killing, unfortunately not all of them, but a decent amount of slavers and defenders of slavery. This is violent retribution from a powerful federal government that squashed, okay?
Tibet is the South in the Civil War?
Yes. Yes. The previous serfdom structure, and it's not Tibetan culture. I think it's like ridiculous to say. It's like, I think this is akin to saying like black people in the South, it's just a part of their culture to be enslaved. That's not the case.
Okay.
That's not the case at all. The reason why I try to use this analogy here is because it was initially an action of resistance against the the feudal serfdom structure in Tibet.
Yes.
And most disturbingly, a complete whitewashing of the Chinese genocide against their Muslim minority group, the Uyghurs.
Really? Don't they have Uyghur death camps? Is that?
It's not a death camp. They were re-education camps, and they are no longer in operation.
Is that
according
true?
to the Associated Press?
Okay.
Okay. I don't know what your response to it here, but like from what I'm getting from these reports that there was a denial of, death camps. Wait, hold on. To be more clear, technically, if we had to be technical, would describing these camps be death camps? Well, they certainly operate in the sense of, like, people can certainly die there. The treatment is really fucking barbaric. So I'm okay with saying that. I don't think I'm okay with saying these are just... Because they, like, frame them as, like, re-education camps. Like, they're like, yeah, like, they're just re-education camps. But it's like... I don't... Like, I guess, like, to a degree, that's technically true if you're trying to, like, instill a different culture in them and you're trying to teach them not to love their religion or whatever. You're trying to beat it out of them. You're, like, forcing them to abide by, like, very strict standards and codes or whatever, right?
everything
They're not exactly good conditions.
I said here is correct. I don't know why he put this in the video. I assume he's not going to make an argument against this, and instead simply claim that it's a genocide that took place and he's hiding it or something. I don't know. Let's see.
I saw the crazy documentary, and I don't know. I don't know the surrounding narrative or anything about it, but it was about there was doctors in the area. They would be able to procure organs.
No, that's no.
I'm telling you, they were in China. With,
okay, that one is like Shenyun.
Okay, so he saw a documentary. This was the conversation that took place. I don't even remember the full details, but he's saying that he watched a documentary. I immediately suspected it's probably like a Falun Gong documentary. Falun Gong is a right-wing anti-Communist Party of China cult that's anti-miscegenation. They're the ones who also own Shenyun and Epoch Times and numerous other media outlets that are super far right, and they work alongside the CIA. Having said that, this does not mean that there is no repression in Xinjiang. Of course there is major repression in Xinjiang. There was a lot more major repression in Xinjiang, especially a couple years ago. For those of you who don't know, there is an East Turkestan separation movement in Xinjiang.
Okay. He's hitting at this stuff. There is a repression here.
Some of the Uyghur Muslims.
I think he's trying to like dive into the nuance of like technically the things you're learning here are not an accurate assessment. There are things that are happening here, but like we need to weave out the misinformation stuff. I need to try to educate you on the potential misinformation. Like you're being fed misinformation from like a certain propaganda.
Many of them also trained by the CIA, some of them are in Syria right now, wanted to separate from China, mainland China. In the process of enacting their separatist goals, there was a lot of knife crime, a lot of terror, and the Chinese government, in my opinion, completely, in the most ridiculous ways possible, enacted an unimaginably cruel regime of surveillance.
And so he agrees with this sentiment here from like the last video that we watched. Not this one, but the last video that we were watching.
Also cultural erasure, and also concentration camps, but re-education camps where they...
Oh, okay. Concentration camps, but then he rewards it to re-education. That feels like a little bit of a minimization here. They call it re-education camps, but yeah, okay.
Claimed that these were simply vocational retraining schools.
Oh, they claim it. Okay. Let's see.
And also concentration camps, but re-education camps, where they claimed that these were simply vocational retraining schools.
They claim it. Okay.
Worked to actively, and ruthlessly re-educate the Uyghur Muslims. Okay.
Actively worked ruthlessly to re-educate them. And barbaric means, I think, forceful means to do so.
They bullied an entire population into submission.
They bullied into the entire population into submission.
Mass surveillance that took place.
Mass surveillance. Okay, so he's not denying any of this. Okay.
So I have never said that this was acceptable. I've
never said this was acceptable. Never said this was appropriate.
I've never considered this to be appropriate. I'm always critical of this. This is something that a lot of people get mad at me over because they say, where did you learn all that? Did you watch a documentary too? They'll say Adrian Zen's propaganda. It is still completely unacceptable. It's ridiculous. What I'm doing here against Ethan is recognizing the truth of the matter. So let's take a look.
We could get you an organ from a Uyghur. But why is that? Is that really that crazy?
The Associated Press quietly fucking wrote an article that didn't get a lot of coverage in mainstream media about how all the concentration camps have been closed now. It's like all the re-education camps are closed now in fucking Xinjiang, and it's like very different vibes in Xinjiang. And now
what I'm picking up here is at least on this one, I could have to learn a little bit more about the first bits of the details, to be able to parsec whether it's full of shit or not. But the part I just watched with that video, whatever, he's not denying any of that, and I remember him not denying any of that and condemning it basically. So
it's the tourism hour.
Let's see what the Associated Press actually had to...
Why is China invading Tibet and slavery different than the Spanish invading Aztecs or supporting those groups who exist under Aztec oppression and West African slavery and the British? Yeah, really simple. It's because they fought alongside the Tibetan communists, and then they fucked them over in the process, but they initially fought alongside the Tibetan Maoist movements. That's the difference. That's it. You're also comparing a foreign invasion coming into the Aztecs thousands of miles away to an autonomous region that was already under Chinese rulership. And the previous Chinese rulership just simply overlooked the structure of serfdom. They didn't give a shit. They were like, yeah, the Dalai Lamas can do whatever they want. You want to fucking chop an ear off? That's great. That is the real problem here, because it's not like Tibet was not under a autonomous part of China. It was an autonomous region that was still under Chinese rulership. It's just that the previous Chinese empires did not care about what the fuck they were doing to the Tibetan serfs, to the Tibetan peasant class. And also on top of that, even the Nationalist Party did not care about that same exact landlord slash feudal serfdom structure that existed in Tibet. That's a major difference, don't you think? That's a major historical difference. Having said that, however, I think that there are still many issues in terms of not giving enough autonomy to Tibet or not cherishing certain aspects of Tibetan culture, Tibetan language. This is a real problem in China. This is a real issue in China, okay? And then there's the second side of this, in terms of the historical reference point, because you're failing to understand my point here. You said the Spanish fought alongside the anti-Aztec local fighters with the majority of the fighters. Tibet was loosely under Chinese rulership but never Sinicized. I know. I'm not saying that the Sinicization of Tibet is the appropriate measure. I'm saying it's actually the part that I'm critical of is precisely that. But what you fail to comprehend here is that what came in the aftermath of this was not a reassertion of the same serfdom structure. They didn't do that. They didn't just go back to the land rulership structure in Tibet, but now with Chinese ownership. Do you see what I mean? And also, the relationship between Tibet and Chinese sovereignty is, of course, entirely different than the relationship between colonial Spanish occupation over the Aztecs. Okay. There is not hundreds of years of being under Chinese rulership despite having autonomy. And also, what happened in the aftermath of that is important, don't you think? There wasn't slavery of the Tibetan masses conducted by the Communist Party of China. Anyway. Hassan, I can see the fear in your eyes. Maybe we should call it on the content nuke. That's so funny.
Anyway.
And it's backed America's military response, declaring itself a partner in a common fight. Former US President George Bush Sr., speaking recently in China, delivered a grateful nation's thanks.
Everybody in the United States of America is grateful to China for standing with the United States in this war against terror. We are very grateful.
America's actions have been a green light for China to intensify its anti-separatist drive. Since September 11th, Chinese security forces have arrested thousands of suspected dissidents. Mosques have been brought under tight communist control. Human rights groups are banned here, but relying on smuggled personal accounts and official Chinese reports, they have pieced together a picture of overwhelming repression.
We believe that thousands of people have been detained. Their cases are held entirely in secrecy. They often are tortured. As I said, torture is widespread in the region, particularly against political prisoners. And they are denied all basic rights to a fair trial.
Journalists are normally banned from here too. We were brought on the first government tour of the province in 2 years, the authorities keen to counter foreign criticism of the anti-terrorist campaign. Our first stop, the capital, Urumqi, for a meeting with Xinjiang's most powerful man, the Communist Party Secretary, Wang Lechan. Amnesty International says that you have used September 11th as an excuse to crack down on dissidents. It's not about terrorism.
They've used 9/11 as an excuse?
Amnesty International says that you have used September 11th as an excuse to crack down on dissidents. It's not about terrorism.
Frankly, Amnesty International is prejudiced. This is not true at all. I've said that to the journalists. Those people who we are cracking down on are not just carrying out terrorist activities in Xinjiang. They're trying to create an environment of fear through these acts.
To prove it, we were shown videos of terrorist acts blamed on Uyghur separatists. Xinjiang has been rocked with riots and periodic bombing since the 1980s. The worst in February 1997 killed 9 people. Authorities admit there have been no major attacks since, but China maintains separatists could be planning a new campaign, with hundreds returning from Al-Qaeda training camps in neighboring Afghanistan.
Since September 11, the international sphere has not been in favor of them pursuing independence. Independence by violent means. They have somewhat restrained themselves. That's why the number of terrorist attacks in Xinjiang has decreased since September 11th. They are very clearly aware that their separatist activities will not stop.
For 5 days, we were taken by bus across more than 1,200 kilometers of Xinjiang's deserts. The aim was to show us how China is bringing stability and prosperity to the region. Authorities believe they have a good story to tell here, but it was the only story they wanted us to hear. At every stop, we were shadowed by uniformed and plainclothes police. Some police filmed us with clumsily concealed cameras. Others were dropped a short distance away before casually blending in with us. Their aim to prevent us meeting anyone not sanctioned for interview. In town after town, communist officials refused to let us move freely. But the message from every official was the same. Only foreign fanatics were calling for independence. The Uyghurs and other ethnic groups were happy to live with their Chinese brothers.
The unity of the nationalities is very good in our area. There are 36 ethnic groups in the prefecture. Prefecture.
这个多年来
Who have lived in harmony for many years.
和睦相处。
To China's credit, it has strived to develop what was once a backward province. It has built schools, hospitals and roads, created millions of jobs, and laboured to exploit Xinjiang's rich energy resources. The latest project, and one of the biggest ever, a 4,000-kilometre pipeline to take Xinjiang's gas to Shanghai. Chinese have come from the east to help them build. Millions from the main Chinese ethnic group, the Hans. But the Han Chinese Party secretary insists the benefits have been shared with all.
Wick is below Stardust. I mean, does it really matter? They're both pretty low.
这个应该说，在我们新疆呢，这个汉族和维吾尔族和其他的这个民族相互之间，这个经济的收入和就业的情况是一样的。
Oh wait, what is he saying here?
汉族和维吾尔族和
Party secretary insists the benefits have been shared with all.
这个应该说，在我们新疆
It should be said that in Xinjiang, the Hans, the Uyghurs, and other ethnic groups are the
和维吾尔
same.
族和其他的这个民族相互之间，这个经
In
济
terms of income and employment, there isn't any difference.
收入和就业的情况是一样的，没有什么差别。
But the influx of Chinese has done more to fuel resentment than any foreign fanatics. Hans already outnumber Uyghurs in the capital Urumqi. At present rates, Xinjiang's 8 million Uyghurs will soon be a minority in their own land. Many claim the Chinese get the senior posts, the best jobs, and nearly all the money.
The level of unemployment among, for example, the Uyghur population is extremely high. For those who are lucky enough to find a job in the new industries, usually they are offered menial jobs. And this in itself is creating tension between the two communities.
To find out for ourselves, we slipped away from our minders to try to speak to Uyghurs firsthand. The police were waiting for us. No matter how many times we switched taxis or changed direction, there were always police cars or mysterious unmarked cars on our tail.
Oh wow, jeez, they really did not want that happening. What the fuck?
It's not unusual to be followed in China. What was strange is that they made no attempt to stop us or arrest us. They just openly followed us. The clear message was that if we tried to stop to interview anyone, they'd be right behind us. But in guarded conversations with taxi drivers, we gained a brief glimpse of life behind the official veil, a glimpse that doesn't support the official line.
Work all day and still starve, that's why people stir up trouble. Who would stir up trouble if they could fill their stomachs? Yeah, why would you stir up trouble if you could fill your stomachs? Do you feel that, in fact, a lot of people in Xinjiang would like independence but don't dare say it? Yes. So they do wish for independence. They all want independence but don't have the power to achieve it. There's nothing you can do even if you are not happy. In this communist regime... In this communist regime, what can you do? How can you beat the Communist Party of China by disobedience? Falun Gong, Li Hongzi, I probably butchered that, were evaporated, weren't they? Weren't they, yeah. Students' movement in the 80s was surpassed, wasn't it? Oh, suppressed, yeah. They said that separatists carry out terrorist attacks. Aren't there terrorist activities? Terrorist acts? Yeah, like bombings and things? No. No? Haven't heard of it? No, not here.
But we couldn't push them further. Before long, police were stopping the drivers to see what they'd told the foreigners. The next day, officials told us it was all part of making Xinjiang safe.
I heard you were out and about till 2 or 3 a.m. last night. Yeah, like, oh, you're like following them for the entire time if you got nothing to hide. I mean, dude, come on, bro. This is making it obvious something's up, you know? You didn't face any threat or any situation, did you?
No Uyghur can publicly criticize China's policies. Xinjiang is technically an autonomous province, but that only gives it the right to retain its languages and customs. As in the rest of China, opposition parties are banned, and the communists' power is absolute. But there is one institution of Uyghur culture that China fears as a potential threat: the mosque. Since September 11th, China has cracked down hard on Islam. Muslim clerics have been sent to compulsory political education classes. Uyghurs were even banned from fasting during the holy month of Ramadan. Human rights groups claim hundreds of mosques have been shut down.
The wearing of headscarves for women or certain types of clothing for men is being frowned upon. People who do not conform with what is expected from them by their employers may lose their jobs.
Yet for all this, China insists it gives complete religious freedom. We were taken to its showpiece in the city of Kucha. Not just any mosque, but as this plaque proclaims, a national model mosque. All the worshippers were adults. People under 18 are banned from practicing or studying Islam, and most were old men. The Imam presented for interview, 71-year-old Abdul Rashid, praised the party's religious policy.
There is freedom to believe and freedom not to believe. Believers wouldn't be stopped. Non-believers wouldn't be made to believe.
We later tried to speak to him away from officials. The interview was immediately stopped.
Ah.
Xinjiang has a huge security apparatus to keep malcontents in line.
Wonder why they were stopped. Wonder why that stopped. Ah.
With soldiers and police.
Dude.
Officials deny there has been a build-up since September 11th. But they stopped us when we tried to film an army convoy. It was time to go to our next showpiece venue. After 4 days, we were finally to get the chance to speak to ordinary Uyghurs. The bus brought us to what we were promised would be a typical Uyghur village. Every effort had been taken to prepare for our visit. The road was freshly sealed, the houses cleaned, and the residents primed. It seemed this was, in fact, a model village.
Okay. The model village, guys. It's all okay. It's all okay. Everything's okay here.
This is the image China likes to give of its minority ethnic groups, but it felt more like a theme park than reality.
It felt more like a theme park, dude. They said, you guys didn't really do a good job convincing me here. You guys didn't really convince me here. I'm not buying this shit, guys.
This had been brought in from the city. They told us they performed here for visiting foreigners all the time. The village elder presented for interview, 79-year-old Tursan Barat, spoke in terms that could have been scripted for a party congress.
Since liberation, life has been getting better day by day. Dude, oh my god. I just can't. Dude, this is. I just keep thinking of this. Where is this? Where is this? What do you mean? What do you mean? There is no war.
Talk to the king about the war. It's important.
You're in Ba Sing Se now. Everyone is safe here. This is the lower ring.
What's that wall for?
Oh, Ba Sing Se has many walls. There are the ones outside protecting us and the ones inside that help maintain order. This is where our newest arrivals live, as well as our craftsmen and artisans, people that work with their hands. It's so quaint and lively. You do want to watch your step, though.
Why do they have all these poor people blocked off in one part of the city? This is why I never came here before. I always heard it was so different from the way the monks taught us to live.
Very unfortunate circumstances. Very unfortunate. Living standards have improved, so we can build a house like this. The party has organized the World Trade Organization. The party has joined the World Trade Organization. All aspects of life are very good. Guys, did I do a good job? Oh, I feel bad for that guy, dude. I really do. Holy shit.
In Xinjiang, nobody can depart from the official line that all live happily and equally under the Communist Party's benevolent rule. Xinjiang separatists are by definition terrorists with nothing to resort to but violence. It is a criminal offence to even argue for a separate state, no matter how quietly or peacefully. The authorities simply won't allow any middle ground.
What they want is to separate Xinjiang. Xinjiang? I just forget what it was called. Xinjiang? Yeah. From the People's Republic of China, our position on this is very clear. There's no room for negotiation. China is a unified country.
国家，绝不意味着
We would absolutely not allow a few people to pursue
或别人要搞什么新疆
independence of Xinjiang and split it from the country.
独立，要把新疆分裂出去。
By the end of our trip, we were little wiser as to whether there was a genuine terrorist threat or whether it was simply an excuse for continued repression. It was clear China is committed to developing the region while preserving at least the outward signs of Uyghur culture. But it was also clear the authorities' first instincts remain authoritarian, and that truth must be tailored to the party line.
Wow, amazing. Love it. Oh. Even worse, 16 years later, how do you ban someone from fasting, force feeding? U.S. CIA operatives working in Guantanamo Bay would ensure nutrient drink force fed through tubes in Al-Qaeda suspect prisoners' nostrils extended down to their stomachs. Jesus Christ. If Australia lets these Islamic guys, please take them in. Oh my God, dude. Holy fuck. So gross. Reading that shit is so gross. I think, okay, we'll read this. I promise we'll read this tomorrow. We'll start off tomorrow with this. I'm beat, guys. I'm beat, okay? I want to relax. I'll make it priority number 1. We'll link it here. Just as a firm reminder. I already have it in my Discord too, but firm reminder. Start with reading this X stream. There we go. Oh. All right. Ape Gamer, thanks for coming. Farfly, thanks for coming. Zoo Phillips, thanks for coming. Webmaster4531, thanks for coming. Duckbrainer, thanks for coming. Growling Arachnid, thanks for coming. Mr. God, give me a name. Thanks for coming. Webmaster, I think I already shot you. Henry, thanks for coming. Major Parker, thanks for coming. Adriana Bear, I think I saw Adriana Bear earlier. I think Vodka was here too. Could be wrong, but I think Vodka was here. I wonder if I missed Growl. Yeah, I think I shouted out Growling Arachnid. Was Queen Bee here today? I don't even know. Before I forget, is it possible for you to get a message to Pisco? Nope. I do not believe so. Clark Cunt was here. Thank you for the clarification. Thank you for being here. JLK, thank you for being here. Mike M18, thank you for being here. Yeah, Vodka was here. 10, thanks for being here. Yeah, like, I don't know if Pisco reads his DMs or anything. I think I sent him, like, one thing on Discord, and, Queen Bee was here. I don't see Queen Bee, but I believe you. I really need to fix that. There it is. Wait, no, that's not Queen Bee. Ah was here, by the way. I forget. Yeah, Ah was here. I think I sent Pisco one message or whatever. Did I send him something? I think it was like context for something, but like he didn't respond. Not that I expected him to. So like I guess technically I can send him a message. I'm not gonna really bother him anymore. There's no point. Oh yeah, it was about Destiny doxing JSOC's community members. And all that good stuff, yeah. I can sing Queen Bee. I don't know why I can't sing Queen Bee right now. I couldn't find her in the thing. Or him, sorry. I always think Queen and then her immediately. Fuck me, jeez. Best part of being a mod is showing up late and reading the chat message from a timed out person. Yeah, that's pretty funny. It is pretty funny. I'm sure. I'm watching Common Side Effects. That's pretty good. I don't know if they're ever gonna do a season 2 for it because it doesn't seem like the viewership is there, but Common Side Effects is pretty good. I started it like way back and I only got like 2 episodes in, and then I didn't have a reason to stop it. I just kind of stopped it, and now I'm on like episode 3 or whatever. So far it's pretty good. It's only 1 season. Is there gonna be a season 2? They officially gave Common Side Effects the green light for season 2 on March 28th, 2025. A couple days before the finale aired. Okay, cool. So hopefully we get that season 2 release, maybe. Maybe I'll end up hating it by the end of the season or something. Maybe it'll be garbage, but so far I like it. Common Side Effects season 2 has been officially greenlit as of March 28th, 2025, but there's no currently specific release date. Okay, cool. We'll see. But I think that's pretty good. It's a good commentary. It's a decent, comedy, like subtle comedy. Good commentary on how the pharmaceutical drug business works, and how they keep us sick for money, for greed, for profit. It's pretty. I think it's pretty good. I like it. The main synopsis is basically this this guy, he's relatively smart or whatever. He's like a environment expert, I guess. But he discovers this rare mushroom, extremely thought to be impossible mushroom that can basically just heal someone from even being dead or whatever. Like they can just heal basically anything. And it's like you get the right environment, the very specific right temperature, the right everything it basically shut down the entire pharmaceutical business or whatever if it were all that public information were to get out, if it were actually to become public or whatever. So basically the guy has to run from the government or whatever, and so on and so forth. I'm not that far in, but it's pretty good. It's pretty solid. I like it. What did a duck tell food shops? What a nut. That we were meanie bobinis, basically, and that she was right about us or something like that, and that we're sexist and all that good stuff. And, for whatever reason, I guess, despite being I really hate you guys making Epstein jokes. I hate you sanitizing predators. I hate you sanitizing pedophiles or whatever with your jokes. Let me just go collaborate with food shops and who's a propagandist for Destiny and his doxing community. Let me just do that. Okay. So funny nutcase. Funny nutcase there. White Master says, not important. A pro-Ethan lawyer, LUS, wants to debate Pisco. LUS asked me to tell Pisco in his comment section after I called LUS a coward. Very clearly of LUS to not DM Pisco himself. Yeah, you can DM him, but there's no guarantee he's going to see it or respond. Your best bet to go, talk to Pisco is be in his server and just, I guess when he's doing call-ins, you just go into waiting room. That's what I would say. That's what I would say. Or email. Try emailing Pisco maybe if he has his public business email or something like that. No guarantees, but I guess it couldn't hurt to try. LUS banned from comments right after? Okay, all the best stuff, even though she was all in all the Discord circles. I think, quite frankly, today's best content, I'm going to be real with you guys. Today's best content, Ape Gamer 1. Ape Gamer 1. Guys, like, I like the rest of today's coverage as well, but like if you're just now coming in or whatever, and you're like, I'm curious, like, what are some of the better moments of today's stream? Dude, Ape Gamer's DMs with Duckbringer, it's just I don't know why they're so funny. I don't know why they're so delightful to me, but they are. So, you know, you can see me go through them after the main coverage of the foodshops' horrible reaction, horrible, boring slop reaction to our conversation. Me personally, that was cinema. That was cinema. Those DMs were cinema. That shit was funny. It's just so fucking stupid. It's just like, it's so delightful. It's I loved it. Anyway. Okay, I don't know what the plan is for tomorrow or the next stream. More technically, I can't guarantee tomorrow is a stream day, but like the next stream in general. But I know that we're going to start with some Ukraine reading, but I'm sure we'll have something. I'm pretty sure we'll have some things to start, some things to say. Nothing's set in stone, but we'll have something. Eventually, I do need to have a conversation with Kalinda. Hopefully, we can get that going soon enough. If she decides to stop, cucking herself to Lonerbox's schedule. She's like, oh, like what was it? My streaming schedule is entirely dependent on whether or not Lonerbox is a streamer right now and gaming right now. Like, what? It's like, dude, this is pathetic. This is sad. This is deeply sad. You are cucked. You're entirely cucked. You're cucking yourself. I don't know if I'm streaming today or not because I tend to do it when Loner does. I don't tend to do it when Loner does. I might do it after he starts playing games. Shut up. Just be your own person. Cucked. Giga cucked. Oh, okay. So yeah, that's my recommendations today. My media recommendations are Common Side Effects and Marty Supreme. There you go. Go check those out when you can. On your own time. Go check those out. Let's oh yeah, like I don't know how to pronounce this. I'm just gonna call you 5-Star General. I think that'll work. Thanks for being here, 5-Star General. What song are we gonna end off on? We streamed for 6 hours today? Cool. Awesome. I could have gone for 8, but like I don't want to force it. I don't want to force it, guys. We don't need to force it. We don't need to force any of this. It's quality, not quantity. Quality, not quantity. Oh, I think I know what I want. think I know what I want to play. You know what? Fuck it. I don't care. I'm just going to replay this track because this track fucking bangs, guys. And if you haven't heard this track is fucking cool. Let's play this. This is my closer track. Let's go. Let's go. Later, guys. Peace.
Uncle said, nigga, you must be sick. All you talk about is just get rich. Choke my neck, nigga, and ice my bitch. Beat the system with chains and whips.
This is culturally inappropriate.
You run from the spirit of repossession. Too much enamel covers your necklace. I buy bitches, you buy them sections. You buy watches, I buy collections. Misery's fueling your aggression. Jealousy's turned into obsession. Reality TV is mud wrestling. Some sign checks I know better than. Beware of my name that there's delicate. You know I know where you're delicate. Crush you to pieces, I hum a breath of it. I will close your heaven for the hell of it. You think it'd be valor amongst veterans. I'm watching your fame escape relevance. We all in a room, but here's the elephant. You chasing a feature out of your element. And those lab diamonds under inspection. The question marks block your blessings. It's no tombstones in the desert. I know by now you get the message. Uncle said, nigga, you must be sick. All you talk about is just get rich. Choke my neck, nigga, and ice my bitch. Beat the system with chains and whips.
It don't take much to put two and two. Your lucky streak is now losing you. Money's dried up like a cuticle. You're gasping for air now, it's beautiful. John 10:10, that's my usual. Mamas is falling out in funerals. And bombing blue, they now viewing you. They never find a gun, but the sewers do. Bubbles was sick, he need medicine. Brought him back to life, now he dead again. Richard don't make watches for presidents. Just a million trapped between skeletons. This the darkest that I ever been. The diamonds make you taste peppermint. You ain't driving the snow like it's the Revenant. And send orders back down to keep shoveling.
Uncle said, nigga, you must be sick. All you talk about is just get rich. Choke my neck, nigga, and ice my bitch. Beat the system with chains and... Uncle said, nigga, you must be sick. All you talk about is just get rich. Choke my neck, nigga, and ice my bitch. Beat the system with chains and... Uncle said, nigga, you must be sick. All you talk about is just get rich. Choke my neck, nigga, and ice my bitch. Beat the system with chains and... Uncle said, nigga, you must be sick. All you talk about is just get rich. Choke my neck, nigga, and ice my bitch. Beat the system with chains and whips.
When you talk, you know we get calling. It looks side to side like what did they say? And they ain't the Lord's verse. And then you realize that the devil is talking to you.
I'm not the candidate to vibe with. I don't fuck with the kumbaya shit. All that talent must be God sent. I send your ass back to the cosmics. The things I seen under my eyelids. Kaleidoscope dreams, murder and sirens. Let's be clear, hip-hop died again. Half of my profits may go to Rakim. How many Judases that let me down? But fuck it, the West minds me right now. Therapy showed me how to open up. It also showed me I don't give a fuck. The two-time Gemini with the genocide. I'm generous, however you want it. I'll be the gentle kind. Gentlemen engage, disconnect. The agenda of mine. Move niggas up out of here. This shit get gentrified. Heavy jeans like Genovese. I drop your Pentagon to show up at your gender reveal. And tell them, give me mine. I son niggas, I am the general. Where my gin and juice? Every song is the book of Genesis. Let the sonics boom. Niggas want the T on me? Well, here's the ginger root. I generate residuals, bitch. Get off my genitals. They say I couldn't reach Gen Z. You fucking dickhead. She must be full of that ginseng. Here comes the jinx, yeah. They genetics been synthetic. Screaming they genius. A finger wave, they all fall. Niggas is Jenga. God gave me light. A good year full of free will. Truck car, tell me not to spare your life.
Fuck, you know we get calling. It looks side to side like what did they say? And they ain't the Lord's verse. And then you realize that the devil is talking to you.